Okay, court is back in session, continuing this case and finishing it off too, as well. Um, Let me just go. Hi, hello. All right, to the overlay now. Okay. I need to get situated for one more thing, and yeah, we're good. Okay, and here we go. Oh, yes. Yeah, sorry about yesterday, everybody. I wanted to actually finish off at least the first few trial segments, but I had other priorities to take care of. Oh, and I was watching whatchamacallit. I caught up with the watch group to watch X-Men 97. Really good episode. All right then. Here goes. Let me close this, close that, go live here, and here we go. Load this up. Oh, good. My whatchamacallit. My I'm trying to I'm trying to word here. Oh yeah, my settings are saved for once. 'Cause I know I didn't have to switch them. I don't understand why it does that sometime, as it should be. All right. Okay. We last left off cross-examining Professor Harebrain. To be clear, I'm still at the stage of gathering data in my research.
Hold it!
And yet your retort to my arguments wasn't lacking in confidence in any way. No scientist can find the truth without first finding self-belief. Those were the words of a certain scientist I hold in the very highest esteem. But you realize that disproving my argument puts you in a very precarious position, don't you? No scientist strives to protect himself, or that he strives to protect the truth. More words of the same great scientist, you know. Words that are causing me a lot of trouble. Who is this scientist? I'm afraid I couldn't tell you, Mr. Naruhodo. But, but as soon as I remember the magnificent genius's name, you'll be the first to know. It might be worth keeping the names of your idols to mind. You're wasting your breath, my learned friend. This scatterbrain even forgets my name at times. That's sad. So Lord Von Zieks really did have a friend once, but I didn't notice hell freezing over. My hypothesis states that kinesis cannot transport metal, though. Hence, the metal weapon would have stayed put.
Hold it!
Your hypothesis states it, so this isn't proven then? No, of course not. It's merely a hypothesis. Not a good one, but based upon thousands of calculations. But it is widely known that metals can't be decomposed by electrolysis. Yes, of course, so I am right. My hypothesis is clearly correct. What is it about incriminating himself that makes this man so happy? It's the whole reason that the birdcage is made of wood, you see. Sorry, the birdcage? Yes, that's what I call the C. obtusa cage in which Mr. Asbin was placed for the kinesis. The jail. The jail cell in which the victim was detained. It does indeed seem to be made of a timber of some sort. I'll thank you not to refer to it as an instrument of incarceration, your lordship. In short, any weapon lodged to the victim when he was beamed away by instantaneous kinesis would have been left behind on the stage if it was made of metal, correct? Yes, that's it. Yes. It all fits perfectly with the mathematical model. But the ultimate conclusion, then, is that the defendant alone had the opportunity to inflict this fatal injury on the victim, is it not? Ah. Indeed, sir. Someone beam me out of this nightmare. In other words, the point just raised by Mr. Naruhodo isn't an inconsistency at all.
Hold it!
You seem to be pleased by that. Yes, another example of my hypothesis holding true. But I sense some sarcasm, Mr. Naruhodo. Are you not pleased? No. I knew it. At the end of the day, I'm the one responsible for Mr. Asmund losing his life. The advancement of science is no excuse, I know that. No, you're quite right. Tell the court, did you have a close relationship with Mr. Asmund? Oh, well, no, not really. I mean, I'd only met him 2 or 3 times. And we only ever discussed my hypothesis, and the project, and the research grant, of course. Mr. Asmund was the patron of my research. Without him, my work wouldn't have been possible.
Hold it!
How did you come to know Mr. Asmund in the first place? A year ago now, a small provincial science journal published a little paper about my work. That's a scientific journal? Good gracious, I should need new spectacles. I might have an extraordinary hypothesis and great promise, but at the time I had no money. I had to eat tiny little meals at a tiny little cafe and drink watered down water out of a tiny little glass. But Mr. Asmund read the paper and came to visit me at my tiny little laboratory. And offered you money to help fund your work. Exactly. That's exactly what happened. I handled the theoretical side of things, and Mr. Asmund provided me with an engineer for the practical. And the 3 of us produced that fantastic machine together. The machine that you brought to the great exhibition to demonstrate. We had to apply to the government for some sort of inspection to be allowed to exhibit, I think. I didn't understand all that side of things. Mr. Asmund took care of all of it. He was a wonderful man. Really, I owe him everything. Now I have a duty to protect the incredible machine that we built together.
Hold it!
When you say that you built the machine together, does that mean that you were involved in its construction? Yes. Well, not exactly. I'm not good with that practical side of machines myself, so the physical construction was done by an engineer. Little remains of your creation now, though. Following the explosion, repair will no doubt be impossible. Yes, I realize that. But still, if someone were to gather all the broken parts, they could discover the secrets of my hypothesis. But Mr. Asmund and I toiled over that machine for so long. We put our hearts and souls into it. I have to protect our work. So what's left of the machine must be kept safe. That's only fair, because what happened was an accident. That's the extent of the testimony then. Thank goodness for that. I don't want him doing any more damage. He's already basically proven that he could have been the culprit. But it seems as though all he really cares about is defending his hypothesis. Still, I wonder, what if his hypothesis is just fundamentally flawed? Yeah, So about that, it's this right here. This is the contradiction. We are going to present the right piece of evidence here. My hypothesis states that kinesis cannot transport metal, though. Hence, the metal weapon would have stayed put. Here's the photograph of the victim. This has got to be it.
Objection.
Yep. Yep. And then let me check the court record again. Yep. Professor Harebrained, you say that according to your hypothesis, nothing made of metal can be beamed by an instantaneous kinesis using the machine you made. Is that right? Yes, that's right. Spot on. Exactly correct. In that case, I'll ask you to have a look at this photograph that was taken at the scene. In particular, I'd like you to pay attention to the victim's face. You can clearly see that Mr. Asman is wearing a pair of spectacles with a metal rim. Ah. What? Metal? No, metal can't. That's not. Metal? No! Yes. We've already established that the proposed murder weapon, the screwdriver, was found on the stage. However, if your hypothesis correctly predicted that outcome, it should also have predicted that the metal rim spectacles will be found in the same place. Ah, my hypothesis! My hypothesis! Professor Harebrained, this isn't easy for me to say, but your hypothesis is clearly flawed. Ah! Order! 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 Counsel, what is the implication of this? If on the day in question, the alleged instantaneous kinesis never actually took place, then it's entirely possible that the victim was killed somewhere other than on the stage. And in that case, someone other than the defendant could have been the culprit. But my hypothesis is sound! I proved it that day. The experiment was a success. The experiment was proof of all of my work. Objection. If I could say something here, in my capacity as a fellow of the Royal Society. Yes, juror number 4, go ahead. As a man of science, there's one thing I simply cannot abide. And that's a fraud who pretends to be a fellow man of science. What? Wait! Great Scott! Are you suggesting my science is suspect? Oof. It's just been disproved, hasn't it? In front of all of us. In other words, the whole demonstration was a complete nonsense from start to finish. Believe me, my fellow jurors, when I tell you that this man is a heel, a bounder, and a fraud. I say the wreckage of that machine should be stripped down and thoroughly examined. I agree. No! Never! That machine is the essence of my entire hypothesis! Oh, stop. It's protected by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. What the devil's that last act all about, eh? Who made up such a daft rule? He's out of the loop. I don't like the way this seems to be going. Me either. What's the best way for me to help the professor? Let's wait and see. Maybe I should watch and wait for the time being. My feeling is that the machine requires a thorough examination. But what about this special dispensation that's been mentioned? Oh gosh, this is all too much. I agree. If it's determined that the machine itself was the murdered weapon, I think you'll find that act won't apply. Of course it was the murder weapon. Anyone can see that as plain as day. So we're all in agreement, aren't we? That the machine should be stripped. If I don't do something, they'll...
Objection.
Okay. Professor Hairbrain has yet to perfect his invention. That would seem to be the case, yes? But even so... Even so, what? Going to such trouble and expense to create a fake machine to display in public. He would have absolutely no reason to do such a thing.
Objection.
He had an obvious reason to do exactly that. For the research grant money. Ah. If the government was foolish enough to have deemed the man's ridiculous notion plausible, he and his conspirators would have received a handsome sum indeed. The conspirators? What would be the value of such a grant? £10? You're an order of magnitude out, madam. £500 a year. Oh, yeah, I could live handsome on that much for years. The Society's noticed an increase in bogus public demonstrations in the field of science recently, and plenty of scientists arguing with each other to get the largest slice of the funding cake. People's greed is plenty motive enough for murder, I assure you. Oof. No. I haven't deceived anyone, least of all the government. My hypothesis is sound. The science is sound. Please, you must believe me.
Objection.
No matter how unbelievable this hypothesis may seem to you, ladies and gentlemen, the fact remains that the victim was transported instantly to the Crystal Tower. Which means that the experiment was a success. Ah, Barack! And therefore, the only person who could possibly have committed this murder is the accused. Ah, Barack. Where is this heading? I have no idea. My lord, if I may. Yes, Lord Von Zeeks? The prosecution would like to summon new witnesses to the stand. New witnesses? What would be the nature of their involvement? They were spectators of the demonstration at the exhibition, who were occupying special seats. Eyewitnesses? Very well. The court grants the prosecution's request. I should very much like to hear from eyewitnesses to the incident. The prosecution's stance is clear. This experiment was no hostage? Let me see. New word for me. Hostage is a noun or adjective describing a hairpiece like a wig or toupee, or more broadly, anything that is fake, artificial, or inappropriately applied, like a sham or counterfeit. Postiche. It's postiche, yeah. This experiment was no postiche. The accused killing the financier victim there, on the public stage, before the very eyes of the spectators. Now, my learned friend. Oh, yes. It's time for you to make your own stance clear. There's clearly a flaw in the professor's hypothesis. I could definitely see that. But where does that leave me? We shall take a short recess now. during which time the prosecution will prepare its new witnesses to take the stand. I'm gonna go on the slide. As you wish, my lord. Gonna go on the swing set. Good, in that case, court is adjourned for 20 minutes. Going on the merry-go-round. And the swing set again. And the slide. Ah, look at that. I was actually like near the end of part 1 of the trial. But had I not had to be somewhere, I would have left it off right there yesterday. But that's okay. We're here now. Let's see. 23rd October, 10:44 a.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Chamber. Mr. Naruhodo? What on earth were you playing at just now? Or rather, what on earth were you playing at all along? My hypothesis, my amazing hypothesis. You've been picking holes in it from the start. I mean... sorry about that. But you promised me. You said you'd prove that the explosion was an accident, not murder. You said you keep my precious invention from falling into anyone else's hands. But all you've done so far is try to undermine me. Yes, I did make you a promise, you're right. I said that I'd believe in you and fight for your freedom to the very end. But I also told you I was no scientist. I don't understand your hypothesis. The fact is, there's an undeniable flaw in your logic, isn't there? But if I just run through some equations, yes, you see, it's because my work is incomplete. Perhaps it is, nevertheless. A man died as a consequence, didn't he? Oh no! You're right. You're so right. It's all my fault. And I have no right to blame you for my failures. I'm a disaster, not just as a scientist, but as a human being. Well, that might be a little over the top. And while we're on the subject, what about Barack? He's being awful. Claiming his old university friend to be a murderer, you mean? He's a disaster, not just as a prosecutor, but as a human being. I mean... Oh, but no, wait, he's the Reaper, isn't he? Perhaps he's not classified as Homo sapiens anymore? Glad that's cleared up. Can I double-check something with you? Yes, what? The machine and demonstration you prepared. They were based entirely on your hypothesis, I presume? There was no trickery involved. I drew the plans for the machine with my very own hands. Every line was painstakingly drawn with the firm belief that science is the only future. So yes, it's true that my hypothesis hasn't reached maturity yet. But please, Mr. Naruhodo, you must believe in it. All right, Professor. I understand. Counsel, defendant. The prosecution's witnesses are ready to take the stand. Court is about to be in session again. Make your way to the courtroom, please. Okay. It all hinges on that demonstration. If the professor's hypothesis is sound as he claims, it leaves him as the only person who could possibly have killed the victim. But on the other hand, Mr. Sholmes was adamant. A practical implementation, such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition, is quite impossible. So really, what should I be trying to prove here? 23rd October, 11 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. All right. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready for the new witnesses to testify? The prosecution is ready, my lord. As is the defense, my lord. So, Lord Von Ziegs, I believe these next witnesses saw the demonstration on the day in question with their own eyes. Indeed, they did. And as luck would have it, one of them is a police detective. So the testimony we are about to hear can be considered highly reliable. You sure about that? Perfect. A detective of all people. The prosecution stance remains unchanged. Though it ended in tragedy, the demonstration on the day in question was scientifically sound. And consequently, the sole person with the opportunity to have committed this act of murder is the only other individual to have been present on the stage at the time, the accused. Thank you, counsel. The prosecution's position is clear. So bring forth your witness now. Meredith, show the witnesses in. The witnesses whose proximity to the incident on the day in question will clarify the truth unequivocally. What the heck? Oh, Gina! Oh my god. So, 2 new characters I have not seen before, and Gina. Hello, Trickman. It took me 20 minutes to finish the first part of the trial because I left off on it. I would even have known the length. So now I'm on the second part of the trial now. We disapproved the hypothesis of Professor Hairbrain with the photograph of the victim. We have proven, like, something about metal not passing through. False. He has a metal frame with the glasses. Something like that. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court to hear. My name is Balthasar Loon. Balthasar Loon? I am the impresario of all the hot air balloons in vicinity of the Experimento stage. My name is Wilhelm Gostreich Sigismund Ormstein. Oh, what? I have come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia. Oh god, what? I'm very rich. Inspector Gina Lestrade, Scotland Yard. I'm a great detective. Even Erlach Sharps agrees. I was on security duty at the exhibition, and I got to go open one of them balloons. It was amazing. Gina, again. Yep. But she did mention that she'd seen the disaster from up in a balloon, actually, didn't she? She did. And she clearly loved every minute of it. There are 3 balloons flying near the public experimentation stage when the incident occurred. 2 of these witnesses were in one such balloon at the time and saw events unfold from the skies above. You make it sound like they were in the clouds. It was only an altitude of circa 60 feet very low. Well, you can't see nothing if you fly too high, can ya? 60 feet. About 80 meters then. Thank you for your introductions. Now you will give your formal testimony for the court. All right, hold on. Let me see their profiles. So we have Balthasar Loon, the impresario of short pleasure voyages and flying balloons. The balloons above the experimentation stage all belong to this man. Oh my god. Bohemian Boy, 11. We have an 11-year-old on stand. A young boy who came to London to visit the Great Exhibition. His real name is Wilhelm Gottschalk Sigismund Ormstein. Bohemian Boy. Kindly describe exactly what you witnessed, especially those of you who had a vantage point above the stage. Oh boy. The witness's testimony. The view from 60 feet up. It was an incident terrible. I am only grateful that my balloons were not damaged. There's this huge bang on the stage, and then the next second, another bang in the sky besides us. And from amidst the smoke, a cage appeared out of nowhere. The cage had fell from the sky like a stone and crashed into the crystal tower. I didn't get a good look inside the cage, but no one went near it after the crash into the tower. Love that coin animation. So good. A most extraordinary collective account, I must say. Could I just clarify something? There's a detail in the witness's testimony that I have not heard any mention of until now. Specifically, that there were two explosions. Two explosions. More precisely, two explosions in two separate places. Yes. When the demonstration began, the balloon carrying the two witnesses was around. Here. There were other balloons in the air nearby at the time, carrying other passengers as well, to be clear. Then, as power was supplied to the machine for the demonstration, the first explosion occurred. The so-called birdcage that contained the victim disappeared from the stage, and a moment later, the second explosion occurred, directly adjacent to the balloon carrying the witnesses. The birdcage appeared at the site of the explosion, subsequently to plummet down into the crystal tower. I was very surprised. Suddenly a cage appeared before my eyes with a person inside. The blast was so hot, but I didn't want to miss a thing, so I kept my eyes wide. Oh, how cute. He's another balloon. I still have lots of money. Good for you. Precisely, who is this curious infant? I'm told he is a young noble of Bohemian royalty. Apparently, he disguised himself in order to steal unnoticed into the Great Exhibition. Oh. Yeah, I am here in London on a sightseeing trip with my elementary school. We will have the benefit of a child's point of view in the testimony. Do we really need that? Then I remove my mask. This is what I look like. Oh, yes, I see. A delightful face, I'm sure. Ja, everybody says so. Great disguise, then. The point is, the testimony of these witnesses further substantiates the facts for the court. Namely, that despite ending in an explosion, instantaneous kinesis was successfully demonstrated. And furthermore, that until the arrival of the police, no one approached the Crystal Tower where the victim fell. Therefore, only the accused, who was with Mr. Osmond on the stage, could possibly have committed the murder. Yes, thank you, Counsel. The prosecution's views on the matter are quite clear. So, the defense's cross-examination now, please. Yes, my lord. Oh boy. The view from 60 feet up. Alright, so, hold on. The prosecution really is asserting that the demonstration was genuine, but what if it was actually some kind of a switch around trick instead? That would mean that the victim was never actually on the stage in the first place. The two explosions would have thrown everyone watching into a panic for sure. I think I need to find out more about what exactly people saw at the time. Yes. Alright. Okay. I wanna pursue for funsies first.
Hold it! Excuse me.
Master Gods, do you have something to say? Something that struck you about what you just heard, perhaps? What I just heard was you failing to remember my forename. Sorry. Which is Wilhelm Gottschalk Sigismund Ormstein. My learned friend's powers of recollection are clearly abysmal. Perhaps he has forgotten what he is. My teacher at elementary school said that if you are rude enough to forget someone's name, you will have the most awful life imaginable. Are all Bohemians brought up to endure a life of such great pain? Well, it's important to listen to, so please pay attention to the testimony.
Hold it!
Oh man. It's going well, famous adventurer. I disapproved, excuse me. So, I last left off on Professor Hairbrain, and I didn't even know it was the last testimony I left off to end part 1. So, like, we disapproved his hypothesis with the photograph of the victim right here. Like, metal did not pass through. So, like, that was something. And now, we got these witnesses that saw stuff from the hot air balloons, including Gina. Right now, I'm pursuing for funsies.
Excuse me.
Miss Lestrade. Blimey, what's up with you? Did that last statement strike you as odd in some way, perhaps? You're the expert on being odd, ain't you, Otto? So why don't you tell me? No, I'm the one asking the questions here, Gina. Ha! Asking other people what you don't even know the answer to yourself. I don't believe it. And I'm Inspector Lestrade and all. She just had to drop that title in somehow, didn't she? Yes. Alright. I want to pursue the Balloon Man now.
Excuse me.
If I may, Mr. Loon. Ah, you like one of a balloons, eh? Prego. 10 shillings for one. No, I was going to ask you if that last statement bothered you for some reason. People say things to me all the time. Sorry. They say avaricious. They say money grabbing. They say cheat. Full of hot air. Stripey swindler. If I let what the people say bother me, but if I let what the people say bother me, how can I fly my balloons, huh? Well, I think you just need to fill them up, and the gas does most of the work, really. Alora, this is why I refuse to listen to what the people say. Alora? Ah, it's Italian. Allora is a highly versatile Italian filler word translated to so, well, or then. Okay. Depending on the context, it sets the pace of a conversation, bridges logical consequences, or describes a moment in the past. Alright. Allora, that is why I refuse to listen to what the people say. Why should I? It is nothing good. Well, if he doesn't listen, that explains a lot. A balloon with arms and legs, but no faculties with which to hear. There's no need to get carried away. Alright. Let's, talk to these peeps now. Like, for real, for real. Cross-examine. I was pursuing for funsies for flavor text. Because I love flavor text. Anyway. It was an incidente terrible. I am only grateful that my balloons were not damaged. Alright, so this dude must be Italian.
Hold it!
And, let me see. Balthazar Loon. The impresario of short pleasure voyages and flying balloons. The balloons above the experimentation stage all belong to this man. Bohemian boy. There are 3 balloons flying above the experimentation stage at the time, I understand. See, all 3 of them. My bellissimi bambini. They are very popular, signor. Some people will pay £10 for one ride. Mr. or Mr. Signor. They are very popular, signor. Some people will pay £10 for one ride. £10? That's more than my annual stipend. £20 a month? That is my pocket money. Royals have all the luck. I got up there for free, I did. Play the old I work for Her Majesty's Police card, you know. Gina. Detectives have all the luck. If they're so popular, why would you only be operating such a small number of balloons, though? Because if I have too many in the skies, they could crash into each other. The operators for the balloons were decided by lots, with each operator manning a particular area. See, and the zone above public experimentation stage is the most profitable. The other impresarios, they hate me. I just noticed his hat is a literal tiny hot air balloon. And there's gas powering, that's funny. And of course, his body is in the shape of a hot air balloon. Good character design. Thank you, witness. I think the court has a clear picture of the arrangements for balloon rides at the exhibition. Perhaps we could hear more about what you actually witnessed of the incident. Right. I can feel you in there, my lord. There was this huge bang from the stage, and then the next second, another bang in the sky beside us.
Hold it!
So you actually saw the accident happen from up in the air? Yup. Ain't it amazing what a detective gets to do, eh? I'm telling ya, Arnold, being a lawyer's a mug game. You should join the force so we can go flying together. You know me so well. Yes, well, anyway, could you tell us exactly what you saw, do you think? Everything. We saw everything, because we were up above it all. That dodgy cove climbing into that cage, and that dodgy professor pulling all them levers. And that's when it happened. That's when there was that massive bang, and the cage disappeared just like that. You're describing the moment the subject's body was decomposed by the electricity, I believe. I didn't know what to make of it. But then there was another bang right in my ear. I looked around and there was a huge great fireball right next to us in the sky. And there was nothing there before. Uh-oh. Alright. The little bohemian boy is hiding something. And what appears out of the flames? The cage, that's what. And that description sounds like the moment after the man was beamed instantaneously through space. It's mind-blowing, innit? But that's the 20th century for you, I reckon. Hang on, everybody. All right. So the people who actually saw the demonstration with their own eyes really believe they saw something miraculous taking place. And from amidst the smoke, a cage appeared out of nowhere.
Hold it!
So you're saying that you witnessed the actual moment that the instantaneous kinesis took place? During this stay in London, I have seen many extraordinary things. The great exhibition itself, this instantaneous kinesis, big explosions, the British courtrooms, and strange creatures. Sorry, strange creatures. Ja, you, a most unusual creature from the east. Why, you little... Hello there, Dusty. Good to see you. I'm cross-examining a balloon man, a little 11-year-old bohemian boy of royalty, and up-and-coming detective Gina Lestrade. Oh man. Oh yes, but I see princes wearing masks every day of the week. Yeah, he's not wearing his mask no more. Did you also see the moment that the cage materialized, Mr. Loon? No. I did not see the explosion myself. However, the cage, it fell from the sky like a stone and crashed into the Crystal Tower.
Hold it!
Did you see that actually happen? No. In reality, I did not. I saw after it hit the tower. There was a grand confusion around the stage. I ran to see what had happened. I was terrorized by the idea that one of my balloons had crashed. I suppose they are his livelihood. But when I looked up to the sky, all my precious balloons were still there. I saw it though. I saw it slam into the tower. After all, I am the detective now. I mean, then tell us what you saw, Inspector Lestrade. That's what I'd like to hear. I didn't get a good look inside the cage, but no one went near it after the crash into the tower.
Hold it!
Was it you who gave that order to keep people away? User and Otto. How could it have been me? I was up in a balloon, weren't I? Right. So, cause I wasn't available, it was the boss who had to leg it over there. He was getting shoved and kicked all over by the panicking spectators as he tried to seal off the scene. It was a real sight to behold, I can tell you. Amazing. Poor Inspector Gregson. So anyway, I couldn't see the cage that well because of all the smoke. And I didn't really want to see, to be honest. I was scared out of my wits. Keep it together, Inspector. The prosecution really is asserting that the demonstration was genuine. But what if it was actually some kind of switch-around trick instead? That would mean that the victim was never actually on the stage in the first place. The two explosions would have thrown everyone watching into a panic for sure. I think I need to find out more about what exactly people saw at the time. And we're about to Naruhodo. We're going to load up our save, and we're going to pursue you, little one. Oh, thank you, Dusty. I appreciate it. Chucks. All right, we're going to pursue you.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Master Gods, does your memory of the day differ? My teacher at elementary school said that when you meet someone for the first time, you should always use their full name. Ah, yes. What was it again? Wilhelm Gottschalk Sigismund Ornstein. Long name. Just the full names then. The point is, do you have something to say? Yes. I mean, come on. He just called you Master Gots. Blech. Something to add in response to Detective Gina Lestrade's last remark? Perhaps? Oi! Get it right, Otto. It's Inspector Lestrade. Why does everyone have a problem with how I addressed him at the moment? That is not what I saw. Oh? Ja, there was a second explosion, and it was right beside our balloon. That is true. But I'm sure, which is what I said in it. 1 minute there was nothing there. The next is a massive explosion. My teacher at elementary school said that when someone else is speaking, if you are rude enough to interrupt, you will have the most awful life imaginable. Are all Bohemians brought up to be so full of joy? Apparently not. Oh. He's getting another balloon. Just before the second explosion happened, next to our balloon, I clearly witnessed a green balloon flying in the sky. A green balloon. Eh? You what? I never saw nothing like that. Well, I did. I saw it. And you can't say I didn't. I will complain to the council. I will cry and scream. Please don't. I wonder if this piece of green cloth is the balloon that this little boy just brought up just now. And please don't. Even if you're 11 years old. No. My testimony is the truth. I am Bohemian Prince. You cannot say it's a lie. That is not allowed. Plain bleating royalty card, all ya. Typical. I agree. Says the orphan who likes to remind people she works for Her Majesty's police. Two wrongs don't make a right. In that case, young man, I must ask you to amend your formal testimony. In the interest of cordial national relations between Great Britain and Bohemia. Alright, little boy. It was not the sky that exploded. It was a green balloon that was next to ours at the time.
Hold it!
A green balloon, you say? Are you sure about that? Of course I am sure. I am a proud Bohemian Prince. All these questions are making me worry. I think you mean bored. English is very annoying. The language of my countrymen is far superior. Let's not bring, languages into... Never mind. Ragazzo, it is very wrong to lie. Uh-oh. Lie? Flying balloons never explode. For the same reason the planets never explode. It is logical. Sir, have you watched any anime? Oh wait. I don't think anime existed in this timeline. Please tell me that doesn't mean logical. I mean, also Western animation. Both American and Japanese. If you insult me, you insult all of Bohemia. Madai! I will have the army come and shoot all of your stupid balloons out of the sky. All of them! Says the little German boy. Let me see. Come? But how? Okay, so that's what Madai means in Italian. Thanks to this NPC, I'm learning more Italian words. Ah, Madai means come on. Hey, come on. Okay. Of course, they'll get. Here you are, Your Highness. If only all international incidents were so easily resolved. Yeah. Now that peaceful relations have been restored here in the courtroom, perhaps we could return to the testimony. I agree. Did you also see the moment that the cage materialized, Mr. Loon? No. I did not see the explosion myself, however. Alright. So, I believe we will... whatchamacallit. So according to his amended testimony, this has to be the contradiction. It was not the sky that exploded. It was a green balloon that was next to ours at the time. So I'm guessing it's gotta be this. A torn piece of canvas-like material, backed with rubber, that was found under the experimentation stage at the exhibition grounds. And there's scorch marks at the edges. And those scorch marks most likely is the explosion from the explosion.
Objection!
Okay, it was the wrong piece of evidence. Yeah, that wasn't gonna make sense. Hang on. Hmm. All right, I'm gonna think about this. Oh, wait a minute. Did we get? No, we did not. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Let me double check all the statements. Oh. Okay, so we learned there was a green balloon. It was an incident, terrible. I am not only grateful that my balloons were not damaged. Let's press you.
Hold it!
There were 3 balloons flying above the experimentation stage at the time, I understand. See, all 3 of them, my bellissimi bambini. They are very popular, signor. Some people will pay £10 for one ride. £10, that's more than my annual stipend. £30 a month, that is my pocket money. Royals have all the luck. I got up there for free, I did. Play the old I work for Her Majesty's police card, you know. The Tetas have all the luck. If they're so popular, why would they only be operating such a small number of balloons, though? Because if I have too many in the skies, they could crash into each other. The operators for the balloons will decide by lots, with each operator manning a particular area. See, at the zone above public experimentation stage is the most profitable. The other impresarios, they hate me. Thank you, witness. I think the court has a clear picture of the arrangements for balloon rides at the exhibition. Perhaps we could hear more about what you actually witnessed of the incidents. Right, I can feel you in there, my lord. Alright. Let me see what Vernoske says here. The prosecution really is asserting that the demonstration was genuine. But what if it was actually some kind of switch-around trick instead? That would mean that the victim was never actually on the stage in the first place. The 2 explosions would have thrown everyone watching into a panic for sure. I think I need to find out more about what exactly people saw at the time. Okay, so amended testimony is sometimes always the answer. I also learned that from the previous game as well. But it's a good way to get more information. This is the contradiction right here, for sure. It was an incident, terrible. I am only grateful that my balloons were not damaged. Not damaged, you say? Hold on. Terra Bile? Oh, Teddy. Terrible. Alright, so that's Italian for terrible. Terribile. Got it. Alright, so balloons weren't damaged, you say? Well, explain this piece of green cloth. There it is.
Objection!
That was it. Mr. Loon, In your testimony, you said that all three of the balloons you had operating at the time were undamaged. See, that is correct. If they had been caught in the explosions, it would have been terrible. Terrible. I wonder if you might know what this is. I think it may be. See, part of a balloon, a burnt piece of the fabric of the envelope. Sorry, the envelope. What? Pardon? That is the large round part of the balloon, which becomes filled with hot air. It is made from very thick fabric, lined with rubber. You do not want it to rip when you are in the sky. Just as I thought. This piece of cloth was found near the experimentation stage. In other words, as Master Gods testified, a green balloon did indeed explode that day. Eh? If all the balloons in the sky above the experimentation stage belong to you, Mr. Loon, then your statement that they were all undamaged clearly contradicts the evidence. Oh, balloon popped. That was funny. No! If a balloon exploded that day, why didn't the man say so? Maybe even everyone on board was killed. Oh no, have you just spent 10 whole pounds of the experiments? Experience? How awful. Seems to be like those things crash 50% of the time anyway. Instantaneous kinesis did occur, but after the explosion on the stage. What? The point of materialization shifted to a location occupied by a balloon, causing the balloon to explode. Yes, eminently plausible. An unfortunate traffic accident, as it were, but it changes nothing about the pertinent facts. Hold it! This I cannot accept! Oh no. Why not, Mr. Loon? Loon. You are suggesting that I am a liar! Yes. That person died in a balloon incident. Maybe. There's no need to get fired up, Mr. Loon. The victim was the sole fatality that day. That's right, and I prove it. Balthazar Loon is not a liar. There is no such balloon in the sky. It is non-possible. You're saying it's impossible? Why? This court has more important matters to discuss than the number of balloons that were operating that day.
Objection!
But we can't ignore the fact that nobody appears to have known anything about this or the balloon until now. My lord, the defense calls for further testimony from Mr. Loon. Ah, I concur. There is clearly more to the truth here than meets the eye. I agree. It's imperative that we clear up the issue of this phantom balloon, I feel. Witness, you will give supplementary testimony about the balloons you were operating at the exhibition. Ah, grazie, my lord. Grazie. Oh boy. But wait. Other people are still gonna... Okay, never mind. Oh. Mr. Loon's balloons. Mr. Loon's balloons. As I said, Balthazar Loon is no liar. Every balloon I had in the sky landed safely. All three of my balloons were carrying passengers. If they fell to the ground in an explosion, what a catastrophe! But you can't get away from the fact that a burnt-up bit of cloth was found at the scene, can ya? The coppers at the yard reckoned it was probably some debris thrown from the explosion on the stage. This stupid old ragazzo is mistaken. My balloons have the red and blue zigzag stripes anyway. Well, when you mix red and blue, it makes green. I wonder if that's going to come into play. So your assertion is that the balloon this child saw was not one belonging to you? See, exactamente. If he even saw a balloon in the first place. I do not like the sound of it. It is very bad for business. I have a good mind to sue the land of Bohemia. If you attack us, we will fight back. It will be war or not war. I know he's trying to say war, but in his accent, he's calling it war. War. Var. Also, do not mention that to the furries. That will be at the there will be an E at the end of that. What happened to what happened to all that war? Dude just got a balloon. He's happy. Mr. Loon certainly doesn't appear to be lying. But that doesn't change the fact that the testimony and evidence are contradictory here. If the defense is unable to find fault with the witness's statements, the court must consider them the truth. Think long and hard on that, my learned friend. The situation has clearly changed now. I have to get to the bottom of what's happened here, no matter what it takes. Counsel, you may now cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examination. Mr. Loon's balloons. As I said... Oh, sorry. Oh, hold up. Hang on. I'll do that in a moment. I just want to see what Bernowski has to say here. As I thought, Mr. Loon's testimony just doesn't quite add up. The young Bohemian boy claims to have seen another, fourth balloon. But Mr. Loon vehemently denies the possibility, and it's hard to imagine the man in charge could be mistaken about the number that was in the air. Still, this inconsistency must tell us something, I'm sure. Alright. And it looks like we're closing in due to the music. As I said, Balthazar Loon is no liar. Every balloon I had in the sky landed. Safely.
Hold it!
You couldn't just have forgotten one, maybe? Signor, I might not notice if I was given 100 lentils and one was missing. But we are talking about 3 enormous balloons. Do you believe I could make a mistake about something so grand and expensive? I took the liberty of having Inspector Gregson check this gentleman's warehouse. I have the report here. It clearly says a total of 3 balloons. It would appear no mistake has been made then. Surely Mr. Strayed could have been sent for such a menial task. What, me? I'll tell you what I told the boss. East End kids like me can only count up to 2. Obviously that ain't true, but the boss brought it and said Eve had to go himself in that case. Ha. All 3 of my balloons were carrying passengers. If they fell to the ground in an explosion, what a catastrophe!
Hold it!
Catastrophe! It would be quite a catastrophe if they fell to the ground for any reason, I think. On that note, Mr. Loon, tell me, what is it that keeps these balloons in the sky? Are you an idiota? Sorry? That is like asking why does a candle burn bright? It burns bright because it burns bright. And a balloon flies because it flies. What else? Ah, that must be Italian for I don't know. There are two types of flying balloons, hot air balloons and gas balloons. Hot air balloons work on the principle of hot air being less dense than cold air. Whereas gas balloons derive their lift by using a gas that is lighter than air. And my balloons are filled with a magic gas, I believe. Hydrogen, lighter than air, but highly explosive. Yep. Good lord. I do not permit smoking of the cigarettes in any of my balloons. The magic gas does not like fire. Even a small spark of static electricity could cause the entire balloon to explode. What is the matter with you, Signor? All that comes out of your mouth is explosions. Explosion. I tell you, my balloons are perfectly safe. They have to be, or I cannot eat. None of my balloons exploded that day. I am completely sure. But if you still say that is what's happened, you must show me the proof. I mean, alright, so Mr. Loon had 3 balloons in the air that day. If none of them were damaged, then what was the one that exploded? But y'all can't get away from the fact that a burnt up bit of cloth was found on the scene, can ya?
Hold it!
I was surprised to find a piece of fabric still at the scene, actually. Didn't you search the area surrounding the stage for clues? Nah, I'm not into picking stuff up off the ground, me. Always works out way better diving into people's pockets instead. Gina? So much for the new career path. Mind you, the boss was on his hands and knees picking up all kinds of rubbish from the floor. Thing is though, the cage went crashing into the Crystal Tower, didn't it? So that's where most of the investigation was going on. Even so, I would have thought someone from Scotland Yard would have gathered it up as evidence. Or, listen to you. You stumble across a bit of balloon and suddenly you're the best investigator in the world. Pardon? Well, you ain't got a badge, have ya? Like this one. I could attest y'all with this if I wanted to. I wouldn't put it past her. Come to think of it, there was talk of some scorching on the ground at a meeting we had about the investigation. The coppers at the yard reckon it was probably some debris thrown from the explosion on the stage.
Hold it!
There was considerable damage to the stage and surrounding area, wasn't there? Yeah, some of the cows were watching the experiment were caught in the blast and injured. Good job the old contraption didn't keel over, eh? I hadn't even considered that. It seems there was great panic after the incident occurred. Nevertheless, the police shouldn't have missed a torn piece of the envelope from a balloon. Inspector Gregson can expect repercussions. Oof. Like me swiping all his fish and chips, eh? The man's sole pleasure. Oh no. None of this matters. That scrap of balloon envelope means nothing. Niente. Niente is an Italian word that literally translates to nothing. Alright. This stupid ragazzo is mistaken. My balloons have the red and blue zigzag stripes anyway. Ragazzo. It translates to boy, young man, or boyfriend. And then the feminine form is ragazza. Okay. This new Peter Ragazzo is mistaken. My balloons have the red and blue zigzag stripes anyway.
Hold it!
You mean the color is wrong? Si, signor. I do not have any green balloons in my warehouse. And yet, a piece of green cloth was found at the scene, and it's unmistakably from a balloon. Well, I do not know how that can be. For the sake of argument, let's say that a green balloon did explode above the stage. You couldn't therefore conclude that it happened on the day in question. Why not? There have been recreational balloon flights over Hyde Park. There have been recreational balloon flights over Hyde Park operating from before the Great Exhibition. One could have exploded on some earlier date, unfortunate as I'm sure you'd agree. You believe it may have been from some earlier balloon accident and that predates the exhibition? He, exactamente. As the Signor Pe says, it is not from one of my balloons. Clearly this little Ragazzo from Bohemia is mistaken about what he saw. Uh-oh. The little Bohemian boy is acting up. We're gonna pursue him in a moment. If you come to my warehouse, you will see my 3 bellissimi balloons, all present and correct. Bellissimi, very beautiful, gorgeous, or amazing. Okay. I've already verified Mr. Loon's annual business reports, and he's had the same number of balloons for a year now. Well, as thorough as ever. Well, as thorough as ever, Lord Von Zieks. This is alarmingly so. In that case, is the young boy just imagining things? As I thought, Mr. Loon's testimony just doesn't quite add up. The young Bohemian boy claims to have seen another 4th balloon, but Mr. Loon vehemently denies the possibility. It's hard to imagine the man in charge could be mistaken about the number that was in the air. Still, this consistent mind must tell us something, I'm sure. Alright. Alright. We must pursue. Once again. Okay, you.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Bohemian boy? Is something wrong, Master Gotts? It's Master Werheim Gottstrike Sigismund Ormstein. Nope, not saying all that. It was on the tip of my tongue. Yeah, something is very wrong. I know what I saw. There was a green balloon here, there. I swear it. I swear all over Bohemia. All over Bohemia. You can speak as much bad language as you like, but it changes nothing. If you do not have evidence, Ragazzo, then I must tell your parents to punish you, eh? Perhaps we'll let the judge decide when it comes to punishments. Evidence? What is this evidence? You're 11 years old in elementary school, and you don't know what the word evidence is yet? Sad. To give a simple example, young man, a photograph, for instance, some tangible proof of what you claim. Well, why didn't you say so sooner? I have the photograph here. What? Good gracious. What? I had not been up in a balloon for a little while, so I was very excited. I took lots and lots of photographs. Whoa. Little dude's got a camera. Of the Crystal Terra, of the Bohemian exhibit, of the streets of London, of the hot eel Senna, the balloon. That's a lot. And the instantaneous kinesis experiment. Did you take a picture of that? Ja, one picture. Really? You did take one? But all I wanted was a ride in a balloon. I was not interested in boring experiments. Never mind that. Can you show us that photograph? Of course. And then you will see. You will see that I am not lying. That I really did see a green balloon. Oh, okay. Um. Oh no. There, I see you're all too shocked to speak. Yes, I think shocked is indeed the word, young man. Ja, perhaps you cannot see that it was a green balloon from this photograph. But, but that is not my fault! That is the fault of the stupid person who made the camera! Oh. Oh god. That is one very bohemian sounding cry. Very well. The court will accept this photograph as evidence. The photograph of the balloon has been entered into the courtroom. Photograph of the balloon. A photograph taken by Gott, whilst he has riding in a balloon. It shows another balloon that he claims was green and exploded moments after he took this shot. Hang on. Well, this is indeed a photograph. However, the photograph is in black and white. But the little bohemian boy claims that it is indeed a green balloon. But hopefully the evidence will match with this photograph. Oh boy. It's not my fault. It's the fault of the person who made the camera. Well, never mind. I'm sure you have plenty of wonderful sepia memories to take home with you. Sepia. Yeah, it's a sepia filter. It converts it to monochrome. Warm brownish tan tones. In any case, when exactly did you take that photograph? There, it was on the day of the big explosion. You don't say. When I pressed the shutter release, there was this very loud bang, and a hot wind rushed over my face. That means this photograph was taken a split second before the explosion occurred. Well, if you ask me, this black and white photograph changes nothing. I could not give the flying fig. Lovely language you picked up. Archaic or literary expression used to describe something completely worthless or of trifling value. Yeah, think. Alright. So now we got a new piece of evidence. All three of my balloons were carrying passengers. If they fell to the ground in an explosion, what a catastrophe. This has gotta be it then. The photograph of the balloon in this statement?
Objection.
Yep. Unfortunately, the photograph Master Gods took can't tell us the color of the balloon. Unfortunate. But it can tell us something else. Something crucially important. What? It shows that the pictured balloon wasn't carrying any passengers. Ah, my goodness, you're right. But surely other balloons would have been carrying passengers. There would be no sense in it otherwise. To see, they are for pleasure, for seeing the view. My balloons only fly with passengers. Which tells us that the pictured balloon isn't one of them. So when the incident occurred that day, there was a fourth balloon in the skies above the experimentation stage. The mysterious green balloon. I know nothing, niente. I can only tell you one thing. If this balloon was not carrying passengers, then it was not one of mine.
Objection.
There are illegal tradesmen everywhere. You care to look. Clearly, one such entrepreneur decided to capitalize on the opportunity presented by the Great Exhibition and managed to operate balloon flight on Mr. Loon's patch without him realizing. See, the competition trying to steal my profits. I did not notice because of the experimental that went wrong on the stage. This fourth balloon exploded at the very same moment Mr. Asman was beamed from the stage below. Right, so them scraps that fell to the ground after and left them scorch marks. They didn't come from the stage at all. It was bits of the balloon raining down. Because no one was in it, it didn't get no attention. A mysterious fourth balloon carrying no passengers, silently floating over the experimentation stage.
Objection.
This photograph shows us nothing more. A stray balloon carrying no one and operated by some rogue trader. Clearly it has nothing to do with the case. Its relevance does elude me, I must say. The court has seen sufficient evidence and heard ample testimony already. The prosecution calls for this trial to be concluded. Really? Have we really got to the truth yet? No. I can't let this opportunity slip away. The judge's minds are made up, and not in our favor. What else can this photograph tell us? Is there nothing more we can learn from it? There's nothing else? I'm really not sure that there is, but if I say there isn't, it's all over. I'm just going to have to assume some other clue exists here somewhere and stall for time. If only I could find something more, anything at all that this picture can tell us. Your face has turned a similar shade to the photograph, my learned friend. You've seen the writing on the wall.
Objection.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, wait, please don't give your decisions yet. The photograph from Master Gods may well be hiding one more vital clue. What's that? A vital clue?
Objection!
We're well past the point of mere possibilities. It's time for definitives now. So tell the truth. So tell the court. What exactly does this alleged clue in the photograph prove? It can't be the balloon's owner. And it can't be the balloon's color because of the photograph. I want to say the cause of the explosion. It's gotta be. We can reasonably assume that the picture balloon was destroyed in the searing heat of the explosion. Jaws, that's right, Jaw. It was not my fault. Evidently. Because the birdcage from the Kinesis machine materialized in the sky, would have been flying. And the balloon, being filled with flammable hydrogen, instantly and explosively ignited.
Objection!
No, that's not what happened. What? It would appear that this photograph requires closer examination. Counsel for the defense, you will highlight the location of this alleged clue in the photograph for the court. Of course, my lord. If you look closely, it's plain enough to see. And what's shown is linked to another piece of evidence we have. In a way that leads to an unbelievable conclusion. The clue that heavily suggests the real reason the balloon exploded is... Yeah, it's, whatchamacallit. The clue that heavily suggests the real reason the balloon exploded is the freaking experiment.
Take that!
Without a doubt, it's right here. I'm afraid it's still not clear to me, Counsel. Perhaps it's a matter of age. Oh, yes, probably. However, one thing is abundantly clear. Namely, that only one as immature as you could give such a rash answer, my learned friend. Oof, it wasn't like... So without a doubt, that wasn't it, then. Remember, Counsel, due consideration, if you please, both in your answers and toward your elders. Now then, perhaps you would like to try that again. Alright. Let's see. Oh, wait a minute. Over here?
Take that!
Yeah. The timing of this photograph can only be described as miraculous. Yeah. There it is. If you look, you'll notice there's a bright white line that appears to be pointing directly at the balloon. Yeah, my bad. I was like, yeah, it was right around here. Most likely a ray of light caught incidentally on the film. I'm afraid I can see nothing of the sort. If you look with a magnifying glass, my lord, it becomes clear what the nature of this bright line really is. Goodness, what is that? Undeniably, some flash of light, yes? Golly, do you think it might be lightning? But it couldn't have been a finer day. I believe we may be looking at fire. A bolt of fire, heading straight to the balloon, like an arrow. Oh. Indeed, Even to my aging eyes, it would appear to be a flame of some sort. My word, are you suggesting this flame struck the hydrogen gas that filled the balloon?
Objection!
That's absurd. The balloon would have been 60 feet above the ground at the time. No flame could possibly have reached such a height.
Objection!
Actually, it's my opinion that a particular piece of evidence found at the scene reveals how that is exactly what did happen. What evidence? If such evidence exists, Counsel, then for goodness sakes, present it, man. Which evidence explains this mysterious streak of flame that appears to be heading directly for the balloon? Why, that would be the crossbow, most likely.
Take that!
This was found hidden at the foot of a small ornamental tree near the scene. Good lord, is that a crossbow? An arrow dipped in oil and set alight could have been shot from this weapon, sending a flaming arrow straight into the hydrogen-filled balloon. Are you suggesting that crossbow was used to deliberately... Blimey, you're right. That streak of light in the photo looks just like an arrow, don't it? Then the explosion of the balloon, it was very likely the result of a flaming arrow from this crossbow igniting the hydrogen gas inside it. No. He's standing on the box. Order! Order! Counsel, this is an extraordinary supposition. If the aim was to cause the balloon to explode, the shooter could have used a gun, of course. However, there's an obvious reason why that would have been out of the question. The noise of the discharge, of course. That's right. By using a crossbow, the projectile could be fired at the balloon silently. Smart. Well, yeah, if someone had shot a gun off in the exhibition grounds, it would have caused a real panic. But with the big explosion, there was such a very big panic anyway, no? I don't like this. I should be pleased to have found a plausible new explanation for all this, but something feels wrong.
Objection!
Do you understand the implications of what you're saying, my Nipponese friend? If a flaming arrow did indeed hit the balloon, then obviously it would have exploded, and the birdcage appeared from the cloud of smoke that ensued. What? Wait a minute. What are you really saying here? I don't get it. Was the birdcage beamed up into the sky after all, or what? My goodness me. Ah, now I understand. That's what that sinking feeling is about. I think there's a good chance that the birdcage was actually concealed inside the balloon all along. What? Did I just hear that correctly, Counsel? There's no going back now. The horse has bolted. Let's assume, as I said, that the birdcage was hidden inside the green balloon from the start. On stage, when the experiment was started, the birdcage and the instantaneous kinesis machine disappeared in a cloud of smoke. At that moment, the flaming arrow was fired from the ground, causing the green balloon to explode and drawing the attention of the spectators to the sky above their heads. From amid the smoke, the hidden birdcage then appeared to fall down and crash into the crystal tower. I think you'll all agree it's entirely plausible. And after that, what I've just described is the real truth behind the miraculous experiment carried out that day. This I... Good grief!
Objection!
This is ludicrous. What you described is no science experiment. It's child's play. A contemptible display of stage magic. Yeah. Both Mr. Sholmes and Iris said that the experiment was a scientific impossibility. Yeah. In which case, this is the only way to explain what happened that day. And in any case, the victim's body was found inside the birdcage in the Crystal Tower. If the instantaneous kinesis didn't take place, how do you explain that? If I may put in a word, as a man of magic myself. Oh, magician. I thought he was a gambler. Such apparent discrepancies can easily be explained by some simple deception. Juror number 3. All that would be needed is a doppelganger. Someone who looked very similar to the victim, Mr. Osmond. And having this other man appear on stage to front the show as a body double. What? Ah, yes, of course. So in fact, Mr. Osmond must have been inside the birdcage that was concealed inside the balloon right from the start. Oh no. What if I'm only guessing, and I'm just guessing, sort of jumping ahead? No. That can't mean a wax figure was gonna be involved, but let's just continue.
Objection!
That balloon would have been filled with hydrogen. Anything hidden inside it would have been scattered to the four winds when it exploded. No one would ever have embarked on such a risky venture. Not necessarily. The explosion force of the balloon gas will very much depend upon the mixture ratio. To juror number 4. Flying balloons are rarely filled with pure hydrogen, but a mixture of other gases such as helium as well. Helium on its own doesn't explode, but by controlling the gas mixture ratio, the explosive force can be altered. The mixture ratio. Obviously, the victim's body would have suffered some burns. That would be unavoidable. But not to such an extent as to render this whole obscene charade impossible. So everything that happened can be explained, logically and scientifically. The explosion that engulfed the stage at the start of the experiment was no accident. It was all part of an elaborate deception to make it appear that instantaneous kinesis had occurred. Well, goodness me. And if we accept that this is what's happened, it means that the victim, Mr. Osmond, was never present on the public experimentation stage to begin with. No. In short, he couldn't have been killed by the defendant, who was on stage in full view the entire time. This will be very hard for the prosecution to counter. Lord Von Zieks can't credibly maintain that Professor Harebrained is a suspect now. Hold it! Who says hold it? Oh, hold it! Mr. Naruhodo, I appreciate your efforts. Thank you. Professor? But you can stop now. Just keep your mouth shut, please. Sorry? What's all this about, Mr. Harebrained? I, Albert Harebrained, hereby confess that it was me who stabbed Mr. Oni Asbin. What? Why are you admitting to something you totally didn't do? Yes, it was me, my faithful friend and partner. Andrew the screwdriver! What is your problem? What? What are you doing? Yes, what are you doing? You idiota. Order! 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 Defendant explained this sudden confession.
Objection.
Professor Harebrained, what are you talking about? It's what I've said all along. I must protect my hypothesis and my precious machine. You stand there and claim it was all a trick, all an elaborate prank. But where's your proof? No, you'd have to examine the machine if you wanted to prove it. But then it would all be over. My beautiful hypothesis would be laid bare. I mean, the indignity of it. It's clear that you drew the plans for the experiment, but you didn't actually build it. It's quite conceivable that you were duped, Professor. If you'll just let me, I can prove. Barak! Yes. I'll corroborate. I'll do whatever you say. I swear it. Baroque. Barak. Baroque. Right. Oh, okay. Baroque. Alright. Just like the word Baroque. So please. Ensure the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act is adhered to and protect my creation. Baroque. Baroque, yeah. Baroque von Zieks. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hollow chalice at this critical juncture. Here's to my learned Nipponese friend. What? And his upcoming attempt to clarify the defense's position in the light of the accused's confession. Do you intend to formally assert that the experiment was nothing more than a conjuring trick? Because the moment you do, the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act that protects the professor's invention will cease to apply. The prosecution will then demand a rigorous examination of the machinery involved in order to establish the truth. However, if you acknowledge that the machine is genuine and instrumental in the victim's murder, any chance of investigating will be crushed, and the confidentiality of the professor's hypothesis preserved. Well, counsel, what is the defense's official position on this matter? What Professor Harebrained, my client, actually asked of me was to prove that the explosion on stage was an accident and protect the secrecy of his hypothesis. But there's no way to do that without implying the professor's guilt. Do I protect my client's life by asserting his innocence? Or do I uphold my client's request but see him condemned? Oh, come on. Either way, I can't avoid betraying his trust. You've been silent long enough. Isn't talking your trade, my learned friend? Or has all knowledge of English escaped your confused Nipponese mind? Oh, come on. Mr. Naruhodo! There's no escape here. I have to make a choice. But it's an impossible one. I have to give up on something, but what? The defense asserts that the defendant's instantaneous kinesis machine was in fact a conjuring trick or a proper scientific invention. I'll say a proper scientific invention. I don't think it matters here, maybe. Ah! No, I can't say it. My client placed his faith in me. I can't just let him down. No. What must I give up on is not the question you have to ask yourself here. It's what can I protect? Oh my god, Susato! Yo! Hello again, Mr. Naruhodo. It's been far too long. Susato to the rescue. Susato-san! But what are you? Hiya! Oh my god. Susato takedown. Ah! My first Susato takedown in 6 months. Oh my god. There'll be time to talk later, Mr. Naruhodo. For now, we must concentrate on the task at hand. Oh my god. Which is working out not what I have to give up on, but what I can protect. Professor Hairbrain. Ah, yes? Yesterday you told me that science is the pursuit of truth. Well, my job is to pursue the truth too. Yes, of course. And personally, I believe that you didn't stab Mr. Asman. I think you've come to realize something yourself too, haven't you? That your experiment and the machine you built with the victim are questionable. The truth behind that is what we must both pursue now. Ah! Not the wine. So, you finally opened your eyes. What? And as for you, Albert, you can't ignore this any longer. Ah. Having heard my learned friend's assertion, don't you have something to say? Baroque. Lord Van Zieks. Gosh, I've never heard him speak that way before. In truth, there is one thing. Something I remembered that's of relevance. What? On the day it happened, just before I began the experiment, I saw a man near the stage. A man holding that crossbow. I beg your pardon. Professor, did the man have any distinguishing features? What did he look like? Tall, taller than me, and thinner than me, with straight hair, straighter and whiter than mine, huh? Let me see. One less lens than me, too. A monocle. A rather stylish black monocle. But one thing in particular will help to positively identify the man. You see, I know him very well. After all, he's the engineer who built my invention. Who, dang it? What? He built the machine? That's right. Mr. Asman introduced him to me a year ago. He's a man by the name of Enoch Dreba. Enoch Dreba? Does this name mean something? Members of the jury seem flustered. Not a name any scientist wishes to hear. The man's an abomination! What? Not a name any Kanjira wishes to hear either. Who on earth is he? I'm afraid this isn't the first tale of this nature that I've heard in scientific circles in connection with that name. There's talk of another flamboyant experiments that turned out to be nothing but stage trickery in the end. Obviously, the rascal was after the government's research grant money. When magicians are in need of money, I have heard of them resorting to these underhand tactics. Some acquaintances of mine with experience of such things have mentioned Enoch Dreba's name before. The man is both an engineer and a magician. Yes, we're dealing with an unparalleled confidence trickster here. Oh no, that's Enoch Dreba for you. Alright. So then, quite the revelation. So it's true then. My invention, my great machine, it was just a grand illusion. Considering what we've just heard about Mr. Dreba's character, I'm sorry to say that sounds increasingly likely. Even though no one else believed it, I wanted to. I wanted to believe that machine would function exactly as my hypothesis predicted. Which is why you were so opposed to it being investigated, I presume. I knew that if the machine was examined in detail, its construction would give away my hypothesis. Obviously, I didn't want that to happen, but at the same time, I knew that if it was found to be nothing more than a trick, than a work of deception, then everything I've worked towards, all my research, all my dreams, all my whole life would be over. I was terrified at the prospect. So you really had no idea then, did you? About the true nature of the machine that was built, and the true nature of Mr. Dreba. I never questioned anything. I didn't want to question it. It's entirely possible that Mr. Osmond and Mr. Dreba were working together to use you as a means of fraudulently acquiring the research grant money. When I announced my invention to the crowds that day, it was the finest moment of my career. I pulled all the levers and turned all the dials in exactly the way Dreba had described. When the smoke suddenly started billowing out, I panicked. I didn't know what was happening. But I really don't know how the whole illusion was made to work. I don't know anything anymore. Oh man. Let me confirm one final point of view, Professor. Do you now consent to the prosecution submitting the necessary paperwork to release your invention from the protection afforded by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? Yes, please go ahead. I'm very sorry. It would appear that we shall have to suspend proceedings for the remainder of the day now. Lord Von Zeeks, my lord, the court has newly been made aware of another party whose involvement in this matter is critical. Okay. Yes, Mr. Dreba. Gather information about the man, if possible. I should like him served with a subpoena. With pleasure, my lord. Now, counsel for the defense. Yes, my lord. When we reconvene, I shall be looking for one thing, and one thing alone from you. Evidence that the defendant is innocent of the crime for which he presently stands accused. I understand. Good. In that case, this court is adjourned until tomorrow morning. All right. So we are done with that trial segment, because I knew there was going to be more to the story. So we're back to investigating. Oh, not yet. 23rd October, 1:36 p.m., the Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Mr. Naruhodo. Ah, yes. I'm, 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 I'm so sorry. I was wrong. You were right. I tricked you. You trusted me. I dragged you into my mess. On, oh, how did it ever come to this? I'm so sorry. You should be. Did you really have no idea, Professor? About what Mr. Drebber was really up to? I mean, about what he was really constructing? Naturally. That machine was the embodiment of my hypothesis, of all my hopes and dreams. I had complete faith in it. Alright, in that case, I won't say any more. Now, sadly, the murder accusation against you still stands, so we must do as much investigation as we can before the trial resumes tomorrow. Well, thank you for doing so much for me. You're welcome. Susanoo! I'm so sorry for arriving late this morning, Mr. Naruhodo. Arriving late? Didn't you receive my postcard? I wanted to let you know when I arrived. Postcard? What postcard? Hid it from you, Bruno, so it will be a surprise. Oh. Well, did it work? I was surprised, all right, especially when she threw me to the ground. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I was just so happy to see you again that it sort of slipped out. Maybe we could stick to more traditional displays of emotion in future? Susie's train was late into London Victoria this morning, you see. But we made the coachman really whip the horses hard, so she didn't miss the whole trial. I was watching from the gallery for a while, but in the end, I'm afraid I couldn't contain myself. Oh. Well, I'm glad you didn't. Oh. Having you at my side in court gives me the strength I need to win. Hell yeah. So I'm delighted to see you back in London. Oh, you're too kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm delighted to be here. I hope I can continue to be of service to you. Of course, sir. Of course. So, what's brought you back? Did Professor Mikotoba not protest? Let's save all that conversation for when we're back at home, shall we? You know, I made one of my most special blends ever for this special occasion. Oh, Iris, how wonderful. I can't wait. Yay. Susanoo-san was back in London. It's hard to describe how happy that made me feel at the time, but despite my elation, our tale was about to take yet another extraordinary turn. Finally, now we can go back to investigating. Alright. Yay! Here we go. 23rd October, 2:41 p.m., Naruhodo's Legal Consultancy. Oh, this room. It's been too long. It hasn't changed in the slightest, though. And it's been some 6 months, hasn't it? That's a long time for things to stay so familiar. I didn't know when you might return, and I wanted everything to be as you'd left it. Aw. But it has been some 6 months. It's true. So is your father all right, Susie? What happened? My father? Yes, Professor Mikotoba. I mean, it was half a year ago. But that's why you went back to Japan. Because of the telegram you received saying he'd fallen ill with a very high fever for some unknown reason. That's right. So I was surprised to learn you'd be coming back so soon. Surprised but happy. I think I wrote about it in my letter to you, that it was all a trick. My father is in fine health, and I'm obviously very relieved about that. Well, we're all delighted to have you back. It was quite by accident that I've been able to return to Europe, actually. It's because of a very grand conference called the International Forensic Science Symposium. The International Forensic. That's the same symposium Lord Strongheart mentioned. Lord Chief Justice. Anyway, I've arrived safe and sound, and all that matters is that I'm here now. After all, I haven't yet fulfilled my promise to you, Iris. Oh, you must tell us everything that happened while you were back in Japan. You must tell us everything that happened while you were back in Japan. Yes, of course I shall. And there's one other thing. Something you wrote in your letter that particularly grabbed my attention. About you know who. About Kazuma. I know. I'll tell you all that I can. Yay. Alright. Let's see. Okay, first order of business. We're going to examine stuff. Oh, there's the shovel or spade. Thinking back, that spade's been here since we first moved in, hasn't it? I'm sure I've told you before, Mr. Naruhodo. It's not a spade, it's a shovel. No shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. No, spades are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a shovel. The great spade shovel war rages on. Yep. Okay, I got that out of the way. Oh, I'm so looking forward to making you some tea again, Mr. Naruhodo. Which you'd think I wouldn't like, given that I'm not keen on bitter flavors, but it is Susato-san's tea. And it's amazing what a little cake or something on the side can do. I would clearly love to serve you some sort of Japanese sweet alongside your matcha green tea. But I suppose that's simply not possible given how long we've been staying here in London. Well, I do like the little chocolates you put with my tea. They go wonderfully. Oh. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, you would, wouldn't you? That gives me a warm glow inside for some reason. Yay, chocolates are awesome. You have water gently boiling on the stove, I see. It feels wrong somehow if I can't hear the water bubbling away. And we have plenty of logs. It's not like we have to worry about paying for gas. It's important to open the window for fresh air when the fire is burning, though. You can't keep it closed just because it's cold outside. It could be a matter of life and death. Avoiding the freezing winter air is a matter of life and death too, if you ask me. Oh well, perhaps a nice cup of tea will warm you up later. I see your Daruma still has only one eye filled in. Well, we agreed that it's something we do together, didn't we? We could do it right now, if you like. I'd be happy with that. I'd rather not. I'd rather like the anticipation, I think, Mr. Naruhodo. You see, I've been keeping my desk beautifully covered in papers as always. You really must tidy it all up, Mr. Naruhodo. No more excuses. But Miss Susato, the way I see it, all these papers building up on my desk like this are a reminder of my wonderfully diverse daily life. I like to leave them as they are, so I never forget how lucky I am to have such varied experiences. In that case, you should definitely have a thorough tidy. Then you'll be able to see your papers building up all over again and feel that joy renewed. Still can't beat her in an argument, even though I'm the lawyer here. Ha ha ha. Oh look, it's Iris. Your room through here should be exactly as you left it. I've still never been inside. I've never been invited. Of course not. Only Iris is allowed in my room. No doubt it'll be hearing you two giggling away and then again, then... Ah. I left your desk completely untouched, Mr. Sato, so it'll be ready for you whenever you returned. It's beautifully clean. There isn't a speck of dust on it anywhere. You've been cleaning in my absence, Mr. Naruhodo. Whatever next? Well, I couldn't allow my great assistant's desk to sit there gathering dust, could I? It really is exactly as it was when I left. I'm so touched. Oh. But sadly, your desk is also exactly as it was too. Well, that's how it should be, after all. Oh dear. I'd forgotten how that clean-cut smile can be so disarming. Oh man. Alright. I'm so pleased to see all our sea creatures doing so well in the aquarium. Yes, the prawns are still swimming, and the anemones anemones are still swaying. Obviously, I've been looking after them carefully. At first, I used to drool whenever I looked at those juicy prawns, but not anymore. They're like part of the family now. I don't suppose they'll ever know how close they were to meeting their maker. That's silly. Alright. Alright, let's talk to Susato. Well, hold on. Evidence. You're still taking good care of that armband, I see. I'm so pleased. Well, yes, it feels like I wouldn't be me without it now, to be honest. Oh dear, there seems to be a thread coming loose just there. Look. I'd be only too happy to mend it for you, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, thank you. I must have scraped it against something again. I'm always doing that. Then take better care of it, please. It was all going so well until I ruined it. Ruined! 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 I'm right in thinking that these scales are a symbol of the defense in law, aren't they? They're supposed to symbolize treating everything equally and fairly. That's why they're always in the middle, balanced. Equal measures on both sides. Recently, though, whenever I see a set of scales, I can only think of the enormous scales of justice. That's entirely understandable. They are such a powerful symbol in the courtroom, aren't they? And the thing about the scales of justice is, they're always leaning one way or the other. They're only ever in balance right at the start. It must be something peculiar to the British. I'm afraid I can't shed any light on it, Mr. Naruhodo. It's very fine embroidery here that shows the name of the armband's owner. In this case, Kazuma Asogi. So I'm always carrying my best friend's hopes and dreams with me on my right arm, just here, all the time. To be honest, it's something that weighs very heavily on me. Oh, I didn't realize it was such a burden, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, I think it's why my right shoulder aches so much. Are you sure that's not to do with you reading in bed or the like? Alright. Alright. Boosh, is that you? Careful, Boosh. Ah, there's some sort of lever here. What the? What is this? It looks like a cross between a bow and a gun. I think it's probably used for the same thing, too. Yes. Okay, Boosh. What is up, man? What's up? Yeah, you just want to be here? That's fine. Okay. About this paper, Mr. Sato. Yes, it's all about the great exhibition. I've been dreaming about it, you know. I was sorry that you were going to miss it when you were called back to Japan. So was I. I felt desperately unlucky. But here I am, back in London, while it's in the way. It's a dream come true. Perhaps you're not as unlucky as you thought then. Once we've helped Professor Hairbrain out of this terrible situation, we should all explore it together. And of course, we must invite the Professor's good friend, Lord Van Zieks, as well. Your luck might not stretch that far. Yeah. Mr. Sato, do you see this? You have such great expectation in your eyes, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid. Nothing particularly useful comes to mind at all. Oh, sorry. I'm not sure what I was expecting, really. This was used to shoot down the balloon, wasn't it? Yes, with a flaming arrow. It's quite a formidable weapon. I'm quite accomplished with a longbow myself, you know. I remember that. No, really? If you were to balance an apple on your head, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm quite confident I could hit it from a good 50 meters away. Will you tell? Quite confident, you say. Does the apple necessarily have to be on my head? Yes. Alright. We got some nice flavor text out of that. Of course, she probably wouldn't know anything about this other stuff. But, you know, can't forgive a guy for fishing. I just want to see for myself. Alright. Okay, let's talk to Susato. Converse. Back in Britain. When I first arrived back in Japan, I really thought I'd never be allowed to return to Britain. But curiously, after that awful trial at the Supreme Court, Father's mood changed entirely. The awful trial? Oh yes. For the murder of Josiah Brett. Oh, you dressed as a man then, didn't you, Susie? Oh, well, yes. Since women are forbidden in the courtroom, I had no choice. Wow, amazing! I wish I'd seen it. Don't you, Runo? Yes, I suppose so. I want to play at being a lawyer now. I could wear a false mustache, baby. Yeah. I don't think any mustache could hide the fact that you're just 10 years old, Iris. There's something else I've been wanting to ask you, Mr. Sato. It's about the real reason why Professor Mikotoba summoned you back to Japan. You said in your letter it was something to do with that convict's loot we found in Mr. Natsume's lodgings. That's right, the very large dog collar we found, the bee emblem on it. It seems Mr. Natsume included a drawing of the collar in the report he submitted about his time in Britain. I understand that when Father saw the report, he turned as white as a sheet. Why would that be then? Father came to Britain himself, of course, to study. It was some time ago now, but he stayed for 6 years. I can only imagine that something must have happened during that time. But if he refuses to tell me what it was, then I intend to find the answers for myself. And I decided that I, for one, won't keep any more secrets. Oh, Susie, that's a very meaningful look Susato-san's giving, I understand. Forensic Science Symposium. Lord Strongheart mentioned something about that symposium too. I think he said that investigative authorities from 40 different countries would attend. Formal meeting or conference where experts, scholars, or professionals gather to discuss a specific subject. Oh, so that's what symposium is. Yes, and from Japan, my father and Judge Jigoku have been invited. Oh, Judge Jigoku, he was awesome. It's something of an honor, I believe. Well, Professor Mikotoba is the leading expert in forensic medicine in our country, after all. But who's the other person you mentioned? A judge, did you say? Yes, His Excellency, Judge Sashiro Jigoku. You met him, Mr. Naruhodo, last year in the Supreme Court. You can't possibly have forgotten that terrible trial of yours, when you were accused of murder. Ah, yes, I try to think of that as a positive turning point in my life these days. Ah, there he is. Well, it was Judge Jigoku who presided over that trial. Sashiro Jigoku. If I'm perfectly honest, I'd be happy never to see that man's face again in my life. Oh, well, anyway, as father was invited to the symposium, he agreed to me returning to Britain too. He won't actually arrive until next month, but, well, I couldn't wait. So I pleaded with him, and in the end, he agreed to me going on ahead. Yes, about the symposium. It seems as though Lord Strongheart has put in an awful lot of work to make it happen. It's obviously very important. I believe it is, yes, as I understand it. Lord Strongheart organized the entire event himself. I think he's hoping that by achieving exceptional results, he'll get the job of Attorney General, the most senior position in the British justice system. He's hoping to use his power to create the world's finest policing institution. That's what father said anyway. Apparently, it's Lord Strongheart's lifelong ambition. Lord Chief Justice. Does Professor Mikotoba know Lord Strongheart personally then, I wonder? Actually, Lord Strongheart gave me a long speech all about this very subject only yesterday, but I sort of lost the will to live early on and didn't really listen to much of it. That was funny. How trying for you, Jesiel Brett. Jesiel Brett, the woman whose unforgivable actions ended in me being wrongly accused of a crime I didn't commit. The murder of Dr. the murder of Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, Jesiel Brett. That's a name I won't forget for as long as I live. Me either. The extraordinary thing is, though, imagine if Renosuke had the all-night mask. Oh my god, yes. Like if he were to, yeah, if we actually got to hear that entire history, oh man, that'd be hilarious. From Lord Chief Justice. Hello there, Astro Dude. The extraordinary thing is, though, it seems it's a name we should all forget. Sorry? Since the incident, our government's intelligence services have been. Hold on. There we go. Since the incident, our government's intelligence services have been investigating Miss Brett. But it turns out that an English woman by the name of Desire Brett didn't actually exist. What? Did it exist? Well, how could that be? It was a pseudonym. Her real name was Shin, and she wasn't a visiting student either. That was a front. Oh my god. She was a Shin? Because I did remember that name from the last game. Not to mention, what a pun. A period Shin. Asian. Because she was Asian. It was a pseudonym. Her real name was Shin, and she wasn't a visiting student either. That was a front. A front? Who on earth was she then? Miss A. Shin. Her name is literally all our intelligence services have been able to ascertain about her. Nobody knows why or even how she came to be in Japan. It's a complete mystery. So there's more to her. Jesus. But that makes no sense. It's no easy task to be accepted as a foreign student anywhere. What could the woman have been up to? Good question. I'm afraid I really don't know. The only thing we can be sure of is that she had some business in our country that we don't yet understand. And now she's been killed, while all the questions surrounding her existence remain unanswered. I'm afraid so. Asian. Who on earth was she? And why do I feel as though I've heard that name before somewhere? At the end of the last case, in the last game, Rinosuke, when we were deciphering the Morse code. What about Kazuma? Yeah, what about Kazuma? After my friend Ray's trial, the reporter who actually killed Miss Brett said something very strange. Oh yeah, writing many memo. I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on in that visiting student's fate. Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on that steamship, and that he'll never. Obviously, I couldn't ask him to elaborate at the time. But later, I visited the man in his prison cell and asked him what he was going to say about Kazuma-sama. And what did you learn? And what did you learn? After he died on the voyage to Great Britain, his body should have been unladen at the port of Hong Kong and passed into the care of the consulate staff there. Should have been. Well, it turns out that his body never arrived. It just disappeared. What? What? Kazuma's body vanished? Our government tried to cover the fact up, it seems. They erected a grave on the cliffs by our hometown. Except Kazuma-sama isn't there. Did Professor Mikotoba know about this? Yes, it would seem that he did. But he didn't tell me. They're still investigating what happened to Kazuma-sama's body as we speak. I just don't believe it. And what is this acute feeling of apprehension I have all of a sudden? The Kazuma mystery. What? Thinking back now, some of the things that happened on the SS Birdia were definitely strange. I mean, after he died, we never saw his body again, did we? Could it be? Could it be that he's actually still alive? Stop it, Mr. Naruhodo. It's too much to bear. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Just thinking about the possibility pains me so very much. Cast your mind back for a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. When Kazuma-sama was discovered, Mr. Sholmes was there, wasn't he? And he definitely examined the body. I remember it clearly. Ah, you're right. So if Kazuma had actually been dead at all, it would mean that Mr. Sholmes had lied to us. What? But there's no reason why he would possibly have done such a thing. I suppose that's true. Yes. The idea that he might still be alive somewhere. It wants to fill me with hope, but I can't let it. Because if it turned out not to be true, then I'd be back at the bottom of that awful pit of despair again. I'm terrified of what that might do to me. Oh, Miss Susato, I know she's given the idea that dot it deserves. It's Susato-san we're talking about, after all. So I probably shouldn't push it now. No, get out of here. Nah, we'll see. I don't want to suspect the masked man yet, but come on now. That's... Anyway, nobody say nothing. Anyway, let's move on. At the task at hand. That sounds very... I don't know what to think of that, but we shall see. Let us examine Iris. It must be about a year. Hang on. It must be about a year ago now. I wrote a really long story based on some of my father's old notes. It's about one of Hurley's greatest exploits. I called it The Hound of the Baskervilles. But then Mr. Sholmes forbade you from publishing it, and put the manuscript somewhere nobody could get their hands on it. So nobody knows anything about it, apart from Hurley and I. But for some reason, you knew the title of it, didn't you, Susie? Oh, it sounds so exciting. The Hound of the Baskervilles. I should love to read it. And you wouldn't tell me how you'd come to know it. Yes, but I made you a promise that I would explain one day, didn't I? I think it's time. Oh? I'm only sorry I've had to keep it from you for so long, Iris. The Hound of the Baskervilles. It was completely by accident that I came to know the title of your manuscript, Iris. It was a short while before we left Japan. I was cleaning Father's study, and I saw something on his writing desk. A large box of papers. There was a label affixed to the box that was written in English. It read, The Hound of the Baskervilles. What? My Baskerville story? Of course, I had no idea what it was at the time. But Father came in and... Susato, what are you doing? Oh, Father. Did you look at those papers? No, I simply read the label. That's all. Well, put it out of your mind. Sorry. Forget that you ever saw it. And certainly don't tell anybody else about this. Do you understand? But what was Iris's manuscript doing in Japan? I have no idea. But when I heard Iris mention the word Baskerville that day, the title just slipped out. I would never have guessed that it was an unpublished account from one of Mr. Shom's exploits. When I returned to Japan, I asked Father to explain, but he refused to answer any of my questions, and there was no sign of the big box at his office. That's really all I know about it. I have no doubt that Father has a very good reason for being so secretive about it, but still, I made it up my mind to explain myself to both of you. Well, thank you for being so honest, Susie. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm ready to start investigating, if you are. I've committed every detail about the case to memory, and Iris has told me about the disturbing happenings at the Waxwork Museum as well. So, you're fully abreast of the situation already, Mr. Sato. I'd expected nothing less, to be honest. Up to date. I would think of our first port of call should be to investigate this Mr. Dreba, the engineer responsible for building the elaborate machine that was used to effect this extraordinary trick. Oh yeah, Enoch Dreba? Enoch Dreba? Yes, a conjurer of sorts. By the sound of it, well known in the fields of science and magic. Then we need to go and arrest him. Well, yes. He must know the truth behind this case, so I agree we really do need to find the man. It sounds like it's like a case of tracking someone down, which is a job for the police or a great detective. Are you supposed to guess who she might be thinking of? We don't have much time, so we need to get started straight away, I think. Good idea. Well, best of luck then. Oh, you're not coming today? I'm going to Brixton Road shortly for the market. But let me know later on how you got on, won't you? That was a little abrupt. The pull of the herb market must be strong. Alright, what to do? Do you know, I honestly thought I might never have the opportunity to return to Great Britain. And certainly not so soon. It's funny, for the past 6 months, I haven't been able to work in court. Meanwhile, you've been raising a storm in the Supreme Court of Judicature back in Japan. Please, Mr. Naruhodo, I may have been dressed as a man, but it was a very reserved performance. So what your father said in his letter about our Ryutaro takedown is reserved? Well, anyway, I'm back here in this great capital now, and ready to assist you again, in any way I can. Thank you, Mr. Sato. I wouldn't have it any other way. It's my pleasure, Mr. Naruhodo. Heck yeah, Susato. Alright. I'm pretty much done checking everything here. I got the flavor text. And I got the shovel that's on my way for the silly achievement. Alright. We shall go... Oh, new location has been added. Oh, our lovely little office. What wonderful memories I have from this place. Oh, Mr. Sholmes' suite is just as it was when I left. No, Chief Justice. Do you know, I don't believe we visited this place for some time. Prison. Do you know, I don't believe yeah. I don't believe we have any business that would require a visit here just at the moment. I'm not excited about it. Madame Tuspels. Okay. So we're gonna go down the line. We're gonna go to Sholmes' suite real quick. Alright. We're gonna check out the blackboard. 23rd October, Sholmes' suite. Here it is. This blackboard is where Iris scribbles down her latest ideas, isn't it? Let's see. Oh, she seems to have drawn a lot of little stick figures all lined up. Look. Cheap apples at the market is what all of them say. What? The little figures can speak? All your questions would be answered if only you would read this month's Rants magazine. So I'm the only one who can't make any sense of this. Yes, the Herlockian. I got the silly achievement. Alright. That's Iris's wonderful collection of medicines, potions, and chemicals. Just look at all the little bottles she squeezed into the shelves. Yes, and there are charming little ribbons tied around the bottles too. But the labels aren't quite so charming, are they? This one here reads Deadly Poison. Oh, I've been so excited about the idea of helping Iris with her experiments, you know. Just try to avoid any bottles labeled Deadly Poison or Highly Explosive. That's funny. If I remember correctly, this large and imposing lump of iron is called a typewriter. To think that every single one of the adventures of the Herlock Sholmes blossomed from this very machine. Ah, it's such a dreamy thought. I actually had to go on it the other day. The metal bars that move when you hit the keys got all tangled up somehow. That made Iris angry. Mr. Naruhodo, you're ruining my dreamy thoughts. Please don't do that again. Ugh, now it makes Sato-san angry as well. That's funny. Hang on, everybody. Huh. All right. Iris's pretty little tea set is set out beautifully as ever. Look. Well, it's only by carefully taking care of a tea set that you can make good tea. Is that a roundabout way of telling me I need to tidy my desk? Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, you do overthink things at times. Ah yes, Mr. Sholmes' curious collection of trinkets from the various mysteries he solved. It's one of my favorite parts of this room, full of items with such exciting tales to tell. And I do believe he's added to it since I last looked. Now there's a mysterious pince nez, a mysterious little box, a mysterious horseshoe, a mysterious biscuit. I think that last one might be I think that last one might just be one of Iris's unfinished snacks. Cute. I do like this fireplace. It's one of the best things I've seen since we arrived in the country, in fact. Although, I do yearn for a Japanese kotatsu. Putting your legs under a warm, blanketed table is so comforting. Do be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Don't mistakenly put your feet into the fire, will you? You'd suffer terrible burns, you know. I worry sometimes about how Susato-san sees me. Alright, same text from last time. My eye is always drawn to this big metal chest that Mr. Sholmes and Iris use as a coffee table. Isn't it where Iris keeps her very important papers? It is, so you'd think that they'd treat it with more care, really. But only the other day, I saw Mr. Sholmes' ticket. Oh no! I suppose something must have been frustrating him. What a shame to mistreat the furniture, though. Was it damaged? The chest was fine, but Mr. Sholmes was doubled up on the floor for almost 10 minutes. Oh dear, that is a painful tale. That's funny. There's all sorts on these shelves. Chemistry apparatus, books, papers, and lots of things I've never seen before. It's all heaped up so high, I can't help feeling that the whole lot is going to topple at any moment. It looks as though it might topple, and yet it doesn't. The epitome of Mr. Sholmes' brilliance. I don't get it. As it happens, I'm quite well practiced when it comes to stacking shelves myself. Just the other day, the shelf in my office finally gave way under the strain, though. It looks as though it might topple, and it does. Yes, the epitome of your disarray. I really don't get it. Okay. Okay. Epitome. Oh, epitome. Epitome, epitome, yeah. That word always, that word also trips me up, I will admit. Thank you for the correction. Epitome. And yeah, I have heard that word before. I just haven't seen that word too often myself, like in, text and stuff. Or no, I've always seen it. I just mispronounced it this whole time. But thank you. Yes, the epitome of your disarray. It's the epitome of my disarray as well. Of mispronunciation. This is Mr. Sholmes' famous violin. The one he found being sold for a song at the pawnbrokery. What's it called again? A shawty something. Oh yes, this wonderful instrument features in The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. It's a world-famous Stradivarius. What? Stradivarius, Mr. Naruhodo? Stradivor... Are you even trying now? We'll come back to this another time, I think. But thanks again as always, Ashwood. I finally managed to remember this behemoth's name, the Great Analytoscope. I don't think it was here when I left for Japan, was it? Oh, is that right? Yes, because it was the pawnbroker. Oh man, that poor pawnbroker. Ah, of course. Oh, that's given me a wonderful idea. I would pawn everything that's on your desk. The office will be tidy at last. Don't even joke about it, Miss Susato. You are joking, aren't you? Yes. No, she's not joking. Susato doesn't joke around. Only sometimes. But anyway. Alright. Epitome. Alright. Let's see. Alright. To the prison! Do you know, I don't believe we visited this place for some time. Oh my god, what in the world? This dude is writing down a whole freaking equation. Does that even man? I wonder if there's some trivia on that. 23rd October, local prison cell 11. What's he doing? Oh my! The whole wall of the cell is covered in mathematical equations. Oh my god. And he's still writing more now. Professor, sorry to interrupt. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. And who is this young lady? My name is Susato Mikotoba. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor. Oh, if only I'd met a refined young woman like you sooner. None of this would have happened. No, that's not logical. That makes no sense at all. No, it doesn't. Oh dear. I'm sorry if my presence here upsets you. Oh, stop. I owe you an apology too, Professor. I didn't manage to deliver what I promised you I would in court this morning. Oh no. The whole thing, the whole miserable affair. It all happened because I've been such a complete and utter clot. Professor Hairbrain, what have you been working on in your cell? Oh, you mean that? Oh dear, how embarrassing. I was suddenly struck by an idea, you see, and I simply had to write it down. The wall was all I had to hand. Oh, is it some new hypothesis? Something to surpass super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, maybe? Ah, no, actually. This is my autobiography. What? Your autobiography? How I Was Diddled and Fiddled by Albert Hairbrain. I found I can represent my odd fortunes of only odd numbers in an ambitious setup of simultaneous equations. Really, I'm going to have to pay back all the loans I took for the kinesis machine, you see. So it's going to be a new serial publication from next month, Part 1, An Odd Birth, An Odd Upbringing. You can't beat the man's optimism, that's for sure. I see. Well, I see. Well, for now, would you mind if we talked a little more about the case? Oh, yes, of course. I've been working through the numbers. I was diddled, I was fiddled by the pair of them. By Osmond, and by the aloof engineer, Dreba. We're not going to have to sit through an explanation of all these equations, are we? Enoch Dreba. I wonder if that's a pun or something. Let's see. Right. Before I do anything, flavor text, go. Professor Hairblade, what do you make of this? Oh yes, that's just what we need to prove my hypothesis, isn't it? No. It's nothing to do with your hypothesis, actually. Then take it away. I don't want to be bothered with anything that doesn't assist my science. Alright, keep your abundant hair on. Professor, do you recognize this? Oh, it's Andrew, my faithful friend. How have you been? Are you alright? Nobody's mistreated you, have they? Don't worry, he's being very well looked after. I always rub him with machine oil until he's gleaming. Alright, right. And then when I come to tighten the screw of him, he slips my hand and I can't do it. Haha, it's that age-old problem faced by driver files the world over, isn't it? I really wouldn't know, I'm afraid. So, yeah, the screwdriver's name is Andrew, like we learned yesterday. And identifies as a he screwdriver. Let's not. Alright. How could this have happened? You must feel awful, as well as a man losing his life. The Crystal Tower was greatly damaged too. I know what happened. It must have been that. That? The day before the demonstration, I had my usual meal of frankfurters at the hotel restaurant. When I paid the bill, they gave me 3 shillings too much in change. But instead of saying anything, I just slipped the coins in my pocket. They're still there now. It's divine retribution for my wrongdoing. That's what this is. For a scientist, he has some very illogical anecdotes. Long and illogical. Alright. Ah, fascinating, yes. In Japan, where I come from, it's a symbol of the fence layer. Wearing it is very bracing, I find. Your words make some sense to me, but they are entirely logical. Illogical. What do you mean? Well, for example, I find this white laboratory coat that I wear for my work very bracing too. However, in my case, there is perfectly logical reason for that feeling. Oh really? What is it? I purchased the wrong size by mistake. This one is too small for me. The sleeves, especially, are extremely bracing. I can barely move my wrists. That's what you call logical, is it? Of course, it's entirely logical. That's science, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm gonna prepare some Kool-Aid real quick. All right. How could this have happened? You must feel awful, as well as a man losing his life. The Crystal Tower was greatly damaged too. I know what happened. Must have been that. That. Oh. Same, okay. Experiment sketch. Alright. We're gonna talk to him now. Too bad they didn't add in flavor text to examine the prison cell, like in the previous game. Oh well, there's probably nothing to examine. You know. This morning's trial. Everything I believed in has been turned on its head. My research, Mr. Asman, the kinesis machine, my hypothesis even. I'm sorry it's come to this. There was really no other way. No, it's not your fault. I wanted to protect my work, but in the end, there was nothing worth protecting. It was never my intention to deceive anyone. I didn't want to trick the public. No, of course you didn't. But in court this morning, I realized something. Oh? If you've done something wrong without knowing it, you've still done something wrong. Logically, it makes no difference if you were aware of it or not. Ignorance is a poor excuse. The blame still lies with me. Oh, Professor. Oh, Professor. He believed in me this morning, you know. Baroque did. He lived in my hypothesis. He believed in my hypothesis. Well, I think that was just a necessary factor in the prosecution establishing its case. No, Baroque wouldn't do something like that. I'm sure he genuinely believed it. Did he? I think I understand now why it was that he decided to take on the prosecution in my trial, I mean. Oh, really? Von Zeke's motivation. After the terrible accident happened, nobody would believe in my hypothesis anymore. Not the police, not the prosecution service, not any lawyers even. I feel like I dealt some kind of finishing blow there. So if any other prosecutor had taken the case, if it was anyone other than Baroque, I'm sure the prosecution would have declared my hypothesis a complete and utter nonsense. But in that case, you would have been declared a fraud yourself, Professor. Exactly, which would have been a fate worse than death for me. But Baroque insisted that I was a proper man of science, from start to finish. You think that's why he... I know him very well, indeed. He's an extremely kind-hearted soul. But that extremely kind-hearted soul spent all morning trying to paint you as a murderer, didn't he? Well, admittedly, that part of the analysis appears to have some flaws in it. And what about the whole Reaper side of things? How does that fit in with the kind-hearted soul idea? Mr. Asman. Do you think he set out to trick me from the very start? I'm sorry to say, that does seem likely, yes. When I first met him, he introduced himself as a wealthy financier. He looked over the paper I'd written and said my work would benefit all humanity and must be pursued. He was so enthused. He was so empathetic. But in reality, he was the mastermind of some vast criminal network, it seems. I still can't believe it. As the machine was essentially a set decoration for some stage magic. It probably didn't require a large amount of investment, actually. But the scale of it... it wasn't just some small trick. It was a very elaborate feat of deception. All young scientists are full of hope about their burgeoning ideas, full of zeal. Their burgeoning ideas, full of zeal. But none of us have any money. We want to do research, but we can't afford it. Many of us take on barely legal part-time work to try to earn just a few measly pennies to carry on. Yeah, that's a tough, first, it must be tough to be a scientist. To go through all of that, only to be taken for a complete fool. It's too rotten to believe. It is, I agree. And that's why we had to find those responsible and bring them to justice. Mr. Asman is no more, of course, which leaves only the engineer. Mr. Enoch Drebber. Enoch Drebber. Drebber the engineer. Is he an engineer, or a magician, or a swindler? It was about a year ago when Mr. Aspen first brought Dreba to meet me at my laboratory. Since then, I've met him many times to discuss the details about the Kinesis machine. But at no point did you have any inkling that he was just an but at no point did you have any inkling that he was just an illusionist. Oh, he definitely wasn't just an illusionist. What do you mean? He was a wealth of deep scientific knowledge. There's no question that the man's a genuine scientist. It's instantly apparent in conversation. I see. But the wretched man deceived you, Professor. It's unforgivable. We must do everything we can to find him and bring him to justice. Are there no more clues you can give us as to his whereabouts? I'm sorry, we only ever discussed the Kinesis machine, nothing else. Hmm. Although, just once, I did visit his workshop. Well, there you go. What workshop? Dreber's enormous fabrication laboratory, where he constructed my great machine. Fabrication laboratory? Uh, why didn't you mention this before? Enoch Dreba's workshop. There's every chance we might find the man there. There's every chance we might find the man there. Dreber's workshop. So you've been to Dreber's place of work, then? Yes, just once, you understand. It was an enormous place, plenty of room to construct the Kinesis machine, you see. Where can we find it? We have to go there at once. There's a good chance that we'll find Dreba there. Well, yes, definitely. I'm sure. As in, I'm sure you're not going to want to hear this. But I have absolutely no idea where the workshop is at all. I'm so sorry. I was more than half expecting that. You see, I was blindfolded in the carriage the entire way there. He blindfolded you? He wasn't taking chances then. The place was incredible, the pinnacle of modern engineering. Even the oil he used was the very best. A special French machine oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. Ah, the indescribable scent of that imported oil. Perfumers across the world will forget their secret formula and use that instead. Formulae? Ah, that's another way of saying another spelling of formula. Their secret formula, and use that instead. What do you think, Mr. Sato? Ude machine for your next birthday? Oh, it's O. O de machine. All right. It's pronounced like the English word of O. All right. Oh, the machine for your next birthday. I've never used any kind of perfume, Mr. Naruhodo, and I'm not sure I'd like to start with that. I don't suppose you know even part of the workshop's address, Professor. You don't have a business card from Mr. Dreba, for example? The man was clearly very cautious, Mr. Sato. I'm sure he would never have. Aha! Yes, I do. He gave me his business card once. It's right here. Look. What? Let me see that. Throw etiquette to the wind, why don't you? Enoch Dreba, engineer. I'm afraid that's all it says. There's no address. No? Oh well, I can't say I'm surprised. Still, this could be useful. Dreber's card has been entered into the court record. Dreber's card. Mr. Enoch Dreber's business card. Though it shows only the man's name, there is no address. There's no address. Curses. Okay. Hang on. Curses. Oh, look at that. A splotch. This dark smudge here. I think perhaps it's machine oil. Ah, yes, possibly. Professor Hairbrain mentioned something about the oil Mr. Dreber uses, isn't he? He said it was specially important, very high quality oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. Yes, that's right. But more importantly, that it's more fragrant than the finest perfume. So excuse me a moment. Oh, it doesn't appear to have any scent at all. Don't worry. I expect that's just because there's such a tiny amount on here. Oh, right. It got updated. The details of Dreber's card has been updated. In the court record, Mr. Enoch Dreber's business card, which lists no address for the man. There is a smear of machine oil on the reverse. I'm kind of glad I did that ahead of time. Alright. Okay. Alright, we got his business card. Alright. Let us... Let's go to Lord Chief Justice. Huh? 23rd October, British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. Oh, who's that standing beside Lord Strongheart? I wonder. I've never seen her before. Me either. Hello. Ah, the young champion of the court. You had some success this morning, I understand. And you've thrown the entire government into disarray as a result. I mean... Oh. You mean because of Professor Hairbrain's experiment? Sham science being demonstrated at London's Great Exhibition. The country's been made to look foolish, and now politicians are scrabbling to respond. I mean... Lord Van Zeeks is in Whitehall as we speak, giving an emergency briefing. Oh dear, I didn't mean to cause any trouble. None of this is your responsibility. The government is entirely to blame for having been taken in. I mean, the special dispensation that prevents investigation at the scene will be annulled later today. Once that happens, my forensic investigation team will move in and deal with that scrap metal in no time. It's scrap metal now, is it? Until later then, Lord Strongheart. Oh my god. Her complexion is very white. Yeah, thank you. Wow. Who was that? That was Dr. Courtney Sith, Scotland Yard's esteemed chief coroner. Scythe? Oh, Scythe. Okay. All right. Okay. Courtney Scythe. Wow. That was Dr. Courtney Scythe, Scotland Yard's esteemed chief coroner. She's leading the forensic investigation team's handling of this case. She was just delivering her report about the victim, in fact. Oh, I see. About Mr. Asman. Following the outcome of the trial earlier, I asked the coroner's office to re-evaluate its findings. I don't have time to tell you what she concluded. If you want to know, you'll have to ask her directly. You can find her in the forensics laboratory. Ah, right. Now, what would you hear? What were you here to see me about? I can give you 7 minutes and 39 seconds of my time. So he's not running quite so spectacularly late anymore. Lord Chief Justice. Alright. Let's see. Alright. Here we go. First, flavor text. Just sitting behind that desk must make you feel so important, don't you think? Would you like to have an office like this, Mr. Naruhodo, with such a grand desk? Who, me? No, I don't think so. Oh, well, imagine if you suddenly found yourself needing a toilet. You'd have so far to go. How true. Perhaps the important part who work in Estinations. Hold up. Hold on, that's a tough word. Ostentatious? Ostentatious, okay. Perhaps the important people who work in ostentatious offices like this haven't considered such things. Exaggerated, showy, pretentious display meant to just impress others or attract attention. Perhaps the important people who work in ostentatious offices like this haven't considered such things. I'm going to take that as a compliment. You couldn't read all of these books even if you were reincarnated 6 times over as a bookworm. Can Lord Strongheart really have read all of these? Thinking about it, Father's study is full of books that look as though they've never been read too. Oh really? Peddlers of books are forever pushing their wares on him, you see. And I think he's just too kind-hearted to refuse them. There's a phrase for that in Britain. People would say they saw him coming. It makes me wonder if perhaps the vast number of books on the shelves in here are a sign of Lord Strongheart's overwhelming kind-heartedness. I'm not sure you could afford to have a kind heart if you had to keep Lord Von Zeeks in line, could you? Yeah. Those very European suits of armor are still glaring at each other across the carpet, I see. In a way, they feel like guardians of the Lord Chief Justice's office. I suppose they're rather like the lion dogs that guard shrines in Japan, aren't they? Aren't they a bit too human to be called lion dogs? Did you know that it's a dream of mine to keep two cats one day? I feel as though we've gone on a bit of a tangent, don't you? Susato, I have 7 cats in my household. And speaking of, and here he is, my little mascot. It's Boosh. Hi, Boosh. All right. By the way, Lord Strongheart, about this. The symbol of a defense lawyer in the Japanese judiciary. Oh, I didn't expect you'd know that. We never accept foreign students before first researching the legal systems of their home countries. But such trinkets are merely for show. The only true measure of your worth is your performance in court. Yes, right. Of course. Could I show you this, Lord Strongheart? I'm the Lord Chief Justice. I'm not here to offer advice about evidence. Oh. Especially when the evidence in question is so dull. Ah, so that's the real reason. Alright. Alright, so yeah, I'm not gonna get no flavor text out of him. If I show him anything, except for the, you know, I did show him my armband. Alright. Let's talk to Lord Chief Justice. Meh. The Forensic Investigation Team. What exactly is the Forensic Investigation Team that you mentioned before? The British Empire's police force must have become the most exemplary in the world. For that to happen, it's imperative that we embrace forensic science and everything it has to offer. I first created the Forensic Investigation Team a year ago, now, unofficially of course, to pave the way. An unofficial what? What? Goodness, a year ago. At next month's symposium, I intend to present the results of their work to the world. Once I do that, the House of Lords will be powerless to oppose the creation of a full-scale forensics division. And once that happens, the position of Attorney General will be mine, and criminals will suffer dearly. What do you mean? For too long, those scoundrels have made a mockery of our legal system with false evidence and bribes. But London's scum is about to be rounded up and burnt in the fires of hell. I intend to see to it personally by creating the finest police force the world has ever known to protect our honor and our future. And I am in no way, shape, or form very evil with the way I look, the way I pose, and the way I talk and sound. Lord Chief Justice. Look at those eyes. He means every word. Dr. Seif is an extremely reliable coroner. When I officially established a forensics division at Scotland Yard, she will run it as my right-hand woman. Now then, speaking of the symposium, Miss Biko Toba. Oh, yes, my lord. Your father should be on the high seas as we speak, making his way here to represent the Empire of Japan. Yes, that's right. I understand he will arrive at the beginning of next month. Are you acquainted, Lord Strongheart? With Professor Mikotoba, I mean. It was many years ago now, but yes, I remember Dr. Miko Toba very well. Dr. Miko Toba. If my memory serves, if my memory serves, it was some 15 years ago now that your father came to Britain as a visiting student. It was the year I was born, so yes, 16 years ago in fact. Miko Toba was a young practitioner of forensic science, and Jigoku accompanied him as a young promising judge. Oh, the punctiliousness and politeness of the Japanese at the time impressed us greatly. Punctilious. The punctiliousness and politeness of the Japanese at the time impressed us greatly. Punctilious. Not that I wish to imply impoliteness or carelessness on your part in any way. No, he just is. I didn't think that you were. Dr. Miko Toba studied forensics at one of London's large hospitals. St. Sinners, if I'm not mistaken. Dr. Scythe was also there then, as it happens. Then, Dr. Scythe knows my father, does she? She was a young medical assistant at the time, so I doubt their paths crossed regularly. But I've no doubt that they knew each other superficially. After all, Dr. Miko Toba was here, studying his subject for some 6 years in total. 6 years? That's a long time to be studying abroad, isn't it? Abroad. I lived with my grandmother in those years. So he left his newly born daughter behind and went overseas for 6 whole years? Oh. It was a rather turbulent time at home. Oh. Perhaps father wanted a reason to get away. What do you mean? Why? Oh. Well, clearly something was going on at the time, shucks. Lord Van Zieks. I wanted to ask you about Lord Van Zieks, actually. I heard that his older brother was killed some years ago by a mass murderer known as the Professor, who targeted nobles and royalty. Is that right? You Japanese are a thorough lot. You've done your research well. Yes. And you could say it was that very incident that gave rise to the Reaper. What? Why? When his brother, Clint Van Zieks, was murdered. Clint. It was just after young Baroque had graduated from the University of London and became a prosecutor. When obvious criminals who managed to evade conviction in court started disappearing. Rumors quickly spread throughout the capital. Hang on, come on, Bush. You want to go? Or what? Okay. Okay. My cat is just going around stuff. It's fine. Rumors quickly spread throughout the capital. Londoners started to say that wherever Baroque Van Zieks went, the ghost of his dead brother wasn't far behind. What? Oh my word. So Lord Van Zieks isn't the Reaper. It's the ghost of his brother? Ever since that time, he became a very aloof figure in London's legal circles. Oh yes, Lord Strongheart. Go ahead. It's about Professor Harebrain's experimental machine. We'd like your permission to examine the remains, if possible. Oh, He's looking at his pocket watch. Are you well versed in science, then? Not in the slightest. In fact, you could say I was barely aware of the subject at all until recently. Well, the special dispensation legally preventing investigation of the machine is currently being annulled. To legally declare a contract, agreement, or marriage invalid and void, effectively canceling it as if it never existed. Annul. Within a few hours, Dr. Sife's team of forensic experts will begin their own investigation. But I suppose until then, there's no harm in you looking at the wreckage, as long as you touch nothing. Oh boy, we get to look at it. Well, not touch. Thank you. Being able to look at it is better than nothing. Better than nothing. And I'll be able to see it too. Your time is up. You'll have to excuse me now, I'm afraid. My next engagement calls. We are extremely sorry to have troubled you when you are so busy, my lord. I have important matters to attend to in preparation for the symposium. You understand? Lord Chief Justice. I'm Lord Chief Justice. Blah, 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 blah. I'm so important. Blah, blah, blah. Anyway, a new location has been added. I always feel so nervous here. I would love to ask if I can borrow some books, but I just can't. I wonder if we were given by. I wonder if the evidence we were given by Professor Harebrain will come in useful somehow. Let's see. Let's go to the forensics laboratory. We haven't been here yet, have we? I'm rather excited about it. A forensic science laboratory in the basement of St. Sinner's Hospital, where Chief Coroner Dr. Scythe conducts her work. Oh boy, new location? Oh my god. 23rd October, forensic laboratory. First thing I saw was a skeleton. I believe this is it. Dr. Scythe's laboratory. That chemical smell really assaults the nose. And there's plenty to assault the eyes in here too. It looks as though the doctor isn't here, but we're here now, so we may as well do some sightseeing, don't you think? What a seasoned tourist you become, Miss Susato. We could just have a little look around, being careful not to upset any restless souls. Oh boy. Okay, so here we are. Hang on, everybody. Just checking a little something something. All right. All right. Let's us investigate. Well, look at this. What a magnificent display case. The cherry wood has been polished to a high sheen, and the intricate carving is a joy to behold. Western cabinet makers really are very skilled, aren't they? Do you have nothing to say about the skeleton inside, Mr. Naruhodo? Miss Usato, can't you tell that I'm trying very hard to avoid talking about the terrifying contents of the case? Ah, let's see. Ah, yes, skeleton. Like this one right here, the skull. Ah, yeah, dry bones. Okay, it's how I cope. I'll be sure to remember that from now on. Ducks. Those large jars seem to have pale things floating around inside them. I suppose they're fruit liquors or something, or like the pickled umeboshi plumes we make back home. Ah, father had jars like that in his laboratory as well. I expect they're human organs in a preserving solution, probably as examples of some rare medical condition. Miss Susato, there are some things in the world that it's perfectly fine never to know about. Ever. Oh, so as I said, I'm sure they're fruit liquors or umeboshi, aren't they? Of course. Wow. Look at all the bottles on the shelves in these cabinets. One assortment of chemicals. These ones here are labeled highly toxic. Ugh, that's worrying, because there are also things that look like salt and pepper shakers in there. Oh yes, and they actually say salt and pepper on them. The doctor probably spends a lot of time in this room. I suppose. Perhaps she has meals here sometimes. Life goes on, even when you're surrounded by death. Okay. I suppose this is Dr. Sipe's desk. Ugh, I would not like to work in a place like this. It's very tidy enough, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Imagine how efficiently she must work. The lighting is poor, which is bad for the eyes, and the chemical smell can't be good for you. Not to mention the skeleton watching over you as you work, which is definitely bad for the nerves. Well, yes, those are valid concerns, I suppose. I can just about cope with a one-eyed Daruma doll watching over me, but that's all. That's kind of funny. All right. Let's see. A table and a set of sharp tools, when you consider each in isolation, it all looks quite innocent. So why is it that when you put them side by side, they seem so horribly disturbing? It might be best not to ponder it too deeply. Seeing the large tome that's open on the desk does make me wonder, though. How can anybody concentrate on bookwork with this acrid odor of chemicals in the air? You'd either have to have a cast iron constitution or a really terrible sense of smell. Shucks. Let's see. Ah, a book. That looks like an owl and a crow up there. I know, and they haven't even twitched since we came in here. Well now, they wouldn't have. They're taxidermy mounts, Mr. Naruhodo. Ugh, I was afraid you were going to say that. I've been trying very hard to tell myself they're just sleeping with their eyes open. Yes, I think perhaps you were wise to put something like your Daruma doll on display in the office instead. I mean, I wouldn't want freaking taxidermy anything. Alright, let's just inspect the book. Look at this big, thick book here. Ah, it appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh, what is it? It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but, well, one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month. The heck? Five? 500? They must be working really hard on dissecting corpses. I don't know. Judicial autopsies are only carried out in certain special circumstances. And scalpel blades can be sharpened too. It does seem a bit strange. You're right. 500 scalpels a month. What could they possibly be using all them for? Good question. What are you doing? Uh-oh. Ah. Uh-oh. There's Dr. Courtney Scythe. She's got a cool design. Sorry, we, had something we wanted to ask you, but you weren't here, so... So you thought you'd snoop around? That's acceptable to you people from the East, isn't it? Is it? Oh my. Courtney Scythe, 39, Scotland Yard coroner, leader of the forensic investigation team, and one of Lord Strongheart's most trusted allies. Oh boy. Well, what do you want? Lord Strongheart told us, you see, that it was you who examined the victim's body. Mr. Osmond's body, I mean. So we came to ask you about your findings. On Lord Strongheart's advice. Very well. If the Lord Chief Justice has given his consent, I'll tell you what our investigation revealed. Oh boy. But when we're done, you must leave immediately. Oh my. Okay. Hmm. So. Alright. Let's see here. Um. Let's talk about, before we talk about stuff, let me show you my armband. Dr. Scythe, would you be good enough to take a look at this? Oh, you think I'm good enough, do you? No, I didn't mean. So I'm not good enough? In that case, why would you show me anything? Ugh, clearly you're too good for me to show you anything again, ever. Alright, so she's not gonna be having it. If I showed her anything. I don't think I'm gonna be getting flavor text out of her. What if I were to show you a picture of this dead body? Nope. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Alright. I'm just gonna talk to her. Alright, converse. Your findings. So, you want to know what the forensic investigation team determined from its examination of the scene? Oh, the victim, Dr. Odi Asbin, who disappeared from the experimentation stage amid an explosion, and the Mr. Asbin, who appeared moments later, partway up the Crystal Tower. Were without question one and the same person. That is the team's conclusion. Okay. But that can't be right. If it was an elaborate trick, we could only speculate about how it was carried out. Let's see. If two people who looked very similar to each other were involved, they could have made it appear as if one single person had switched places, couldn't they? Very true, but sadly in this instance, that was not the case. The man who disappeared and the man who subsequently reappeared was the same person. The fingerprints at the scene make that quite evident. Oh, fingerprints. They're not yet officially recognized as forensic evidence in the British justice system. But one day, they will be used as an investigative aid as a matter of course. I mean, oh my, but that would mean that the instantaneous kinesis actually took place. So where does that leave us? My team was tasked with investigating, not drawing conclusions. Instantaneous kinesis is impossible, and yet the body did move from one place to the other. This hasn't cleared anything up at all. It's made the whole thing even more of a mystery. Indeed. What the? Oh, cool, it's a plague doctor mask. Mama, what is this? Ah, where did she spring from? And did she just call the doctor Mama? What the? This is the lawyer, dear. Oh, hello, to meet you. Pleased to meet you. Yes, I'm a defense lawyer. Rinosuke Naruhodo. Mama, yes. Can I cut this one up? Oh my god, she's sadistic. What? No, please. I've never seen it inside an Eastern person before. I want to know what it looks like. I'm still alive. Of course you can't. It's a live specimen, as you can very well see. Humph. Boring. I think I just had a near-death experience. Yep. Oh dear, Mr. Naruhodo, you're as pale as a corpse. Then let's leave before I'm mistaken for one. Yes. Let's get out of here. Hang on. We can actually talk to her again, if we want. So, what are you doing at the moment, Doctor? Keeping a close eye on things so no impertinent Easterners think they can look around my office. Are there such impertinent Easterners around? How terrible. Yes, you. She doesn't mince her words, Mr. Sato. She doesn't mince her words, Mr. Sato. I think perhaps it's time we left. Yes, I agree. Let's go. Man. Alright. Yeah, let's go move. It feels somewhat cooler down here, doesn't it? It sure does. Alright. We shall now go to the experimentation stage. October 23rd, the Great Exhibition Grounds, foot of the Crystal Tower. Oh, there's Gina and a dog. That's adorable. I had no idea there were so many people in the world. I mean, I know what you mean. It's really packed here today. It feels as though it's taken us 2 hours just to make our way through the crowds to this point. Has it? I shut my brain down so I didn't really notice, to be honest. Gosh, I do wish I had your absence of mind sometimes, Mr. Naruhodo. There you are. I had a feeling you lot would show your mugs before long. Oh, there you are. I had a feeling you lot would show your mugs before long. Oh, Inspector Gregson. I see you're hard at work as usual. Warm greetings to you. I do hope you've been keeping well since last we met. What's it for the ceremony? We just saw each other in court this morning. Not you, Sunshine. The gentlewoman so loyally at your side. Oh. Why, thank you, Inspector. How good of you to notice. He might be a bit rough around the edges, but he's still a proper English gentleman at heart, I suppose. As you've probably guessed, we were hoping to investigate the scene some more. Right, well, that's the young trainee's domain. Oi, get over here, Gina. Oh, doggy. She seems to be busy playing with a puppy, probably giving it a traditional East End training. Gina? She's a police officer now? Amazing, isn't it? She's a good kid, actually. Holds in the right place anyway. She's got the detection bug, if you ask me. Yup, I think she'll follow in my footsteps nicely. What do you mean? I'm being transferred. It's time for me to say toodle-oo to London. Oh no, really? That's a bit sudden, isn't it? I had no idea. Where are you going to be posted then? We'll come to see how you're getting along. Haha, not likely. Well, you're welcome to try. If you don't mind a trip to France, that is. To France? I'll be working in the Paris Police Prefecture. Should be right up my alley. But France, it's an entirely different country. I don't understand. Why would you be sent there? That's the way the adult world works, Sunshine. Now don't go poking your nose in where it's not wanted. I'm intending to take the kid with me when I go. What? You're taking Gina to Paris? Well, I can't leave her here in London. Who knows what become of her? I suppose he's worried she'd slip back into slipping her hands into people's pockets and purses. I don't think he's worried about her pickpocketing, Mr. Naruhodo. I think he's worried about the Reaper. Oh, of course. So, that's playing on Inspector Gregson's mind too, is it? Anyway, I haven't mentioned any of this to Gina, so don't go blabbing, you hear me? No, of course not. I've got to keep that diving diva safe and sound until all this is over at least. Oi, did you just call me a bloomin' diving diva again? So you heard that, did you? Right, well, any questions about the scene? You could put them to my capable detective diva here. Wow. Alright, you heard the boss. Inspector Lestrange's in charge here now. I suppose I better keep my word and not mention anything about Paris. So, Gina, you got a new dog, have you? Oh my god, adorable. Isn't he great? Toby's his name. Toby. I wonder if it's, you know, Toby, Tobias. Oh, how delightful. He's absolutely adorable. Yes, the dog does seem lovely. We love our animals in the Ace Attorney world. But it's not the not-so-lovely Inspector Gregson that's playing on my mind, to be honest. Alright. Let's see. Alright. Alright, here we go. Ah, the Crystal Tower. I can't believe I'm seeing it at such close proximity with my own eyes. You've really been looking forward to the great exhibition, haven't you, Mr. Sato? Oh yes, when I found out that I had to return to Japan, I'm afraid I cursed my luck. But here you are, back in London, gazing up at the magnificent tower. I know. Perhaps I was wrong to curse my luck so harshly. What a shame that the symbolic landmark of the great exhibition has been damaged like that. Yes, unfortunately, the birdcage crashed in the most prominent position possible. It's the gods giving us a warning, if you ask me. Man must travel under his own steam, and not cut corners with instantaneous kinesis. But imagine what might have happened if the birdcage had landed in a slightly different location. The death toll could have been far worse. So I think perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. Well, the gods are benevolent, obviously. I did say it was just a warning. Man must travel under his own steam, or next time, bird cages will rain down on all of you. Your faith is much stronger than I realized. Well, how do you think I passed the entrance exam for Yume University? It wasn't by studying alone. Here's the scorching on the ground that you mentioned. Yes, there's what's left of the green balloon's envelope. All clear evidence of the balloon that exploded on the day of the incident. Poor Professor Hairbrain. I do feel sorry for him that his dreams have been shattered like this. Someone's well and truly burst his bubble, as it were. Ha ha ha. I made a funny. Ouch, I'm a bad person. You are. Okay. Okay, we're gonna talk to Gina shortly. The stage up there is where the experiment was set up. It's very high, isn't it? About 30 feet, I believe. Or 9 meters if you prefer. Straining your neck to see up to it starts to hurt after a while, isn't it? Yes, we need to get up there and look around properly. Although, if I'm honest, climbing all those stairs makes my chest hurt. Oh dear, I think perhaps you should exercise more, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. Alright, let's converse, or let's present. Hold up. For funsies. I'm a defense lawyer. And this badge is proof that I'm a detective. So you're all gonna have to start calling me Inspector Lestrade. This armband is proof, in Japan at least, that I'm a defense lawyer. This badge is proof that I'm a detective. So you're all gonna have to start calling me Inspector Lestrade. In that case, you'll have to start calling me, well, anything but Otto. I could call you a defendant, not an Otto, if you like, but it don't really trip off the tongue. No, it doesn't have a great ring to it, does it? Nope. Oh. Hang on. Can we converse? Investigating the scene. Okay. That was weird. That wasn't real. Gina. We were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again. Yeah, alright. If it's around here, you can do what you like. Oh, that's alright, is it? I'm gonna be playing with me new friend here. Ah, yes, Toby. Oh, Toby. Woof. The machine that exploded must be at the top of those stairs, I presume? I haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind... Sorry, you can't go up there, Suze. Oh? She called her Suze. It's like I told Otto yesterday. Even I ain't allowed near that wreck. What's it called again? The reason we ain't supposed to touch it? The Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. Is that what you were thinking of? That's the one. That's why only them lot are allowed to investigate it. What are they called again? The forensic something? The forensic investigation team. Is that what you were thinking of? That's the one, yeah. But isn't it the case that the special dispensation has been lifted? I think so. I don't really get it. To be truthful with ya, you're still supposed to get permission from some big wig or other, as far as I know. What was his name again? Lord Strange something? Lord Chief Justice. I'm not sure that's quite right, Gina. I think you mean Lord Strongheart, perhaps. Lord Strange. That's the one, yeah? Apparently he's always watching the time or something. Actually, we've just recently been to see Lord Strongheart. Eh? You what? You met him? More times than we can count. Last time the boss was called to go and see him, he waited for 3 hours at the Cove's office and came back sniveling. Tragic. Tragic. Well, Lord Strongheart has given us permission to examine the scene, as long as we touch nothing. Oh yeah? Honestly. Alright then, go ahead, but if it turns out you're lying, it'll be the boss who gets it. He'll never eat another chip again in his life. Oh. So you're still saying all this is above board, are ya? I'm sure everything will be fine. That really would be tragic. Alright then, them's the stairs, off you go. Oh, thank you, Cheetah. Today's trial. It was great, weren't it? I had a right laugh. It was a new one on me, that. You know, being in court and not spending the whole time worrying about I'm about to be found out. Well, because you're not a suspect. You did keep an awful lot of secrets in all your previous court appearances, didn't you? Yeah, and Otto's made things hard for me every single time and all. Just doing my job, Gina. But watching someone else get it in the neck is a lot of fun, actually. It was amazing when you showed that dodgy professor's dodgy experiment was a total fix. The dodgy professor, as you put it, Gina, is Mr. Naruhodo's client. Yes, I'm starting to wish he wasn't, though. It's the boss I feel sorry for, sent off to do the impossible. What do you mean? He's supposed to arrest that other co-venti and in time for tomorrow and all. You know, the dodgy engineer. What is his name again? Mr. Dreba, you mean? Enoch Dreba. That's the one, yeah. So the police are looking for this mysterious man with the black monocle. I guess they would be. It's putting too much of the boss, if you ask me. He says it's giving him gut ache. He says it's giving him a gut ache. Oh dear, but I wonder if that isn't actually from all the fried food. Probably. The engineer's whereabouts. So Scotland Yard are trying to track down Mr. Enoch Dreba. I wonder if they've had any luck. He's really funny looking. Got two eyes but don't match. Stole a glimpse of a picture of him earlier. I mean, I did actually pinch it or nothing. The old devil's got it. Sorry, who? You know, that scowling reaper, what's always glogging down glasses. Oh, that Lord Red Plonk. Ah, Lord Van Zeeks. He's always had it in it for me, that cove. Don't know what he's always scowling about, mine. Probably would have been a pretty good boss as it goes. She'd rather be the Reaper's apprentice than a detective's trainee. The way I see it, if the choice is between a chip-guzzling detective and a chalice-glugging demigod, you're equally badly off of both. That's kind of funny. I suppose you're right. I hadn't thought of it like that. Glad we put that one to bed. Anyway, the point is, everyone at the yard's dead set on finding the fishy engineer. But there don't seem to be no clues to go on, so they're stuck. There's nothing that can lead us to Dreba at all. Toby the dog. And we do have something. Where did you find that little mutt then, Gina? Oi, don't be so flaming rude, Otto. Slight overreaction, don't you think? He ain't no mutt, alright, Toby's? How did they put it? Oh yeah, a bona fide detective. Sorry? I've given him a proper title and everything. It's Chief Inspector Toby to you. Aww. Chief Inspector Toby. More senior than Inspector Gregson, is he? Oh, so he's a police dog, is he? The police recruit dogs now? I've heard that they're already being used officially in Germany as part of their city policing. They're used for chasing criminals and such like. They have a wonderful sense of smell, after all. I have a fairly good sense of smell myself, as it happens. I can tell undergarments that have been freshly laundered from undergarments that haven't. Ah, that's nothing compared to this little fellow, Otto. Oh, really? According to what the boss said, once Toby got a good whiff of your drawers, he could chase that scent to the other side of the world. What? To the other side of the world? You mean? He can swim? Mr. Naruhodo, I think you may have missed the point by rather a wide margin. Margin. I just can't believe this little dog has such an incredible skill. I'm telling you, Otto, there's gonna be more and more dogs doing their bit for the police in future. Yay. Yes, I agree. Right, one of these days, they'll be barking orders at us lot, not the other way around. Furries! Oh dear, sorry Gina, I don't think I agree with your vision quite that much. Oh, come on. Well, anyway, whatever you think about that, Toby here is Britain's first police dog. I found him down the East End the other day. Someone had just chucked him out on the street. Oh. There you go. I knew she'd lifted him from somewhere. Oh, come on. Toby was abandoned. Oh, Gina, you're such a kind-hearted soul, aren't you? To children and to animals. It's beautiful. All right. All right. All right. We're gonna show her. Let's see. Gina, have a look at this photograph. It's amazing looking down on everything from up there. I love how it places me. Really? If I'm honest, I can't stand looking down at the ground when I'm high up. I always have to look up. Jane, I want to show you what it's like, but there ain't no point now. Why not? If all you're gonna do is look up at the sky, I ain't gonna be able to look down on ya. With ya. Sorry. I ain't gonna be able to look down on ya with ya. Sorry. I mean, I don't look down on ya or nothing. If you don't want to do it, it's your choice. I didn't think I'd ever go up in a balloon, to be honest. Not my whole life. But now I'm starting to think I might like to. Alright, we got some nice flavor text out of that. Alright, and now to get a lead on... What's his face? Drebber. About this, Gina. Yeah. Still learning me letters at the moment. Toby is a half spaniel and half lurcher. Brown and white in color. In the home story, the sign of 4. Oh, that's cool trivia. Thank you for telling me that. Yeah, I'm still learning me letters at the moment. I only know A to E. So, if it ain't too much bleed trouble... Ah, actually, Gina, it's the back of the car that's important. Eh? Algum. It's just a dirty old smudge in the back, that's all. It turns out that this is a very high quality French machine oil. It has a very particular scent, apparently. You don't say. Let's have a whiff then. You sure? I don't smell nothing. No, we didn't mean that you should smell it. All right. You mean Toby. Oh, that's cute. Oh. His sense of smell is so good, he can track people over the oceans, can't he? Professor Hairbrain informs us that this oil is unique to Mr. Drebber's workshop. Oh, it's Toby sniffing. I think he's picked up a scent. So you mean, if he follows the scent of this oil, Toby could lead us to that dodgy Cove's workshop? Well, yeah, that's right. That's exactly what we were hoping. All right then, we'll give it a go. I'll just borrow that. What? Wait, what did you want to pickpocket? If if I can lead everyone to that Zeba's workshop, I'll be the boss's boss before next week. Oh yes, Gina. I'm sure you'll be promoted. Poor Gregson. Oh, it's sad. Right then, Otto, leave it to me. Sorry. We're gonna get going after that dodgy engineer cove right this minute. Oh, but hang on. Someone's supposed to be on guard duty here all the time. I'm afraid we can't help. We need to get on with our investigation as well, Gina. Oh, right. Oh well, never mind. It ain't gonna be me. It ain't gonna be me what gets it in the neck. It'll be the boss. Poor Gregson. Again. Ready, Toby? Got that oil scent? Have ya? Come on then, boy. See you later. Oh, that's so cute. I do hope the scent of that oil leads them to that swindler's workshop. Yes, I hope so too. Ideally before the dog swims across the channel to France. Jeez, I hope it won't be that far. Alright. Let's see. Alright. And now we shall go up thy stairs. These stairs lead up to the experimentation stage. Let's go and see what we can find. Let's also see what we can find out. 23rd October, the Great Exhibition Grounds experimentation stage. We can find out. Oh my, so this is the machine. Oh my, so this is a machine. That was used to deceive people into thinking instantaneous kinesis had taken place. Yes, that's right. Or rather, it was the machine. It's a little worse for wear at the moment. What extraordinary lengths Professor Harebrain went to in order to obtain the research grant? No. The professor was strict as well. He didn't know anything about it. Yes, of course. It is amazing though, isn't it? The scale of the whole affair is so very British. You're right about that. You never see such a grand deception in Japan, that's for sure. Oh look, is that? Oh snap, it's Count Dracula. Lord Van Zeeks? So I think we're more or less done here, aren't we? Shall we, Mr. Sato? Already? He is the Reaper, remember? We do well to keep our distance, I think. But we have permission to be here, from the top. We're perfectly well allowed to investigate this machine, as long as we don't touch anything. From the top? Do you mean Lord Strongheart? Exactly. So we can stay here and stare at this wreckage for as long as we like. She could have been at the center of the explosion here, and it would have bent her steel will. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Okay. So. What a terrible explosion must have been. Even the steel gutters have buckled and twisted in the blast. And what they call the bird cage is right in the middle of it all, just here. But look, Mr. Naruhodo, That metal grill on the floor. Looks as though it's designed to open. It does, doesn't it? If the floor had opened at the precise moment the explosion occurred, the birdcage could have dropped through and disappeared from sight. I don't think there's any doubt that this was a very elaborate hoax, is there? One moment, everybody. Just having a little Oreo break. Alright. Look at the horn shape. Look at that horn shaped transmitting device. Isn't it amazing? That's exactly what I thought when I first saw it. It makes you think, doesn't it? If only it had just been a normal horn, none of this would have happened. That's almost exactly what I thought as well. I bet I can predict what you're going to say next in that case. You're about to say, nothing ever goes to plan, aren't you? Oh no, I would never say something like that. However much I look at them, I just can't come to terms with those tamale handballs floating in the sky. You've been glaring at them constantly since we came up here. Sorry, the feelings of wanting to ride in one and wanting never to set foot in one are fighting it out inside me. But if you don't look where you're walking, you might fall off the stage. I don't think I'd notice. That's how fiercely the battle inside me is raging. I think you should make peace with riding in one, Mr. Naruhodo. It really wouldn't be much safer that way. Alright. Just want to get all the flavor text. I hear that a ride on the Ferris wheel is a favorite romantic outing among young London couples. I think the romance will be slightly spoiled by the abject terror, personally. But then I'm not a Londoner. I'm not a Londoner. Londoner. Are you a little scared of heights, Mr. Naruhodo? Londoner. It's not that I'm scared, not at all. It's just that staying on the ground seems so much safer. Well, perhaps I shall have to ask Iris and Mr. Sholmes to accompany me on it in that case. When you put it like that, part of me does want to give it a try. Oh dear, it is complicated for you, isn't it? Oh, isn't it exhilarating? All this different architecture from all corners of the world. It does make you feel a bit like an explorer, doesn't it? I know it's all subjective, but the onion-shaped roofs have rather caught my attention personally. It is very subjective, isn't it? Japanese buildings with a wood and paper construction have excellent ventilation, and I've realized that British buildings being made from brick and stone are very strong and long-lasting. The more you know about how things are done in other countries, the more you understand your own, I feel. Oh yes, I do agree with you there. But I can't help wondering what an onion does for the roof of a building. I mean, I suppose it's playing on my mind because I don't like the taste of onions. You really oughtn't let your taste in vegetables dictate your taste in roofs, Mr. Naruhodo. Silly. Alright. Well, we're gonna inspect the bird cage now. This wasn't here yesterday. Really? But if I'm not mistaken, it's the cage in which the victim was standing before he was apparently beamed through the air. That's right, the bird cage. According to what Professor Hairblade said in court, it's made of wood. Or more precisely, Japanese cypress, I think. And despite having been in an explosion and then falling from a great height, it's relatively unharmed. What wonderfully durable construction, wouldn't you say, Mr. Naruhodo? I'd understood that the forensic investigation team had taken it away yesterday to examine it. I suppose they must have brought it back here when they'd finished their work. But sadly, not with the body inside it. No, that's right. I know we were given strict instructions not to touch anything, but still. This is too important a piece of evidence to overlook. We might need it for the trial. Wooden bird cage for the machine. The bird cage for the machine has been entered into the court record. Wooden bird cage. The wooden cage that was used for Professor Harebrain's experiment. This cage, with the victim inside, crashed down into the crystal tower. Alright. Let us... Oh, hold on. Okay, yeah. Okay, before we talk to Count Dracula over there, I want to check out the cage. Oh. Ah, look here, Mrs. Sato. Oh yes, the wood's cracked and broken a little. I suppose because it fell from such a height? Yes, from the height of that which the balloon was flying, down into the crystal tower below. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters, leaving the man inside tragically dead. Oh right, it got updated. The details of the wooden bird cage have been updated in the court record. The wooden cage that was used for the demonstration, it crashed down with the victim inside into the crystal tower, causing damage to its base. That is unfortunate. And it looks like there's nothing else to inspect about the cage. That was the only thing to inspect, thankfully. Man. Like the last game and this game, again, it's so satisfying inspecting, you know, the evidence, because the evidence gets updated, and like, you know, that's also something to be mindful of too. Alright. Noripa, Count Dracula, Baroque von Zieks. Oh, least approachable man in the world, winner, 10 years in a row. Be strong, Mr. Naruhodo. Your country and your assistant stand firm behind you. Lord von Zieks? Ah, snap. Hello. What? Well... Beautiful weather we're having, isn't it? I thought I was making it quite clear that I didn't want to be disturbed. Apparently you Nipponese are unequipped to lead the signs. Oof. Oh, I read them. So what are you doing here? Entry to this area is prohibited. Ah, well, the thing is... Lord Chief Justice Strongheart granted us permission to investigate, on the condition that we didn't disturb anything. And yet you managed to disturb me. I mean... Ah, you're a person. Never mind. State your business then. Come to think of it, there are quite a few things I'd like to ask Lord von Zieks about. Not least of which is that awful case. Even though it's nothing to do with this, his brother. Ask away, Mr. Naruhodo. You don't know unless you try. I mean, she's not wrong. Alright. Here goes. Your brother Clint. So, Clint. Was the name of your older brother, I understand, Lord von Zieks. You Nipponese. I always have to be on guard whenever you're around. So, you've been investigating me, have you? Oh, no, it's not like that. Well, alright, it is a bit like that. My older brother was also a prosecutor. He was the pride of the Van Zieks family. Ah, his older brother. But tragically, a vicious killer took him from us. The professor, you mean? Why laugh? Is something funny? That's the extent of what you've discovered, is it? I shouldn't be surprised. Sorry, there's more to it then? Lackluster work is very much your trademark, isn't it? Oh, you're too kind. Are you going to tar all Nipponese with the same brush next? Go tell me, what's your interest in that historic incident? As it happens, Lord Von Zieks, there's a rather curious case that's come to our attention. Are you aware of the Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork by any chance? I am, naturally. I believe that since last month, I feature in one of the displays there, for public scorn. What? Of course the infamous Reaper of the Bailey will have to be exhibited, wouldn't he? Well, a particular waxwork has been stolen from the place and held for ransom. A particular waxwork? Wait, you mean? Yes, it's the professor. Mr. Sholmes is investigating the case as we speak. I was unaware of that. He's turned as white as a sheet. Enoch Jareba. Are the police trying to locate the engineer, Mr. Jareba, already? Surely that goes without saying. We're very keen to see him found as well. The trouble is, we don't have much to go on aside from this description of the man we heard in court earlier. Which, according to Professor Hairbrain, was of a tall, thin gentleman who has straight white hair and wears a black monocle. So I was just wondering. I mean, I realize it's probably not possible, but we'd very much appreciate any more clues you can give us. Wow, Susato-san really knows how to take the bull by the horns. Yep. Fine. Why not? I have a photograph of a man here from an investigation 10 years ago. What the? So it appears he already had that black monocle at the time. Oh, there it is. What? Oh, nothing. I was just surprised that you shared that with us. We all need the man's testimony in court tomorrow, which means we have to do everything we possibly can to track him down in the short time available. So why wouldn't I show you the photograph? What is it about Lord Van Zieks? Sometimes I just can't work him out at all. The photograph of Drebber has been entered into the court record. Oh wow. Photograph of Drebber, a photographic print of the engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber. It's hard to make out, but he appears to be wearing a monocle with black glass. Wow. He dipped. Oh my god, it's you, masked man. Hold on. What design? Ah, the file I requested for the trial tomorrow. Thank you. Are you alright? Who is this man, Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Van Zeke's apprentice, apparently. So I'm not the only one. Susato-san can see it too. Lord Van Zeeks, may we speak with your apprentice for a moment? Uh-oh. With him? Why? Uh, Kazuma-sama! What? What? Kazuma? I don't believe it. Your posture, your presence. It can only be. It's you, isn't it, Kazuma-sama? I felt something strange the very first time I encountered this cloaked figure, as if I knew him somehow. Can it really be you, Kazuma? Well, but wait! Too late. What's going on here? Your apprentice. What is your interest in my apprentice exactly? You act as if you know the man or something. Well, since when has he been in your care? I don't recall you having an apprentice before I left Britain 6 months ago. Lord Strongheart introduced him to me about 3 months ago now, with instructions to mentor him as a prosecutor. But he didn't tell you why, did he? The man appears to be suffering from amnesia. He's forgotten every last detail about himself. What? He has amnesia? Tomorrow, he will appear in court at my side. What? He's to serve as my judicial assistant on Lord Strongheart's orders. What? He'll be in court with us? Now then, unless I'm much mistaken, I believe this conversation has run its course. Oh, yes, thank you. I definitely saw a reaction there. When Susato-san called out like that, it really seemed to hit a nerve. When she called out Kazuma-sama. You'd already met that masked man, hadn't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, yesterday. In fact, at Lord Van Zeke's office. I see. And if Kazuma-sama really is still alive, it means that Mr. Sholmes lied to us. I know. We're going to need to speak to him about that. Oh my god. You're going to have to leave now. The forensic investigation team are due to arrive shortly. If they find you here, it will cause problems. What sort of problems? Foreign affairs problems. Well, we could do without that. Alright, we'll be on our way. Let's go, Mr. Sato. Of course. Well, I think we've done all the investigating we can here for now. If we could just determine the whereabouts of Mr. Dreba. I'm sure Gina and little Toby won't let us down. Now then, do you think we ought to try to speak with Mr. Sholmes at this point? We have things to discuss, and I'm dying to meet him again after all these months. Yes, it's quite possible he might know something useful. You're right. We ought to find him at Madame Tuspel's. He's supposed to be working there as a temporary waxwork exhibit. Yes, Iris told me all about his latest unusual venture. Yes, very unusual. Alright, okay. Here goes. Convert low to see the great exhibition with my own eyes. I feel so fortunate. Alright, Madame Tuspel's. Let's go. 23rd October, Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxworks. Oh my, no wonder it's called the House of Horrors. I'd like to turn on my heels and go straight home, via the confectionery. Being scared makes you crave sweets. I can understand that. Oh. But you know, there's something about that waxwork over there. It looks exactly like Mr. Sholmes, down to the very last detail. Aha! What is it? Oh, sorry. I think you'll find that's the temporary waxwork himself. Oh, hello. Ah, the friend of my dedicated employee. Oh, yes. Hello again. It's Renosuke. Renosuke Naruhodo. I must say, I am quite spellbound by the great detective. He is a marvel. My precious waxwork is already back where it belongs. You don't mean? But yes, the mystery is solved already. Wow, Mr. Sholmes can really engage his brain when he's hungry enough. So as you can see, he has returned to his habitual duties. Yes. His habitual duties. Others, do not disturb. Uh, well, so, in French. Poor Susato-san, she looks very perplexed. All right, first order of business. We're going to examine the ladder, or step ladder. Ah, there's a step ladder there. Look. Oh, yes, a step ladder. I think perhaps we should let the proprietress know that someone's left it out. The step ladder, I mean. Is something wrong? Why do I feel as though I just managed to sidestep an argument? The top rung. We did it, everybody. Yay. We got another silly achievement. Alright. Oh, what a horrifying scene. A murderer caught in a grisly act. I know, and in case you were wondering, it's the one with the big knife that's supposed to be the killer. I don't think anybody would be in any doubt about that, surely. And did you know that according to the description, the bathtub at the back has no particular significance? What? Really? I would have thought it was meant to show that the killer also worked in the bathhouse peddling criminal wares. Aha, we have a new theory. I like the sound of the violin in this track. It's pretty good. Ah yes, the heavy curtains in the middle of the House of Horrors. Whatever's on the other side of them, you just know it's going to be terrifying, don't you? The sign says it's the Madame Tuspel special exhibit. It seems you have to pay extra to go inside. I know. Can you believe that? Pay more money. As if we haven't been scared enough already. It's not my doing, Mr. Naruhodo. Sure, it's not. I mean, it's not. That old policeman isn't here now, obviously. I still can't believe he just happened to be on the journey, though. Me too. I'd understood that London has a population of 6 million people, and yet, you do seem to run into the same people disproportionately often, don't you? Jack the Ripper. That one's posture reveals his weakness. This one's posture reveals his weakness. Sorry, the killer's stance leaves him wide open to attack. I'm quite sure I could see him off. With a Susato takedown, then a Susato squash, and finally, a Susato smash. Right. If that doesn't render the culprit unconscious, a Susato slam should finish him. A Susato slam? Oh, I'm sorry. It's rather hard to explain. Leave yourself open slightly, and I'll demonstrate. Absolutely not. Yeah, I think Susato can take down Jack the Ripper. I've seen stranger things. We really do need to speak to Mr. Sholmes. I am longing to say hello again. But where is he? Oh, there's that stance. I love that stance. I think you might find that he's quite nearby, actually. Oh, what do you... Indeed, my dear fellows, it is I, the world-famous great detective at Waxwork, Sherlock Sholmes. Oh, she's fainted. Susato-san! Susato-san! Oh no. Way to go, Herlock. My most humble apologies. I thought I died and gone to eternal paradise for a moment, via London. Oh no. My dear madame, allow me to make amends by offering you a tasty free deduction at some point. As long as it's not of questionable street food quality. I don't understand. Why are you working as a waxwork here, Mr. Sholmes? Money. Merely a secret identity, you understand? Though the case is largely solved now. And for money. Largely solved? We're talking about the waxwork abduction, I presume? Indeed we are, my good fellow. As I predicted, it was as easy as proverbial pie. Though I confess, I'm yet to partake of a pie, proverbial or otherwise, or any food so far today, for that matter. Rumble, rumble. That stomach rumble echoed around the whole museum. So how did you manage to solve it so quickly? Ah, well, do remember I said it was largely solved. Anyway, I simply negotiated with the culprit. Are you familiar with the so-called telephone? Oh yes, it's a most modern invention, allowing you to hold a conversation with people far away. In Japan, only the imperial capital and a handful of other cities are connected as yet. This morning, a telephone call was received here from the perpetrator of the abduction. As such, I was able to negotiate the terms, and in the end, the waxwork was returned. That's amazing. Just between you and I, it would appear the culprit had always intended to return the stolen waxwork in any event. Oh, but I thought whoever was responsible had demanded a ransom, no? Yes, I think perhaps the ransom demand was necessary to avoid unwanted suspicion regarding the true motive. But does that not mean your negotiating was entirely unnecessary? fact that I must ask you to keep from Madame Tuspel's at all costs. A hungry young Iris awaits my return to Baker Street after all. Poor Iris. Yeah, she's hungry. Now then, do I sense that you have some business with this great waxwork? Maybe. Let's see. Alright. Alright, we're going to talk to Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes, about this. As you will see, I'm rather busy at the moment. If it's advice you seek, come to my office tomorrow, and I should be happy to help you. Shall we say, pence per item, as a consolation fee. That's 2 hours of gas, that is. Alright, we're going to converse. Enoch Dreba. We're in the process of trying to track somebody down. Oh? Yes, a man by the name of Enoch Dreba. He's a swindler who duped Professor Hairbrain and the engineer who built the kinesis machine. A swindler and an engineer, quite the modern man. He also seems to be a conjurer of sorts too, with considerable knowledge of stage magic. We really need to locate him before the trial resumes tomorrow morning. But we have so few clues to go on, that's the trouble. Do you have any good ideas? I have no data yet. It is a capital mistake to have good ideas before one has data. If I knew something of the man's appearance, at least I may be in a better position to help. Yes, Dreba's appearance. Fortunately for you, however, presently I have little to occupy myself, little to fill my stomach. As soon as you find any clue, no matter how small, I should gladly give you my thoughts on it. I do have a clue. We're going to talk about Kazuma's death next. Mr. Sholmes, did you lie to us? My dear Mr. Naruhodo, stay that piercing stare. What is this about? Last winter, when we were first on our way to Britain aboard the steamship. Your words are very clear. Your words are very clear. So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. You told us that it was murder, and you examined Kazuma-sama's body. Indeed. And wherein lies a problem? We met him earlier today, the victim, Kazuma Asogi. You're quite sure? He was wearing some sort of mask, and was apparently suffering from amnesia. But yes, I'm quite sure it was Kazuma-sama. You must have known at the time, Mr. Sholmes, that he wasn't actually dead. Well, I can only assume I was swept up in the murderous atmosphere of the moment. But the fellow wasn't dead at all. Ah ha 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 ha! Priceless! What? I don't suppose that performance would pass muster, would it, Mr. Naruhodo? I could believe that the crewmen present at the time made a mistake. But not you, Mr. Sholmes. I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. Please, Mr. Sholmes. Tomorrow in court, you will find yourself on the threshold of a very great mystery. For now, I'm afraid that is all I can say. Of course. Alright, we're gonna present photograph of Drebber. Boom. Mr. Sholmes, would you cast your eyes over this photographic print? It's of Mr. Inakjeba, the face of the engineer we seek. Well, all Englishmen look broadly the same, of course. So looking at the photograph won't be particularly instructive. What? Are you alright, Mr. Sholmes? Ah, yes, forgive me. Very interesting, very interesting indeed. What's wrong, Mr. Sholmes? You've turned quite pale all of a sudden. I have a suggestion, Mr. Naruhodo. Will you indulge me? Oh, well, what is it? As I explained to you when you arrived, the missing waxwork has been returned, and I personally reinstalled it in the exhibit from which it was taken, behind those thick curtains. Oh, yes, the Professor exhibit, isn't it? Would you like to see it? For a mere 5 shillings. That's a special one-time only price, you understand. What? The opportunity won't come again, I might add. Wouldn't you like to see the fruits of my labor? Oh, well, we do have a rather pressing investigation to carry out. Perhaps we could postpone. The price is a very reasonable 5 shillings. I think you'll find it's well worth it. Are you being quite serious, Mr. Sholmes? Surely you need only look at my expression to ascertain if this is seriousness or silliness. I can never tell with you, that's the point. Very well, it couldn't hurt. Here's your 5 shillings. Wow. Gratefully received. So the special exhibit awaits behind the curtain. I invite you to peruse it at your leisure. Well, the money's been spent, so let's go and see the special exhibit. Hmm. Through those heavy curtains at last. Alright, here goes. 5 shillings we've had to pay. It doesn't seem right, somehow, that Mr. Sholmes slipped the money into his own pocket, does it? No. Ah, we could ask Gina to retrieve it for us, using her special skills. That's messed up. Pickpocketing police officers and diddling detectives. Is this what makes Britain great? Not to mention demigod prosecutors taking the law into their own hands, or chip-loving inspectors. Inspector Gregson comes off rather well in that list, I think. It's kind of funny. Alright, here we go. 23rd October, Madame Tespel special exhibit. Ah, where's the head? Oh dear, I felt a shiver run down my spine as soon as we walked in here. Miss Usato, I said we turn our heels and go straight home, via a really big confectionery. We certainly can't do that. We paid 5 shillings already. True. Actually, now I'm looking a little more closely. We've paid good money to see an exhibit that's clearly incomplete. The nerve of the great diddly detective is far more terrifying than anything else in this place. This must be what Mr. Sholmes meant when he said the case was largely solved. Be that as it may, Mr. Sholmes heavily implied there'd be a clue about the engineer in here, didn't he? But where? Since we paid 5 shillings, let's do 5 shillings worth of investigation, shall we? Yes, we will get what we paid for. Is that fear or frustration that's making Susato-san's voice tremble? Both, maybe? Alright. Alright. Here goes. First, I'll save. Hmm. Let's examine this real quick. This part of the exhibit is just as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real. It seems to be a young man in a white overcoat. And he has a large shovel in his hand too. Look. Oh, perhaps we should investigate in a little more detail. Oh boy. What a large shovel! He's holding it rather ominously, isn't he? What on earth was the man doing with a shovel in a graveyard in the middle of the night? Digging, of course. Miss Susato, yes? That's a spade, isn't it? Of course. No, it's a shovel. No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. We've been through this, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a shovel. No. Although, we haven't considered trowels. What? What is a trowel? Oh my god, stop. We've allowed ourselves to be distracted, I feel. Perhaps we should concentrate on what the man was doing with the implement. So we're going to bury the hatchet? Never. You're right, though. What was the man doing in the graveyard in the first place? That's the real question. We are going to never-endingly discuss shovels and spades and ladders and step ladders for the rest of all eternity. Anyway, there's a camera to inspect and a lantern. Let's look at the lantern. That's quite a large lamp the man's carrying. Or is it a lantern? It's not unlike a Japanese chochin paper lantern, actually, is it? Lamp, lantern, chochin. I didn't know that had another name, chochin. The point is it casts very little light. To be walking alone in the graveyard at night, with only this. Well, I certainly couldn't do it. I'm not sure I could visit a graveyard at all, even in broad daylight, to be honest. Okay, lantern. I can't see his face very well, can you? Perhaps if I just... Oh, do you think you should be manhandling the exhibits, Mr. Naruhodo? I'll put it back exactly as it was, don't worry. Oh. Oh my god. Ah! What on earth? How can... I don't believe it. A black monocle. Oh snap. Mr. Naruhodo, is it possible that this man is... Yes. It's Enoch Dreba. Oh snap. The color of his hair is different, but... It's unmistakably him. Hmm. Indeed it is. Mr. Sholmes, this man is the subject of your present hunt, I believe. Yes, that's right. Just who is this man? Why is he here in this exhibit? And why does the convict behind him have no head? The head was missing when the model was returned by the thief who stole it. What a surprise. So then the case isn't yet solved, is it? Did I not say so myself? Largely solved were my words, I believe. But I must locate the missing head. Tout de suite, as Madame would say, or I'll be in grave trouble. Tout de suite. Tout de suite. Oh, too sweet. Too sweet. Okay. Tout sweet is a common French phrase that translates to immediately or right away. Okay, tout sweet. But I must locate the missing head. Tout sweet, as Madame would say, or I'll be in grave trouble. Hooray for learning new words and new languages. A very hungry Iris still awaits my return to Baker Street, preferably with rations. Ah. Do you know, though, something about this room is strange. Strange? What do you mean? Well, the displays in the House of Horrors are supposed to depict real events, are they not? Indeed they are, Mrs. Sato. Do go on. And, as terrifying as they are, the scenes in the other exhibits are believable. But this surely couldn't ever really have happened, could it? I think it's time I educated you a little about the nature of the incidents involving the professor 10 years ago. Uh-oh. Hang on. This part of the exhibit is just as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real. It seems to be a young man in a white overcoat. And he has a large shovel in his hand too, look. Perhaps we should investigate. Yeah, I wanted to investigate the camera. What's this here? Well, this would appear to be a lens in the middle, so I believe it's probably a camera. Ah, a camera, but it's so small. British technology is incredible, isn't it? I mean, what about Mr. Sholmes' skin prints? I think perhaps you should treat Mr. Sholmes' inventions as exceptions to the rule. But anyway, why would the man be in the graveyard at night with the camera? I wonder. Perhaps he was trying to capture the moment a dead body came back as a ghost on film. We'll just borrow this for a little while, I think. The camera has been entered into the court record. Camera. The camera from around the neck of the waxwork of Mr. Jareba in the Madame Tuspel's special exhibit. By looking at this photographic plate inside the camera, we can see what pictures was taken. What's a photographic plate? It's a piece of glass coated in a special emulsion that reacts to the light coming in through the lens. If we open the cover at the back of the camera, we should find it. Let's have a look. You should see yourself, Susato-san. Your eyes are shining. You really do like machinery, don't you? Oh man, yeah. Okay, hang on. Let me see this real quick. Let us... Let me see. Let us... Let's actually... Hold on. I want to examine the camera. The camera from around the neck. Oh, cool. What a wonderful machine. You really love contraptions like this, don't you? Oh yes, anything mechanical I find absolutely irresistible. Almost irresistible, surely. Well, whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself I simply have to take it apart. That's worthy. Yes, father tells the time by the rumblings of his stomach now. He's given up having a watch. Poor Professor Mikotoba. I also see a bloodstain. Yeah, I also see... Oh, wow. Oh, look, the cover came open. Yes, now, there should be a glass plate inside. You have to change the plate with each new photograph you want to take, you see. Is something wrong? There is no plate. It's been removed. Ah, what a pity. But I suppose if you think about it, this wouldn't be the actual camera that was used at the time, just like the waxwork is the actual person. So we'd never have found a photographic print of the executed convict coming back to life anyway. Oh, yes, you're quite right, of course. Poor Susato-san, she looks devastated. Aww. Alright, and then we're gonna check that blood stain now. Look at that. That's weird. Look, Mr. Naruhodo, what is it? On the bellows, just here, there seems to be some very dark red stains. Yes, you're right. It looks like blood, actually. Oh my. I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. Ha 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 ha. The details of the camera have been updated, so boy. The camera from around the neck of the waxwork of Mr. Jiraiya in the special exhibit. When the lens is extended, dark staining is visible on the bellows. Yep, alright. That was cool that it got updated. Alright. Again, it really is satisfying inspecting the evidence in this game and in the last game. Alright. We're going to examine this body. This must be the killer, the fiend known as the Professor. Yes, I think so, according to what Madame Tuspel says. He killed 5 victims, all of noble or royal blood. The waxwork is so lifelike, isn't it? Like all the models in this place. Hang on, everybody. Alright. I was just checking up on something. The waxwork is so lifelike, isn't it? Like all the models in this place. I know, it looks like it could start moving at any moment, doesn't it? If only it had a head, that is. Perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. Ugh. Well, the only detail we can look at is the neck. Alright. Yep. So this is the condemned man. Yes, the so-called professor. Then perhaps his head was chopped off by a guillotine. But unable to find peace, he emerged. He emerged from his grave as a headless ghost. Do we have to entertain such terrifying ideas, Mr. Sato? Yes. Anyway, I'm sure the model had a head once. There's a metal fitting for it, see? Then perhaps Mr. Sholmes absent-mindedly forgot to reattach it. That's an extremely absent-minded detective you're describing, isn't it? Or perhaps the thief absent-mindedly forgot to include the head when he or she returned it to the museum. And that would be an extremely absent-minded thief. Could there have been some reason why only the head wasn't returned? Well, whatever the reason, It means we don't know what the face of the infamous professor looked like, do we? Oh, there's something caught just inside the convict's jacket here. It looks like a piece of broken glass. And quite a big piece too. Yeah. It's very thick, isn't it? About 5 times thicker than normal window glazing, I'd say. Where could such a thick piece of glass have come from, I wonder? Crystal Tower. I suppose it must have been made thick to increase its strength. But why? Well, perhaps because the glass had to span a particularly wide area, such as in a big building, for example. Ah, well, we've seen a large glass building recently, haven't we? And some of the glass was broken too. You don't mean? Exactly, the Crystal Tower at the Great Exhibition called it. But why would glass in the Crystal Tower be lodged inside this waxworks jacket? It makes you think, doesn't it? Yep. The piece of broken glass has been entered into the court record. Piece of broken glass. Small fragment of very unusual and thick glass that was found in the folds of the clothing of the Professor Waxwork. It would appear to be from the Crystal Tower. Alright. Earlier in court, we established that the Kinesis experiment was a trick. Hang on. I want to examine this now. This piece of glass is almost as thick as it is wide. Yes, I've never seen anything like it. If you were to compare it to a human, only Mr. Sholmes has such thick skin. There's really no need for such a comparison, Mr. Naruhodo, as you well know. Anyway, it can only be from Crystal Tower, surely. Yes, I think so too. It was probably made especially to meet the demands of that great structure. Alright. Anything else to this glass? Probably not. Alright. Awesome. Earlier in court, we established that the Kinesis experiment was a trick. And now we discovered this fragment of glass here, this waxwork. Is it just a coincidence? Yep. It's probably a coincidence. And I did guess that that a wax figure might be involved. All right. All right. Now, let us talk to Sholmes. All right. Okay, here goes. We're gonna go to we're gonna talk to Sholmes now. Converse, Sholmes. Oh, hold on. Right, he wouldn't give a damn about anything I showed him. And nothing about the camera either. Alright, no flavor text from Sholmes. Converse. The resurrecting convict. I believe I told you a little about the professor yesterday, did I not? You did? He took the lives of 5 victims, everyone being either a member of the aristocracy or royalty. All were attacked by an enormous hunting hound and had their throats ripped from their bodies. Ugh. Oh gosh, an enormous hound? How awful. That's terrible. After taking the life of his 5th victim, the killer was apprehended. It was a case of unprecedented magnitude in Britain, you understand, accordingly. The professor was tried in a closed court, No members of the public were permitted. Oh, snap. A closed court? So you mean that the professor's identity, as you've surmised, my dear fellow, his identity was never made public. Naturally, he was found guilty and was summarily sentenced to death by hanging. He was buried in a grave at Lowgate Cemetery, which adjoins the rear of the prison where he had been held. However, that was not the end of the affair. Oh, the very night that he was buried, the convicted man came back to life. What? Came back to life? How? He clawed his way out of the ground and emerged into the moonlit grave. The exhibit here depicts that very scene, as described by the sole witness to those chilling events. There was a witness, but of course, my dear fellow, it was none other than the young man in the white overcoat. Enoch Jreba. He saw it happen? No way. The young witness. Oh, hold on. Enoch Jreba, a trickster who seems to be both an engineer and a magician. He constructed the machine for Professor Harebrain's demonstration. Okay. So this is a waxwork model of Enoch Jreba. 10 years ago, the convicted professor, having been gibbeted and buried, emerged from his grave in the dead of night. The sole witness to that unimaginable scene was this young man. From appearances, I would say he was about 20 years old. It's so horrifying. Scared out of his wits, the young Jreba ran to a nearby police station to report the incident. And the sheer terror of what he'd seen is said to have turned his hair white overnight. Yes, as shown in the photograph we have of him, his hair is completely white. For the following few days, the story of what we'd seen was on every front page in the capital. The public was frantic for every last detail about the killer who'd come back to life. As you've seen, an exhibit was even created here at Madame Tuspel's. I can quite understand why the man's hair turned white, certainly. But what I don't understand is what Mr. Jreba was doing in the first place. In a lonely graveyard in the middle of the night. Yes, what was he up to? Following the execution, the professor's acts of terror threw London's upper classes into complete panic 10 years ago. It was a great scandal, one might say, at the very highest levels of society. And since the killer's identity was never made public, rumors abounded. After all, no killer had ever before systematically employed a dog as a weapon of murder. Yes, I can imagine the impact the case must have had. But in time, of course, the rumors abated. So too did talk of the shocking witness account of the convict who came back to life. It was forgotten, dismissed as a dubious ghost story, as a preposterous parlor tale. But why did people stop believing it? Why, simply because there was no resurrection to speak of, as was established in fact. What do you mean by no resurrection? The police investigated the grave in Lowgate Cemetery and published their findings. The convict's body was found to be buried exactly where it had been following the execution. No, but that would mean that Mr. Jreba must have lied to the police and the newspapers. That would appear to be the only logical explanation, yes. The young man subsequently vanished from society, and nothing had been heard of him since. It's rather striking, then, that he should resurface now, don't you think? Of course, the convicted murderer couldn't really have come back to life, that's not possible. But Dreba's hair is unusually white, and if that really did happen overnight as a result of shock, it's hard to believe that incident was an out-and-out lie. Yeah. Ah! Oh, Gina. What bleeding Nora Otto? What have you gone and done? Gina, what are you doing here? I asked Iris and she said this is where you'd be, so... So, Gina, now slow down the museum. Madame Tispels would have you take a position as a waxwork if you're not careful. I think there might be a more pressing concern. I still had some flash powder there left from 6 months ago, so... So, alright Gina, we understand, but please, put down the gun. Sorry, I got scared. You should try being the one on the other end of that barrel. So what brings you here, Gina? What brings me here? What do you think? We found it! We found that dodgy Cove's workshop! Yay. What? You found Reba's workshop? Yup. Toby's nose took me straight there. The boss and the others are headed over there now, in a drag. So come on! Here's the address. I got the boss to write it out. Oh, thank you, Gina. We'll make our way there at once. Alright then, see you there. Awesome. You go. Don't mind me. I'll just stay here, being still. What? I know my place. In the exhibit over there. Oh my god. Oh dear, someone is feeling sorry for himself. Let's go, Mr. Sholmes. You're coming. Your words hearten me, I must say. But if I were to shirk my duties here, Madam would have me pay monetary recompense, and Iris's dinner plate would be empty once more. Forget that. I'll pay for everything. Wow. Then there's not a moment to lose, my dear fellow. I shall hail a carriage at once. No offer to share the cost from Mr. Sholmes, then. I shall gladly pay half, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you, Mr. Surato. Right, let's go. 23rd October, and Nock Dreba's workshop. And here we are. That looks like... Oh, it's another super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Indeed, it would appear so. Though only a prototype, naturally. Ah, so you got here then. Yay, Toby. Gina, well done for finding this place. And in such little time. You've really worked miracles. It's Toby here, who's the miracle worker. Puff. Yay. Oh. I thought you lot would show up before long. His eyes are closed. Hello, Inspector. That's one that is brow. He looks like he's eating a lemon, not a bag of fish and chips. So, Inspector, is there any sign of the engineer? Sadly not. We didn't find a soul in here. Oh, what a shame. Well, thank you for letting us know about this place and giving us a chance to investigate. According to what Gina tells me, we only found it thanks to a clue that you lot turned up. I wouldn't want to say go to Paris for debt of gratitude unpaid now, would I? Thank you. Anyway, if you're hoping to snoop around in here, I'd get cracking. Lord Van Zeeks and the forensic investigation team are on their way here as we speak. Them again. I imagine you got the picture by now. They don't take too kindly to lawyer types. Right. So then, my dear fellow, let's turn this place upside down with this we have the chance. And you, Sholmes. Pardon? They take even less kindly to great detectives than they do to lawyers. Ah ha 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 ha. Very droll, Gregson, very droll. But you may consider me nothing more than an inconspicuous waxwork model. I like that he's not showing his pupils, like with a... Right then, let's see what we can find in here. Alright. Hang on. I feel we need to spend a little more time investigating here. The workshop of the elusive and elusive engineer, Mr. Enoch Drema, a mock-up version of Professor Harebrain's machine, dominates the space. Alright. Alright. First order of business. Let's save our progress here. And let's examine that trophy. Ah, this appears to be the most interesting. Yes, most interesting indeed, what did you say? It's an impressive looking back massager, that's for sure. I've no doubt that if you hit your shoulders a few times with that, your aches and pains would soon go away. It's a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science. A young scientist could wish for no higher honor. Ah. Would you like a massage? No, I'm fine, thank you. I had no idea it was such a grand thing. I think it's becoming increasingly clear that there's not much more to this Mr. Enoch Drema than conjuring tricks. I couldn't agree more, my dear madam. And how about you, Mr. Naruhodo? Wouldn't you like to take it with you? For your tired shoulders, of course. He's not going to let that go, is he? No. It's curious, though, isn't it? You would expect such an important trophy to be proudly on display somewhere, not haphazardly cast aside. English gentlemen can be quite a mystery at times. The science trophy has been entered into the court record. Science trophy. A Royal Society trophy for excellence in science that was found in Mr. Drema's workshop. It's a very prestigious award for a young scientist. Alright. That was... wow. Let's take a look at the, hold on. Let's inspect the trophy. There's a little metal plaque here. Look. Fostering burgeoning talent for the future of scientific discovery. It seems rather ironic, doesn't it? But clearly Mr. Drema really was a very talented scientist. Okay. There is nothing else peculiar about this trophy. We just found that out. There's no bloodstains on it, no nothing. But it's evidence. Let's see. I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo. That machine is covered by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. There would be serious repercussions if you were to examine it from the Crown and the government. Jones and Gina. Well, those two don't seem to be holding back. It's quite hollow inside. No working parts of the devices of deception to be seen, my dear fellow. No loose change dropped to the floor, nothing. Not even a bone for Toby here, my dear fella. Aw, that's cute. British people are very much ruled by their own ideals, aren't they? I think that's just these two, Mr. Sato. Yeah. Alright. Let's see. Arrows. What on earth is this? An aeroplane, Mr. Naruhodo. One day, scientists believe it will allow humans to fly freely in the skies. Is that how the trick will be described, is it? Sorry? Well, it's actually suspended by a thin but very strong cable, isn't it? Oh, well, this model is, yes, but a real aeroplane would actually fly high in the sky. While suspended from somewhere even higher in the sky, of course. Because large metal objects obviously can't really stay in midair unsupported. So to you, the solution is ever taller towers. Alright. It's a ladder or step ladder. Look, it's arrows for a crossbow. This is? It's a European-style quiver of arrows with steel bolts inside. Oh, do you suppose? Crossbow bolts these. And just the right size for the bow. You lot turned up at the exhibition grounds. In other words, yup, that's more evidence to support your theory. It all goes to show that Dreba was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes of the whole scam. The details of the crossbow have been updated in the court record. A crossbow found hidden behind a tree under the experimentation stage at the exhibition grounds. It belongs to Mr. Enoch Dreber. And I think that throws my little theory of the screwdriver being used as a arrow out the window. Alright. Let's look at the back door. This doesn't want to open. Yeah, looks like it's got a pretty hefty lock on it. There's a specialist locksmith on his way over from the yard, so hands off till he gets here. With permission, Inspector, I could have that lock open in less than a minute. Well, you don't have permission, and no one's given it to you. Gregson looked as though he really enjoyed that. That freaking smug face. Well, there's no sound of anybody on the other side. No, Dreba must have fled at the first sign of danger. Thud. Oh, is something wrong, Mr. Sato? Well, I thought I heard a noise from the far side of that door. Well, Gina, did you hear it too? Yeah, I heard it and all. What do you reckon, Toby? Aw, woof woof. Right. Mind the grease. Dud, dud, dud. Whoever's in there, open up. This is Scotland Yard. Clump, 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 clump. Squeak. Clunk. Oh my. Someone is in there. Ah, this rotten bleeding lock. My dear Gregson, as I said only minutes ago, if only it were countenanced, I could unlock that door in less than a minute. Fine, I'll take the rap for it. Just get us through that blasted door. Oh wow. There, you may enter at will. You confused minutes within seconds, I think. Time is of the essence, I feel. What are we waiting for? Norton Ford, I suppose this is an emergency. Yeah. There's a strong possibility that beyond that door is the engineer you all seek. Be prepared for action, my dear fellow. Yes. Oh boy. And now... Oh, look at that. What? I see dynamite. There's a bed upside down. What is going on? There's a safe in here. What's happening here? Why is everything upside down? Rats. There ain't no one in here after all. But there must be. It was only moments ago that we heard those noises. Maybe that was the sound of Jareba running away. But there's only one door into this room. And no windows that could afford an escape route. Those skylights are too high. I see footprints up there too. What's that up there? Are they footprints on the ceiling? Yes. Blow me! What are we here then? Oh my god. Looks like someone was trying to burn something in a hurry. Oh, that looks like a set of blueprints. To what? To that Professor Hailblade's bombing machine, isn't it? Blimey, if we had these, there'd have been no need to muck about trying to investigate all that scrap metal. There is something of great interest here too. Oh my god. This rope was lying on the floor at the foot of that pillar. A rope? What's significant about that? Never mind. You see what you do not observe, Mr. Naruhodo. We must investigate the entire room thoroughly, and before the forensic investigation team arrive too. Alright. So, here we go. Mr. Jeba's back room. Mr. Jeba appears to be elsewhere at the moment. I feel we need to, a large back room behind Mr. Jeba's workshop. All the furniture in here is upside down. It's like upside down mat. Okay. A safe. That's a very large safe. I don't suppose even Mr. Sholmes could open that lock. Although, if you were a thief, you could just steal the entire thing, I suppose. It's bolted to the floor to prevent exactly that sort of underhanded trick, Mr. Naruhodo. Well then, you could just steal the floor as well, I suppose. I'm sorry, but you really aren't making any sense at all. Anyway, I think we can agree that whatever is inside must be very important. Alright. There's no denying it, is there? There are footprints. Yes, it would appear so. And I simply can't imagine how they came to be there. Isn't there a Susato shoot-up or something? Like a Susato takedown, I mean. I'm no Wonder Woman, Mr. Naruhodo. That would make her almost superhuman, I suppose. Eh, eh, I'm no Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman. That's a really lovely bottle. It looks just like a real flying balloon. I think it's probably staying aloft on the same principle as a full-size balloon using gas. A green flying balloon. It does have the hallmarks of that amazing deception at the Great Exhibition, doesn't it? Could it be that the whole thing was planned here in this very workshop? Maybe. I wouldn't put it past that situation. Almost any piece of furniture is upside down. Even Mr. Sholmes' suite isn't ever in this much of a mess. You're in no position to comment on mess, Mr. Naruhodo. But I suppose it's not quite the same thing, is it? I mean, it's not messy in here, per se. It's that everything is literally upside down. But why? Alright. Mr. Sholmes, have you found something? Ah, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, in point of fact, something rather fascinating. What do you make of this? Let's see. I've never seen anything like it before. It looks like a bundle of thick cigars wrapped up in a... Oh god. It looks like a... wrapped up in a large watch to me, but... Ah! Mrs. Sato, what's the matter? That's Surely that's a time bomb, isn't it? Yes. What? Did you say? A time bomb? Yeah, it's a time bomb. Sorry, sorry, but what is a time bomb exactly? Renosuke does not know what a time bomb is. Well, you're gonna learn, kiddo. Eh? Ah, ha 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 ha. You truly are one of a kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I won't take that as a compliment. Ha! You don't know nothing, do you, Otto? You haven't gotten a clue what it is either, have you, Gina? I invite you to consult a dictionary later, Mr. Naruhodo. But this particular specimen is no time bomb, though I confess it has a very similar appearance. Oh, well, thank goodness, but then, what is it? I see. So that's it. Goodness, Mr. Sholmes, have you seen have you seen to the heart of the matter? There are times when I consider my lot most unfair, for I am fated never to know how it feels to flounder as you do when a puzzle presents itself. But I have learned to accept the hardships that come with being a great detective, Mr. Sato. Here we go. I feel a great deduction coming. Once again, I can draw two conclusions from the scene we see before us. The first is that the inverted nature of the furniture in this room is the work of Dreba himself. Oh, but how could you? And the second conclusion is that the small device on the floor that is, without question, completely genuine. Please, Mr. Sholmes, you must explain everything. It would be a pleasure. After all, it is a great detective's civic duty to teach Scotland Yard the finer points of the trade. That face. Well, Inspector Gregson seems delighted with the idea, anyway. Ah ha 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 ha. Oh, you deflected the inspector's glare with such fortitude there, Mr. Sholmes. Well done. You're too kind, my dear madam. I hereby dedicate this great deduction to you. I kindly stand just there, Mr. Sato. Oh, yes. I'd be delighted. So, shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning the spectacular. Yay. The great deduction. The game is afoot. Topic 1. Conclusion. Flipped furniture. It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table and chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in the room had until recently been happily positioned on the ceiling before falling straight down onto the floor. Every item in the room was on the ceiling. Every item in the room was on the ceiling. Are you suggesting that? Indeed, the key here is gravity. It would appear that technology has at least succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the Earth. What in the world? For the gravity in this room was reversed, and then suddenly restored to normality. Goodness! The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the last gravity played. The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. I quite understand your skepticism, Mr. Sato. I too was incredulous at first. However, my conviction is my analysis was cemented when I observed this. An anti-gravity device, almost identical to one that featured in a dream of mine, only the other day in fact. But then why does it have a clock on it? A most relevant question indeed. That is a timing device that controls when the gravity direction will switch. What? There was clearly a requirement for the engineer to be able to restore normal gravity automatically. And the commotion we heard earlier from the other side of the door was the moment that restoration occurred. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. So you see, we need look no further to explain the state in which we now find this room. The direction in which gravity acts in here was reversed by Mr. Dreba, before being restored to normality in an automatic fashion sometime later by the timer device. I have witnessed precisely this scene in a dream I once had when I fell out of the bed. Conclusion, because gravity was reversed. Topic 2, conclusion. Missing engineer. Now, let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions is above our heads. Yes, how is that possible that there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling? A question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Of course, Dreba's aim was singular, to escape. However, there is but one way into this room, excepting the skylight, that is. By inverting the gravity in here, Dreba was able to fall conveniently to the ceiling and make his escape via the otherwise inaccessible skylight, leaving those footprints behind on the way. But the ceiling in here is very high, Mr. Sholmes. If the gravity reversal was sudden, wouldn't Mr. Dreba have fallen up to the ceiling rather violently? Falling up is both scientifically and philosophically a rather interesting concept, I feel. But the man was cornered with nowhere to run, so escape through the skylight was his only option. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. Oh, the rope. To reach the intended destination, What better tool than this rope? By anchoring one end to the wall, the man was able to lower himself safely to the ceiling, which explains how the rebel was able to escape this room before our arrival. He reversed the pull of gravity and fled via the skylight. And personally, I should very much like to reverse the pull of gravity again now, just for fun. Escaped via the skylight. And also, Herlock Sholmes confirmed Gravity Man from Mega Man 5. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. Alright. Oh. She's completely spellbound. Mr. Sholmes, there's just one thing that troubles me. I would expect nothing less. You're destined to be troubled by just one thing for the rest of your life. The thing is such a thing actually possible? An anti-gravity device, I mean. I would say that with man's current scientific knowledge at the turn of the 20th century, it's no more possible than instantaneous kinesis. But your whole deduction hinges on it. Ah, but my dear fellow, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. However improbable it may seem. Ah, it's a marvelous line, wouldn't you agree? One of my more enduring pearls of wisdom. I had Iris come up with the exact phrasing. My original was clumsy. Yes, I have a feeling I've read it in something that Mr. Sutherland lent me once. She objects. Actually, there is one other thing. There is one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, the spell's broken at last. The rope you found was on the floor, wasn't it? Indeed it was, in lonely coils near the wall. But if Mr. Dreba had used it to escape in the way you described, wouldn't it still be tied to the wall? Mysteries inevitably unravel in the end, as I think you'll find, do ropes. And as evidence of such, you need only look at the mystery we faced in this room, thou skillfully unraveled. That argument is as circular as the coils of rope. I think perhaps we might need to give Mr. Sholmes the usual little helping hand. I'm sure with some minor corrections, the great detective's great deduction will lead us to the truth. Yes, you're right. And we must do it quickly, before Enoch Dreba gets too far away. If you're ready, then let us resume. Herlock Sholmes, logic and reasoning spectacular. Here goes. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table, and chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in this room had, until recently, been happily positioned on the ceiling, before falling straight down onto the floor. Every item in the room was on the ceiling. Are you suggesting that? Indeed, the key here is gravity. It would appear that technology has at least succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the Earth. For the gravity in this room was reversed, and then suddenly restored to normality. Goodness! The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole process. To think gravity could have been reversed in this very room, I find the whole idea utterly enthralling. Me too. Me too. Only Mr. Sholmes could conceive of such an explanation. But the man himself admitted it was a scientific impossibility, so... Yes, you're quite right. We must completely discount the idea at once. Oh, that's unusually merciless of you, Mr. Sato. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. The great detective himself said so, didn't he? While refusing to part with his dreams of anti-gravity devices. Yes, I suppose so. Well, let's see if examining this topsy-turvy scene a little more closely reveals some proof that shows exactly what the gravity in this room was or wasn't doing. Okay, one moment, everybody. I'm going to snack on an oatmeal cookie. Hmm. All right. All right. What here breaks the laws of Sholmesian gravity theory? Let's inspect the inverted furniture, even though it's not it. All the furniture in here is very conspicuously upside down, certainly. Yes, it does immediately put you in mind of some strange quirk of gravity, I admit. Ah, could it be that a mini whirlwind passed through here, do you think? I'm not sure that's much more plausible than Mr. Sholmes' explanation. Oh dear, saying the first thing that comes to your head isn't the way forward here, it seems. Alright, let's see. Large safe. Ah, look, Mr. Sato. When everything seems to be upside down in here, this safe is conspicuously the right way up. Have you noticed? Yes, that's true. But look more closely at the safe's feet. Ah. Ah, that's a lot of very large bolts fixing it to the floor. Think before you speak, that's what you wanted to say, isn't it? I really put my foot in my mouth there. I certainly didn't say that. Okay. Hang on. Upright vase. Well. I was expecting to find a pretty bunch of flowers in here, that's for sure. Ah, look at that. I know. That slender little vase looks like it's about to topple at any moment, but the flowers are thriving. Somehow, it makes you think of the fragility of life, wouldn't you say? To be honest, Mr. Naruhodo, something else about it made a rather deeper impression on me. Something else. Okay, inverted furniture. Something tells me it might be the safe. That was kind of like a... I feel like that was a hint by Susato. So yeah, I think this breaks the laws of Sholmesian gravity theory because of the bolts.
Take that!
Oh, it wasn't. My bad. Unlike every other piece of furniture in the room, this safe is not upside down. So, a reversal of gravity can't be the reason for the state of this room. Mr. Naruhodo, I implore you to observe more closely. As you can see, the safe's feet is firmly bolted to the floor, saving it from any effects of gravity. Yeah, I wasn't thinking well. Oh, so it is. But there's one thing we can learn from your misguided conclusion. A guide induction is no mean to feat. Alright. Can we at least make jokes at my expense funny? No. You must be ridiculed. Anyway. If the reversal of gravity is scientifically impossible, perhaps we can prove it didn't occur. Well, to prove our hypothesis is wrong, the easiest way is just to find an obvious exception. Let's have another good look around. Also, what if the flowers fall upside down? Probably. Yeah, I think that might be it. Because I don't see anything else to look for. So it's definitely not the inverted furniture. As I found out the hard way, it was not the large safe. And it's not any of this inverted furniture. Alright. So yeah, it's the upright vase.
Take that!
Yeah. The upright vase clearly reveals the truth about the large gravity played in this whole business. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, you surpassed yourself by completely turning my argument on its head. Trying to impress your assistant here, perhaps? No one is trying to steal your spotlight here, Mr. Sholmes, trust me. As you rightly say, though it appears at first glance that all the furniture in the room is upside down. This unassuming slender vase is standing keenly to attention. And unlike the large safe, there is nothing affixing it to the floor. And it's the exception that breaks the rule. In short, such as it pains me, the gravity in this room was never inverted at all. My deepest sympathies for your loss. Oh, poor Mr. Sholmes. But the show must go on, so let us continue with our deductions. Now that we know this contrivance is not in fact an anti-gravity device, there seems but one other possibility. You don't say. Someone deliberately turned over every piece of furniture in here. Which might sound obvious, but leaves one mystery very much unsolved. Namely, why would anyone choose to do that? Quite, and naturally, there is an explanation. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. No. He's absolutely determined that this device must have something to do with it, isn't he? I'm afraid that law of an exciting scientific explanation is too strong. Well, there's no doubt that somebody did this. Somebody turned all this furniture over. So whoever it was must have had a reason. I'm afraid nothing comes to mind at all, though. Well, let's look around and see if the answer presents itself. Now for funsies, we'll look at the anti-gravity device, because it's not going to be it. Why is all the furniture upside down? We've already established that gravity was actually reversed in here, haven't we? In other words, this isn't an anti-gravity device at all. Which makes me very curious to know what sort of device it is. But I think for now it's clear that we're looking for an answer elsewhere. Of course. A coal-burning heater. That's a coal-burning heater, I think, isn't it? Yes, it is, but it's not just for heating, you know. You can grill on it, bake in it, Boil, steam things with it. It serves all sorts of purposes. That seems like having a cake and eating it too. Not unlike a heated kotata table of a nabe hotspot. Um, Mekon orange, a cat, and an elderly relative. Oh, you mean it seems too much? I suppose perhaps it does. But you realize only some of those things on your list are edible, don't you? Alright. Oh, what's this? A safe combination. Why is all the furniture upside down? Hold on. 432582. Look, there's something on the other side of this armchair. Oh yes, safe. 432582. Safe, as in safe and secure. As in safe lockable box, I think. Admittedly, more likely. Well, there's a large safe bolted to the floor on the other side of the room, so yes. So you mean this number would let us open it? I wonder why it's written here, though. Good question. Why is it written there? Why is all the furniture upside down? Wait. No, if we turn it upside down, it's still gonna be like, what? Like, hold up. Coal burning heater? Or you mean to tell me, turn it why don't you just tilt the chair over or something? I don't know. That's my guess. I'm going to be appalled if that is my answer in this room, in this correction. Hang on. Alright, here goes. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because the anti-gravity device. Why is all the furniture upside down? You summon Pot of Greed and draw 3 cards? Silly Roddy Flow, bro. You got your Yu-Gi-Oh! Wrong. The Pot of Greed allows you to draw 2 cards. You summon Pot of Greed and draw 3 more cards. You summon Pot of Greed and draw 3. It's 2 cards, Rowdy. Just like Bill in Pokemon, the trading card game. He's a trainer card. He allows you to draw 2 cards to the top of your deck. And I think last I checked, I know I don't follow Yu-Gi-Oh that much, but I remember that being a banned card in tourney play. But yes, hello, Rowdy. It's 2 cards, not 3 cards. Wait, the enemy says 3? No, nah. Even both the English and Japanese dub even says 2. Rowdy, bro, you could Google the freaking. No, hold on. Hang on. Hang on, Rowdy. You're making me do this. You're freaking making me do this now. Rowdy, observe my evidence. What does that say, Rowdy? It allows you to draw 2 cards. What do you mean it's... Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here with that. No, no, Rowdy, no. Stop. Cease. You can't. You cannot do this. But anyway, hi, Rowdy. You were unfortunately misinformed, my good man. Somebody was feeding you lies. No, but yeah, even... But anyway, why is all the furniture upside down? Why? Why? As a great man once said, why? Um, it most certainly can't be the freaking coal burning heater. Or is it? I'll be a little upset if it was. Okay, hang on. Here goes.
Take that!
Oh, it was? What? Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the safe combination. Precisely. I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that you had a very similar experience once, did you not? Yes, last year, when I brought a lottery ticket and noted the ticket number down on the inside cover of a book just in case. That's it, for people are forgetful souls at heart, and always make a written note of important information. Just keeping the ticket itself safe would be more sensible, I think. And what, pray, happened next, Mr. Naruhodo? When the day of the draw came round, I'd forgotten what book I'd written the number in, and had to turn my room upside down to find it. That's it, for people are forgetful souls at heart, and always forget where they've noted things down. Not if you always note things in the same place. I actually won the second prize, you know. But I couldn't remember which magazine I'd slipped. Hold up. But I couldn't remember which magazine I'd slipped the ticket into, so I had to turn my room upside down.
Pot of greed! Draw 3. I summon Pot of greed to draw 3 additional.
Okay. Okay, Rally. I'm afraid to inform you that that dude in the VR chat is wrong. And they can't read. How dare. Anyway. But I couldn't read which magazine I'd slipped the ticket into, so I had to turn my room upside down. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo, but I believe I proved my points now. Which is that a very similar scenario has clearly unfolded in this room. Finding himself requiring access to the safe, the occupant of this room needed the combination code. He remembered that he'd written it on the underside of a piece of furniture, but forgot which one, leading to the state in which we now find the room. Yes, Mr. Dreba overturned all the furniture in here, in a desperate hurry, to locate the combination code that would unlock the safe. Conclusion: to find the safe combination. Okay, that's solved. Now for topic number 2. Now, let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions is above our heads. Yes, how is it possible that there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling? A question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Well, if a change in the direction of gravity can't explain it, then how did those footprints get there? Yes, I feel as though that particular mystery has just become even harder to solve. I can't think of any other way to explain it at all. Oh, life was so much simpler in those halcyon days when gravity could be reversed. His power level, it's over 3,000? No, it's 9,000. You were 6,000 levels off. It was minutes ago, and those halcyon days never existed in the first place. Well, I suppose we must simply put our faith in the Mr. Sholmes and preserve the area in more detail. Not in the other dub? Oh. Putting our faith in Mr. Sholmes is what gets us into these situations in the first place. Alright, the reason. So, why are the footprints really there? The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Alright, we need to find out. Oh, look at that. Freaking footprints. Balloon! There's a skylight. It looks like these are the only windows in the room. In other words, if you want to escape without using the door, these skylights would be the only way. Yes, that's true, but even so. And right next to the only escape route, we notice some telltale footprints. Nevertheless, as we've said many times now, gravity can't explain how they got there. But powerful springs in the soles of the man's shoes could. Have you been having strange dreams as well? Like Mr. Sholmes? No. Alright. We're gonna check. Oh, look, a freaking shoe? It's hard to believe, but there's a shoe up there, look. Oh, yes, and there are more footprints on this little balloon, too. Perhaps the shoe was thrown up there, became large, do you think? If so, then judging from the number of footprints, it must have been thrown up several times. Why would anyone be throwing shoes up at the ceiling, though? Oh dear, that's beyond me, I'm afraid. In the immortal words of Austin Powers, honestly now, who throws a shoe? Balloon. This is a gas balloon, isn't it? It's tiny, but it does seem to be a real balloon. Yes, I think you're right. I think it's helium that's keeping it up. A green gas balloon. Why does that seem to ring a bell with me? If you can see, there are footprints on this balloon too. Look. Oh yes, surely that's a clue, isn't it? Though what it tells us, I'm not sure. A freaking shoe. That's the reason. Why are the footprints really there? It's because of the shoe.
Take that!
Yes. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby shoe. And on closer inspection, there are clearly footprints all over the balloon as well. In other words, the aim was never the skylight at all, but the balloon. But for what purpose? A green balloon. That seems somewhat familiar data. Ah. It was a piece of a green balloon's envelope that Mr. Naruhodo and Iris found at the scene. Oh, hold up. It was a piece of green balloon's envelope that Mr. Naruhodo and Iris found at the scene. And inside the green balloon that Mr. Gotts claims he saw above the stage when the incident occurred was the second birdcage, the crux of the whole instantaneous kinesis deception. You mean to say, if we assume the balloon in here is a model of the one used on the day, there's a strong possibility something may be concealed inside it. Something our absconder was desperate to retrieve before making a hasty getaway. Okay. Absconder. A person who secretly and suddenly runs away or hides, usually to avoid arrest, prosecution, or legal consequences. But the balloon's out of reach. Hence why he resorted to a projectile, namely the shoe. Ah! Most probably, Dreba intended to tear a hole in the envelope by assailing it with the shoe. However, his efforts were thwarted when the shoe itself became a prisoner of those lofty heights. Oh dear, we desperately need to examine that balloon. If only there were some way we could see inside. You may recall that I found this in the room area, which I believe offers a solution. Oh, the rope. To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? Mr. Sholmes has managed to bring the deduction back to the rope. You will pick one lurker and DM them that the Sherlock Holmes fanfic written by Gog when he was 10. Sherlock Holmes. Rally? When I was 10 years old, I think the closest thing that I was writing to fan fiction was whatever the hell I was writing in elementary school. And I don't even know what I wrote about. Let us know what even fan fiction is. I don't think I learned what fan fiction was until like early 2000, I think. Yeah. Somewhere in the 2000s is when I learned what even the hell a fan fiction was. Anyway, Mr. Shums has managed to bring the deduction back to the rope. Alright, I have to admit, that was clever. So we just throw the rope up to the balloon and pull it down to us on the ground. Which is much easier said than done, I feel. And could take us a very long time as well. True, perhaps we need a more surefire method. In fact, we already have one, of course, don't we? What? Ah, we do. To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? Why, that would be the crossbow? Oh, we could choose to review the scene. That's good. Okay, hold on. I want to say it's the crossbow. It's gotta be the crossbow. Crossbow. It was. To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this crossbow? That was found at the scene, in fact, and in all likelihood belongs to Mr. Dreba. If the man had only brought it away with him that day, he could have avoided losing a shoe at such a critical time as this. That's silly. So, shall we? Your curiosity is deeply stirred, no doubt, my dear fellows. What is it that Enoch Dreba has hidden inside that balloon? Bam. Oh my god! It's the missing head! Oh, what the from the wax model? What the, a waxwork? That's insane. Indeed it is. A waxwork head inside a metal mask. A mask that is shut tight and fastened with a strong and quite impenetrable lock. So we can't see the face inside. That means... Sure, Raleigh. Just a moment. This is the head of a waxwork model. Does that mean... Oh, goodness. I see you joined the dots, Miss Susato. Excellent. Ah, of course, a headless waxwork model. The case of the abducted Madame Tuspel's model that you'd largely solved. It was the only head of the killer that was still missing. Indeed it was. But I believe Madame Tuspel's will now have to settle her sizable account with me. This, as you have now surmised, is the head of the infamous professor. Yes, but why is it here? This conclusively confirms my suspicions. The man responsible for stealing the professor from Madame Tuspel's and returning it sans tête earlier today was none other than Enoch Dreba. Sans, hold on. Sans tete, sans tit is a French phrase that literally translates to without a head or headless. Hold on. How do you pronounce this? Sans tête. Okay, my bad. Rhymes with on without saying the final N sound. Sans tête. Okay, sans tête. And returning it, sans tête, earlier today was none other than Enoch Dreba. This is incredible. Professor Hairbrain's case and the waxwork abduction are they're inextricably linked by Enoch Dreba's workshop. The waxwork has been entered into the court record. Waxwork head, the head of Professor Waxwork, that was stolen from the Madame Tussauds special exhibit. Well, it appears that our logical pleasure cruise has come to an end, my dear fellows. Hang on. I want to examine it. This lock does look very strong, doesn't it? There's definitely no way you can remove the mask itself in it was put on you. What a terrible way to treat someone, even a convicted criminal. You know, it's starting to make me livid, actually. Mr. Naruhodo, please. I mean, just think about it. Imagine if you had an itch on your cheek. All of a sudden, you'd be utterly helpless. Well, yes, that's true. But I'm not sure that will warrant quite so much anger. Oh, right. Sorry. I mean, at least splash some water. Alright. So much for that. What appears our logical pleasure cruise has come to an end, my dear fellows. All that remains is, yes, to speak with the architect of this adventure. The architect? You mean Mr. Dreba? As it seems quite impossible that he escaped via one of the skylights. Obviously, the man must still be here in the room. What? And his location should be abundantly clear. If you simply reflect on the journey we've made together during this deduction. And not Dreba is right here. Somewhere in this room. So, Mr. Naruhodo, will you do the honors? Yes, of course. Mr. Dreba's hiding place must be the... Mr. Dreba's hiding place must be... the wardrobe? The skylight? Large sofa? Hang on. Personally, I still think he might have escaped via one of those skylights. But you heard that Mr. Sholmes said. The man must still be here in the room. Yeah. I'm afraid your opinion might put you at loggerheads with the great detective, Mr. Sato. Sometimes a man must stand up for what he believes in and fight. Oh, well, in that case, I'll leave you to it. In other words, get it wrong. Cupboard? No. This looks to be a cupboard for cups and saucers and the like. Ah, an ingenious hiding place. Oh, is it? Well, when you say cupboard, you automatically think of cups and saucers, don't you? And the clever engineer knows that, so he knows you'd never look for him in there, because he's not crockery. Though sadly it does seem to be full of only crockery. Yeah. He's not in the cupboard, he's in that wardrobe. Or, wait a minute. He might be in the safe, maybe. Because of the safe combination? Nah. Wardrobe. If you need to hide, there's no better place than a wardrobe. I stand firmly by that. Ah, yes, you had some experience of that yourself a year ago, didn't you? We'll find him in there, mark my words. He'll be curled up in a ball, trembling and hungry. In fact, my own hand is trembling, just thinking about making the discovery. Never mind, Mr. Naruhodo. He could be hiding somewhere else, you know. Yeah, I think he might be in the safe. Look at that, all that mess in front of the safe. Yes, plans and accounting ledgers. Almost as if somebody was in a hurry to empty the contents of the safe, in fact. Yep. There it is. There's the logic.
Take that!
It's gotta be the safe. Yes, I was right. Because of the safe combination. Before we gained access to this back room, we heard noises from in there. Which tells us that the engineer was still in that building at that point in time. He was in fact searching for the combination to his safe. Yep. And pressed for time, made no attempt to light the furniture that he overturned in the process. From which we can deduce that his search for the combination happened very recently indeed. In summary, Mr. Enoch Dreba is, at this very moment, inside the safe. But the question is he still alive? Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. Inside the safe. Deduction complete. Elementary. Shucks, I got one thing wrong, but it's okay. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps it's time we ended this game of hide and seek, don't you? By opening the safe, you mean? What else? Let's see. The combination was 1, 4, 3, 2, 5, 8, 2. I knew that. Alright then, here goes. Oi, there he is. You found me. What? What the? What? Dude's pretty mechanical, flexible. What the? Very steampunk. Cool design. Whoa. It's like Pierce Nickety all over again. Sort of. Right then, sir. Mr. Inox I presume. Correct. You'd better start talking. You tricked Professor Hairplane with that bogus machine you built. And you shall have to explain the depth of the waxwork from Madame Tuspel as well. Tuspel's as well. With this, I would be delighted to answer your many questions. Personally, I would advise that you deactivate my little parcel first. Deactivate? Your parcel? I refer, of course, to the time bomb. I left it in the most prominent position. Ah! Ha ha ha. I see. Stunned silence. You're all gearing up to die with me then. What? No! Mr. Sholmes, with only 7 seconds to spare. That was too close for comfort. I've got 1 foot in the grave already. Are you trying to help us get a killer or get us killed? Mr. Sholmes' deduction can be completely life-altering, can't they? Well, my dear fellows, that was a close shave. The resemblance to an anti-gravity device is really quite startling, I must say. Anti-gravity devices don't exist. Ooh, I wouldn't push it, I wouldn't push it, Mrs. Sholmes. Oh boy. So we have Enoch Jareba in the flesh, or rather, in the neck. I don't know. In the mechanically speaking, I don't know. I don't know where I was going for this. I mean, he's still human, but he's got that robotic hand. Hang on. Are you sure FA has everything we need to Mr. Naruhodo? And he has his own theme. Let's present evidence. It might surprise you to learn that I'm actually a lawyer for the Empire of Japan. I detest lawyers. They wield so-called special powers in an attempt to drive down our freedoms. Yes, let me be quite clear. I detest lawyers very much. Any chance two negatives make a positive? Okay. Let's see. Hang on. Mr. Jabba, look at this, please. Do you, have anything to say about it? Are these strange mechanical movements supposed to be some sort of answer? Yeah. I don't think he's gonna tell me about anything else, but we found out that he does not like lawyers when we showed him the armband. Yeah, he's not gonna know nothing about nothing. Right. I'm just humoring myself, everybody. That's all. Alright, so I got a reaction out of him when I showed him, you know, the armband. Yeah, okay, I was right. Alright, it's time to talk to this dude. Converse. Oh wait, hold on. We can get more dialogue? I still can't believe we were nearly blown up. What was that sideways glance in aid of, Mr. Naruhodo? I thought that deducing meaning from the movement of people's eyes was your specialty, Mr. Sholmes. Never mind that now. Let's see what Mr. Dreba has to say for himself. Alright. Okay, we got the flavor text. Alright, converse. What happened here? What on earth happened in here? You found me, haven't you? No need to screw me down any further. Everything in here is precisely what it seems. Yeah, well, we'll be giving it a thorough going over. Don't you worry, Dreba. What fails to click with me is how you were able to locate my workshop. That I was not expecting. When I heard whistling from the other room, I knew it was time to bolt. Whistling? Whistling? Ah, that would have been me. Oh. For some reason, I woke in fine fettle today. No words, just tightly squeezed chips. Clearly I must have a screw loose, otherwise I couldn't remember the combination for the safe. And another one loose, as I couldn't remember on which piece of furniture I'd written it down. We also found a rope over by the wall. Yes, I had hoped to exit through the skylight, but sadly the rope was too short. So I then set up about searching for the combination code to open a safe. and burning the incriminating blueprints, don't forget. Regrettably though, you failed to retrieve the head from the balloon among the rafters. And after that, you hid yourself inside the safe, having first set this parcel ticking. Well, I had no intention of being nailed by the police. The time bomb. What a death wish have you, hiding right beside a ticking time bomb. Please, why do you suppose I chose to hide inside the safe? It's no ordinary safe, it's specially designed. A dynamite explosion wouldn't leave a scratch on it. So in fact, the safe was the only safe place. Precisely. But once you climb inside, you wouldn't have been able to get out again. I invite you to look more closely. The safe is fitted with a handle on the inside to allow the door to be unlocked from within. Ah, so it is. I had always intended to blow this place to smithereens in any case. I just wasn't expecting uninvited guests to come along and screw up my plans. Do you mean to say you will plan to blow us all up? No, that was unforeseen. What do you mean? Most people run, you see, when they see a ticking time bomb at their feet. Ah, I calculated the time required for retreat to a safe distance and set the device accordingly. But your seemingly endless discourse in here threw a spanner in the works. Is something wrong, Gregson? Do I have something on my face besides the usual eyes, ears, nose, and mouth? I think we have a fairly good idea of what's been going on here now. But what about the two incidents you've evidently been involved in recently? Professor Hairbrain's instantaneous kinesis experiment at the Great Exhibition, and the waxwork model you stole, which his head belongs to. That's no ordinary head, you know. That's the head of the professor. Clad in a mask with a lock so strong, I'm unable to open it safely to reveal the killer's identity. I've been considering carrying it around as protection, after all. That's enough. What's going on here, Gregson? I'm sure you're aware that I have sole jurisdiction to investigate here. Yes, well, Dr. Scythe again. So the forensic investigation team are here. And you know full well this engineer is a key witness. Why are you allowing this lawyer access to him? If Lord Strongheart knew of this, you'd be finished. Oh man. You lot, leave at once. My dear madam, there's no need for such a threatening tone, I assure you. After all, that's no way to greet an old acquaintance, is it, Dr. Scythe? Oh. Hello, Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes knows Dr. Scythe? If it's protecting the machine next door that's causing such a sour expression on your face, you're quite misguided. It's really nothing more than a shell. You get out. But of course, we'll show ourselves the door. I see you haven't softened at all. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, it would appear that our delightfully entertaining investigations have run their course for today. But Mr. Sholmes, let us leave this place in the doctor's capable hands. I said get out. Now, all of you. Your presence here is not required either, Gregson. Understood. But I'll just say one thing before I head off. If it wasn't for this lawyer and his companions, if it wasn't for his, yeah, we'd never have found this place, and the whole workshop would have been blown to bits. It's true. There was a time bomb set in here that this lot disarmed. Inspector, oh wow. That's true. Don't giving you a choco has it, driver? Ah, so sorry. Didn't mean to offend. You're quite right, of course. You did disarm the time bomb, didn't you? Yes, you did disarm. That's one. Oh no. Uh, what are you? That one? You mean? Oh no. What? What is going on? No. Where is that? Oh no. Stick. Oh no. Bro. It was an hour later that we heard the news of the enormous explosion that ripped through the experimentation stage at the Great Exhibition. Professor Hairblade's invention and all of its secrets were blown away forever. Dang! I hope those two constables were okay. The two bobbies, the cops. It's messed up. Very messed up. Alright, finally. We made it to the trial, which I intend to. 24th October, 9:11 a.m., the Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Hang on, everybody. Good morning to you, Mr. Naruhodo. Everybody, I'm going to be right back, real quick. I'm going to set my BRB screen for a moment. Everybody, I'm gonna get some dinner real quick. have acquired food. Thank you all for still being here, by the way. Yeah. I am almost there, everybody. Okay, I'm gonna take out my container of food. Hey, everybody, here goes. We get situated again. Okay, here we go. We okay, got this. Right. We oh, shoot. Okay. Right. We are. Here we go. Okay. Let's see. All right, testing. 1, 2, 3, and here we go. So everybody out there that's still out there, thank you so much for being out here, because I know you all want to see, you know, what's going on with this case. And yeah. All right, here we go. All right. I eat good food, Swedish meatballs, crinkle fries, and gravy. All right, here we go. Oh, okay. See, things are coming. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're coming. All right. All right. And here we go. Good morning to you, Mr. Naruhodo. Ah, good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings? I hope so. I should be. Even I found nothing left to. Good morning, my dear fellows. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you're here. Why, naturally. A true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends in battle at all times. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'll see you later then. I'll see. I'll. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'll see you later then. Now, Professor, we really need you to remain calm in the courtroom today. Yes, do try your hardest not to enter the witness stand uninvited again. Yes, I will. I I realize it was a I realize it was a mistake, but my dear fellows, I must interject. Oh, you're still here, Mr. Sholmes. What's the matter? Surely you've overlooked some phrase, have you not? To be cast in my direction, hmm? Sorry, I don't follow. Must I spell it out? I, the great Herlock Sholmes, the greatest detective of worldwide acclamation, arose at some ungodly hour to be here now. First thing in the morning. A miracle. You must agree. Well, if I must agree, then, as you know, my sleep is quite impregnable. Iris had to employ her full gamut of tactics. She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked both cheeks, punched me, and kicked me from the bed. Jeez. Gimmett. Then she poured a boiling cup of her latest experimental blend on my face, and at last I was bestirred. Oh my, Iris has been busy. Iris doesn't have it in her to go that far. She's too nice. Ah, I sense the spirit of a fellow scientist, one who relishes the infinite possibilities of blending tea. I'm the one worthy of praise here, not Iris. This is my victory. Sorry to cut in. Sorry to cut in. Oh, Inspector Gregson, good morning. Gregson, my dear fellow, why the grim expression at this delightfully early hour? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I've been confronted with a grimmer expression, eh? Dear me, are you going to take that insult lying down, Professor? What? I don't know. Poor Professor. Anyway, here's the paperwork you asked for. What paperwork? Ah, I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. I have a feeling it may prove useful. You wouldn't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get this brought out of the archives. It's the professor's autopsy report. That mass murderers? Who killed 5 members of the aristocracy? He was found guilty in a closed trial 10 years ago now. It was all done under wraps. And he was quickly executed soon after the trial. It's all in here. The killer's autopsy report has been entered into the court record. What? Killer's autopsy report. The autopsy report of the mass murderer known as the Professor, who was tried and found guilty by closed trial 10 years ago? What? We got so much evidence, jeez. Redacted for confidentiality? Pseudonym, the Professor. Death by hanging, confirmed at midnight, 17th June. Courtney Stevens? Huh? Courtney Stevens? Courtney Scythe? Alright. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector. Yes, much obliged, Gregson. Us slowly lost the yarn are just doing what we can. In the shadow of the great Detective Sholmes, of course. Well then, Professor Hairbrain, this is it. Today we're going to lay all this rest at last. Boosh. I wish you the best of luck, Professor. I suppose he'll be in there today. will he? Dreba. Dreba. Yes, we expect the prosecution to summon him as a witness. I'm still amazed that you managed to find him in just one day. I really owe you both so much. Counsel and the defendant. The trial is about to resume. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. This is it then. The final chapter. Funny, my heart's racing a little. I've not felt this before, actually. This strange foreboding. As if something's going to happen in this trial that I'm not ready for. But I can't let that distract me from the only thing that really matters. Finding the truth. Yeah. Well, I know that, I didn't forget that Van Zieks is gonna have his apprentice with him. Barreau Van Zieks. 24th October, 9:30 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the public hearing of Albert Herblay, here present, who stands accused of murder. Are the counsels for the prosecution and defense ready to proceed? Oh snap. Count Dracula has his familiar. The prosecution is ready, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. As promised, Lord Van Zieks has his apprentice with him. His apprentice with memory loss. Oh snap. She's burning a hole through him. If I may, Lord Van Zieks. Yes, my lord. There appears to be someone standing at your side. Ah, yes. My apprentice and assistant. The prosecution believes today's proceedings will see the complexity of this case rise considerably. Oh, what the? That's cool. I therefore instructed my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of the trial. He sliced the cap off, and the smooth running of liquid refreshments, by the look of it. The way he holds himself, the way he moves, it couldn't be anyone else. But he's still suffering from amnesia, so there's really nothing we can do at the moment. I know, but, oh, this is so very hard. It would appear the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demands the court made yesterday. I understand you have successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene of the day in question. Yes, my lord. I intend to call him as a witness shortly. Very good, very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, who have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this courtroom today. Are you ready and willing to proceed? Of course, my lord. I'm sure we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty. I do so despise deception and deceit. I find it so very wary. To take a man's life with a conjuring trick, it is against the magician's code, not to mention the law. Dude, I'm a time traveler. I should tell you all about, Troop Grammari, and how half of them are all jerks, but I'm not going to. Any fake scientist could feel the wrath of God, if you ask me. Ooh, the wrath of God. We have to listen to what's said on both sides of fronts, and, then settle on one. That's it, isn't it? Wasn't like this in my day. Wasn't like this at all. If all parties are ready to proceed, you may begin, Lord Van Zieks. Before I do, my lord, there is a report I must read to the court. Yesterday, At the Great Exhibition Grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case. Oh, he handed him the scroll. The super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine, which was installed on the experimentation stage, was deliberately destroyed in an explosion affected by an unknown person or persons. It was what? An explosion? This is an outrage. Yes, I heard this grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in the evening. I read that the machine was blasted to smithereens, and the wreckage reduced to ashes in the flames. I have here a photographic print of the scene taken in the wake of the explosion. Oh wow. It shows what little remains of the machine. Yes, a terrible business. He did it to destroy the evidence, did he? Yep. That Enoch Dreba. The court will take this print as evidence, counsel. The post-explosion photograph has been entered into the court record. Oh boy. Let me, hang on, everybody. Okay. Oh, how cute. Okay. I'm just, clearing a few notifications. Alright. I want to check the explosion. A photographic print of the experimentation stage after it was completely leveled by a time bomb. The metal floor of the stage has been blown open by the explosion. Alright. Let's see. Late yesterday afternoon, the protection afforded to the machine by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act was revoked. However, before a thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial. As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity. Indeed. A most unfortunate state of affairs. However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused. Of that we can be certain. For it was the accused himself who was operating the machine and who ultimately caused its loss of control. Oh man, that's unfortunate.
Objection!
As Lord Von Zeeks rightly says, this is a very different trial now. The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Asmund died as a result of the accident caused by this machine's malfunction. Hold on. Fancy to check the cat. No, no. Shh. She doesn't. He acknowledges that Mr. Asman died as a result of the accident caused by his machine's malfunction. Alright. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters. Names, Counselor, if you please. The engineer, Mr. Enoch Dreba, and the victim himself, Mr. Odi Asman. So what exactly were these two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense intends to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant. Thank you, counselors. The positions of the prosecution and defense have been clearly stated. Lord von Ziegs, summon your first witness, please. At once, my lord. The prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Enoch Dreba, to the stand. State your name and occupation for the court. Name, Enoch Dreba. Occupation, hard to pin down, I would say. See that black monocle? Yes, why do I feel as though I've seen it somewhere before? Oh, you too? I had exactly the same feeling myself. Your file indicates that you are currently being investigated in connection with another case. A theft of a waxwork model, is it? A most extraordinary sounding business. But that has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Cleave it from your mind. You're familiar with the public experiment carried out at the Great Exhibition some days ago? The accused super high voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration. Yes, you could say that I am aware of it. There was a terrible accident, wasn't there? It was you, Mr. Dreba, who constructed the vast machine used in the experiment. Also, our investigations indicate. Can you confirm your involvement? Yes, I constructed it in precise accordance with the blueprints, but that's all. Then the court would be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure. An amazing device, if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis a reality at last. What? Good. Good gracious. Do you mean to say that the experiment was bona fide? Is that your belief, sir? Yes, it is very much my belief. Such a waste that it blew up.
Objection.
But we've already established the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick.
Objection!
You've established nothing of the sort. All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome could have been produced by means of stage trickery. The defense merely proposed a method and demonstrated its feasibility, nothing more. But we procrastinated long enough. I feel. Witness, you will now give your formal testimony about the machine that you constructed for the purpose of the demonstration at the Great Exhibition. Understood. The kinesis machine. I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Osmond's introduction. He provided me with the blueprints, and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads, and it crashed headfirst into the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow. Hmm. A body double? That goes without saying, surely. To give the impression that has moved, when in reality it hasn't. It's a basic conjuring principle. The deception cannot be achieved without substituting the original for fake at some point in the performance. But would I be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines? Ugh. Incidentally, the prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Asman had no twin siblings. It's my understanding that this witness is well versed in conjuring artfulness. But such talents do not indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, the construction of what, by all accounts, must have been an extremely complex scientific machine. Whatever do you mean? Whatever do you mean? Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploits to light, Mr. Drebber. Indeed it did, my lord. As a swindler who preys on innocent scientists to elicit government grant money through conjuring know-how. Yes, it's true that I possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. But crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches that of any academic in the field. Investigation of the witness's workshop attests to that claim, my lord. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy for young talent in science there. Yes, that's true. We spotted it there ourselves. If a hypothesis is sound, it can always be forged into a physical manifestation with sufficient skill. Though I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wiles to sniveling talentless scientists in the past. Would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was an unfortunate accident, or of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by misuse of the science? Counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. Cross-examination. Oh boy. Let's see. Alright. Here goes. The kinesis machine. Alright. He's certainly very sure of himself. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now that the machine has been completely destroyed by yesterday's explosion, it's going to be impossible to argue its authenticity, one way or the other. But if we're unable to establish that it was a piece of stage trickery, rather than genuine science, we will have no grounds on which to demonstrate Professor Harebrain's innocence. Both Mr. Osmond and this man in the van tricked the professor and used him. They took advantage of his naivety and his unbending belief in his work, and I won't let them get away with it. And seeing as the professor is an old friend of Lord Von Zeke's, what on earth must he be feeling towards Drebber? Yeah, against Drebber. And not Drebber. And not Drebber. Oh. Alright. I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Asman's introduction.
Hold it!
So you were already acquainted with Mr. Asman himself? Not really. By chance, I'd seen his name mentioned in the papers, that's all. But I had no interest in his private affairs. If he was an unscrupulous investor, it was no concern of mine. As long as people pay their bills, I take up my tools and construct what they ask for. So why did Mr. Asman approach you in particular then? Who can say? I presume because my name is associated with excellence in ingenuity. Not to mention excellence in fraud. Hard to gauge, but the point is, all I did was construct the machine according to the blueprints I was given. In other words, the Kinesis machine was built on solid scientific principles. Yes, you might say that. Professor Harebrained certainly has a mind like no other. He provided me with the cube with the blueprints, and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications.
Hold it!
It's clear that you have both scientific knowledge and knowledge of conjuring magic. However, the more knowledge you have, the better equipped you are to handle whatever comes along. But your implication is that I furnished the machine with some trickery, I think. It's a possibility that we have to explore. Unfortunately, though, the machine has been blown to Kingdom Come. So there's really nothing left to explore, is there? It appears that the Kinesis machine was fitted with a timed explosive device of some kind. And there's nothing left of that device either. Not a single shred of evidence remaining, I hear. He must have planned all this from the outset. Yup. But in any case, it's abundantly clear that the experiment could have been a trick. If the whole show is a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? Oh, hold up.
Hold it!
Of course, that's it. Mr. Asman was a twin.
Objection!
Perhaps my learned friend wasn't listening earlier. Mr. Asman had no twin siblings. No, I heard you before, but the thread of hope hadn't quite left me. The demonstration could have been a trick if there was somebody who looked sufficiently like the victim. But Dr. Sight absolutely ruled that out as a possibility. It is beyond question that the victim himself, Mr. Asman, did move from the stage to the Crystal Tower. The fingerprints found at the scene attest to the fact. So it can't have been orchestrated using someone who looked identical to Mr. Asman then. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh no, nothing. Just that the idea of someone who looked identical to the victim is playing on my mind. Yeah. All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the Crystal Tower.
Hold it!
It crashed headfirst, you say? According to the many witness reports from those there at the time, yes. Were you not there at the exhibition grounds of the day? Unlikely. I rarely leave my workshop. Yet, another of your unique inventions was found at the scene. Well, it was the unveiling of a machine I'd labored over for many months. I saw it clearly with my own eyes, the birdcage plummeting headfirst into the tower. What a surprise! I believe the victim's neck was broken from the headlong fall, wasn't it? How would you have come by that information? Even an infernal recluse like me reads the newspapers, you know. According to the reports, 2 injuries were apparent on the victim's body. Yes, he'd been stabbed in the chest by a screwdriver, believed to belong to the defendant, and he had broken vertebrae as a result of a fall from a considerable height. Correct. My learned friend has been doing his research, it seems. Do we know which injury was the fatal one? Sadly not. Forensic science is not yet at a level where such things can be determined. What we do know is that the victim died having sustained both injuries at some point during the experiment. And since he was found in the birdcage with his neck broken, it's obvious that he fell from a considerable height. I suppose that's hard to deny. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow?
Hold it!
So you understood the science, did you? Not to the slightest. Oh, right. As I've said a number of times, I'm an engineer. My job is to manufacture according to the blueprints I've been given. I would be inviting manifold problems if I foolishly allowed my brain to digest the ideas behind them. I could be accused of stealing those ideas, for example. But how is it possible to construct a machine without really understanding the principles it relies on? Well, you're practicing law without really understanding the principles it relies on, aren't you? A very good point. Stand up for yourself, Mr. Naruhodo. The point is, the experiment resulted in instantaneous kinesis taking place. As such, the science must be sound. Yes, and really, experimental results are all that matters when it comes to proving a hypothesis. He's certainly very sure of himself, okay. Let's take a look. Tell me, did the victim have a twin?
Objection!
No, that wasn't it. That's probably wasn't the contradiction either, so I'm gonna take a look at this. Let me take a look at the statements. Ah, hold on. Yeah, this could have been it. All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. Let me press this again.
Hold it!
It crashed headfirst, you say? According to the many witness reports from those there at the time, yes. Were you not there at the exhibition found the day? Unlikely. I rarely leave my workshop. Yet another of your unique inventions were found at the scene. Well, it was the unveiling of a machine I'd labored over for many months. I saw it clearly with my own eyes. The birdcage plummeted head first into the tower. What a surprise. I believe the victim's neck was broken from the headlong fall, wasn't it? How would you have come by that information? Even an infernal recluse like me reads the newspapers, you know. According to the reports, 2 injuries were apparent on the victim's body. Yes, he'd been stabbed in the chest by a screwdriver believed to belong to the defendant, and he had broken vertebrae as a result of a fall from a considerable height. Correct. My learned friend's been doing his research, it seems. Do we know which injury was the fatal one? Sadly not. Forensic science is not yet at a level where such things can be determined. What we do know is that the victim died having sustained both injuries at some point during the experiment. And since he was found in a birdcage with his neck broken, it's obvious that he fell from a considerable height. I suppose that's hard to deny. Alright. So this statement right here. The birdcage right here.
Objection!
We've examined the birdcage that crashed into the Crystal Tower ourselves. Hold on, everybody. Okay. All right. We've examined the birdcage that crashed into the Crystal Tower ourselves. As you can see, the cage, which is a wooden construction, had sustained damage in one particular spot. Following the explosion, it fell some 30 feet to the glass of the Crystal Tower. That level of damage is to be expected, surely. I agree. The damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of that damage. All the breakages in the wood were at the base of the birdcage, not the top. Yep. What are you saying? That's the opposite of where they should be. That's right, my lord. The birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at its best, at its base. Yeah, at its base. So we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the Crystal Tower, yet the damage is at the bottom. The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there were 2 bird cages in play that day, which were at some point switched. Switched during what wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery. Blah! Good gracious, explain yourself, witness. Well, if we examine the facts, there's only one logical conclusion we can draw. The damage on the base of the birdcage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first into the tower.
Objection!
But multiple witness reports claim it fell head first. Hold on, everybody. Okay. But multiple witness reports claimed it fell head first. The birdcage materialized in the sky next to a balloon flying over the stage, following a spontaneous explosion at an altitude of some 60 feet above ground level. which is approximately 80 meters. It then proceeded to fall some 30 feet into the crystal tower. In the ensuing deflagration, witness reports amid such chaos are notoriously unreliable.
Objection!
But the victim's neck was broken.
Objection!
He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However he fell, it would be unsurprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed. A riveting scientific analysis of events from the prosecution there. Though to be even more rigorous, you would have to say it was only one vertebrae, actually. He wasn't quiet for long. I find it hard to see what's motivating Lord Van Zieks. This witness is clearly a swindler, and one who deceived a personal friend of his. If you're going to establish this deception, do it right. Sorry. I feel like that's the undertone here. Ah, yes, and there's one more point. The defense appears to have forgotten. It obviously wasn't a trick, as a certain trick proof very plainly demonstrates. What? It seems to me that the cross-examination had better continue until we resolve this matter. What? Mr. Gerber, you will amend your testimony with details of this truth. Of course, we must treat the matter scientifically after all. Ah, I nearly had him there. The kinesis clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from. Alright.
Hold it!
What do you mean? Well, before the demonstration began, the victim was alive on stage in front of the audience. Yes, there are lots of witnesses who saw Mr. Asman on the experimentation stage, that's true. And the victim's neck broke as a result of an impact following a fall. Logically, therefore, the victim must have fallen from somewhere. The balloon that exploded was at an altitude of 60 feet. The point of impact on the tower was 30 feet high. 30 feet up. Yeah, 30 feet up. That difference of 30 feet is therefore the total distance the birdcage fell. And there's no other location from which the cage could have fallen that distance if it didn't drop out of the sky. Ergo, the victim himself must have been beamed from the stage into the sky above the crystal tower. A trenchant scientific analysis. Dear me, every time I hear it explained, it sounds increasingly plausible. Oh yes, it's all very well thought out. Certainly all the spectators on this day saw it. The birdcage plummeting 30 feet through the air, irritatingly, yes. Alright. Let's see. Could it be the photograph of the balloon?
Objection!
No, that wasn't it. Let's see. Okay, this has gotta be it. This is the contradiction. The amended testimony. Oh. Hold on. Experiment sketch. A diagram showing the relative positions of the crystal tower and Professor Harebrain's machine that exploded.
Objection!
Yeah. This is a diagram of the experimentation stage and its surroundings. Oh snap. We know that somehow the birdcage appeared in midair before falling down into the crystal tower. A fall of about 30 feet or 9 meters. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see that there is one other possible location from which the birdcage could have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet. No. Well, it appears the defense is a possible explanation to put forward. Go ahead, counsel. Yes, my lord. Of course. You will indicate the place to which you are referring on this same diagram. The alternative location from which the birdcage could possibly have fallen, the requisite 30 feet. Alright. The alternative location from which the birdcage could possibly have fallen, the requisite 30 feet. Would it be here, the balloon? Maybe?
Take that!
If it had fallen from here, the birdcage would have plummeted the same 30-foot distance.
Objection!
If that's my learned friend's claim, I suggest he demonstrates for the court personally. Huh? And you may consider this a parting gift, counsel. Ugh, I feel like I've just hit the deck from 30 feet up anyway now. Don't give me recourse to make the next fall from 60 feet up, You will indicate the place to which you are referring on the same diagram. Okay, nah. Okay, that wasn't gonna be from there. Now let's see. Let me think again. Probably here.
Take that!
Yeah. The place I'm referring to is here. But that's where the birdcage would have been to begin with. Yeah. Which is exactly the point, my lord. Yes, the birdcage was in the machine on the stage. But what we must also consider is the height of the stage itself. Go on, counsel. It turns out that the experimentation stage was built at a considerable height above ground level. If you look at the diagram, in fact, You'll see it's about you'll see it's at about the same height above the ground as the balloon was above the crash site. When the experiment got underway, the machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam. Oh. At that moment, the floor of the stage gave way, and, if we assume there to be a void underneath, this birdcage, the one seen by the audience, would have fallen almost exactly the same distance. Once again, my lord, this all points to the fact that there was not one birdcage, but two.
Objection!
My learned friend has no evidence that the stage had such a contrivance in its design. Someone is responsible for the criminal destruction of the kinesis machine itself, it's true. However, the stage still stands. And take a moment to look at the photograph prints of the scene following yesterday's explosion. Good lord, the metal grille that formed the floor of the machine is undone. Yes, most likely opened by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. The defense calls for the space below the stage to be investigated immediately. Mr. Dreba, it was you who built the kinesis machine, which means that it was you who built the two bird cages that were used to carry out this deception. Whether Professor Harebrain's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference, because it's the construction of this machine that matters. A machine designed to take Mr. Asmon's life and lay the blame firmly at the professor's door, something that could only have been carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Dreba. Yeah.
Objection!
Oh. Time to pour one out. If my learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertions, the prosecution would like to crush the defense's arguments slowly, but surely. What? What? Your argument fails to hold water. On two counts. Two. Firstly, before and after the experiment, this witness went nowhere near the kinesis machine. Every relevant member of staff from the exhibition has attested to that. And I believe members of Scotland Yard have also been on watch duty at every public experiment. In other words, Mr. Dreba had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages.
Objection!
But I've already explained why he wouldn't have needed to. The nonsense of the crossbow, that doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed into the tower are one and the same. The forensic investigation team's report is unequivocal on that point. And the second flaw in your assertion is a distinct lack of motive. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so. A motive? Do I have to think of everything myself? Yeah. I have here a contract provided by the witness. What contract is this, Lord Van Ziegs? The contract into which Mr. Dreba entered with the victim, Mr. Asmon, reads, Mr. Dreba is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants, or other income. The total compensation an individual receives in exchange for their work or services. Remuneration. All right. Remunerations. Yeah. 30%. Certainly very favorable contractual conditions. But there is one very important provision bolted onto that clause. What provision? Mr. Dreba may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract would become null and void. So you see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Asmon's death. The diametric opposite, in fact. Ugh. Need I say more? The witness had neither an opportunity nor a reason to commit the alleged crime. In short, the possibility of Mr. Dreba having done as you suggest is nil. Ugh. Wow. It seems the defense's assertion was somewhat wide of the mark. Lord Van Zieks, you will submit the contract as evidence, please. Dreber's contract has been entered in the court record. Dreber's contract, the contract between Mr. Asmund and Mr. Dreber, detailing the terms by which they would profit from the Kinesis experiment? Wow. It's true. Terms of investment. The investor, Mr. Odie Asmund, hereby enters into contract with the provider, Mr. Enoch Dreba, to fund labor and materials for the construction of a super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Mr. Dreba is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income. Mr. Dreber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. It's true. If Dreba had no opportunity to switch the birdcage under the stage with the one in the Crystal Tower, he couldn't have done it. And in any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been. There is one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however. There were 2 bird cages. The prosecution is unable to deny that. Ah, so I'm sure you're on the right lines, Mr. Naruhodo. And I have no doubt that there are other aspects of your assertion that are undeniable truths, too. Well, it would seem that the defense has no rejoinder to offer. Well, I must say I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify about the machine I built, and instead my reputation is defiled. But the prosecution's counter has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit.
Objection!
At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only one birdcage. Yet now we know there must have been 2. In other words, there was more to the demonstration that we realized at first. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit. Get to the point. The stage demonstration was constructed and set up in its entirety by you, Mr. Dreba. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. So if circumstances mean it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself, it points to the fact that someone else was involved. Someone else? Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, my lord. Mr. Dreba had an accomplice.
Objection!
An accomplice now? Well then, I presume you're prepared for what's to come. Now that you're accusing not only this witness, but someone else of the most serious of crimes. If these accusations turn out to be false, then make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander. Uh-oh. Well, counsel, do you intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of involvement in this matter? What do I do here? At the moment, this is little more than a hunch on my part. I don't know for sure if the Reba had an accomplice, or even if he really is the culprit here. One way or another, though, I have to make my position clear as a lawyer. So what's my stance going to be? Did Reba have an accomplice or not? Let's see. What happens if I were to back down? Because he might have he has an accomplice, probably. Most likely, yeah. I mean, we've come to that. Let's face it, I have no idea who this accomplice might actually have been. Which isn't the strongest position to be in, is it, Nosuke? Mr. Naruhodo, think of the sword at your side. Karuma is crying out. Sorry, crying out for you to show the strength of your conviction, now as a lawyer. Yes, you're right. This sword that I inherited, which embodies the will of my best friend, is my own accomplice. I'm not sure that's quite the right word, but that's the spirit, certainly. The defense is ready to name Mr. Dreba's accomplice. Somehow the two bird cages must have been switched. Everything points to that. Yet, according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. But that inconsistency itself is a clue. Counsel. My lord, you have received a stark warning already. If you are nevertheless determined, then I must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name. So, your answer please. Who do you claim to have been Mr. Dreba's accomplice? I think I may have the idea of whom's the accomplice might be. I actually have two guesses, but I'm gonna go with my first one. Wait. Actually, it's either gonna be Balthazar Loon or Esmeralda Tuspels.
Take that!
No. Who is this person? Someone intimately related to the crime, my lord, and someone you surely wouldn't say you don't know. Yes, thank you. I'm aware of the person, obviously, but on what basis do you claim felonious involvement? You surely wouldn't say you don't know, would you? Wow. I'm sure you simply slipped and pointed to the wrong person, didn't you? There's no other explanation. No slip-ups this time, please, counsel. Alright. Okay, so... it might have been Esmeralda, maybe?
Take that!
No. It's definitely not. No, of course not. Okay, hang on. No. You don't... I think it was probably Courtney Scythe?
Take that!
The name of the person in question is... yeah. Damn, I was way off the mark. Oof. What's wrong, my Nipponese friend? Surely fear doesn't bind your tongue now. It's a little late for that. Yeah, I definitely knew I was wrong about those two. It's just I was thinking balloon, I was thinking of the head. Of course I'm afraid. After all, naming her in this capacity is definitely going to make waves. A lot of waves. I could very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me. Uh-oh. I'm sure it'll be alright, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you, Mr. Sato. The enemy always appears larger than life, but you'll appear exactly the same to the enemy. Alright then, here goes. You've kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, Counsel. Now. The person who colluded with Mr. Drebber in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Scythe. Boosh, come on. Stretching. What the blazes are you talking about? Dr. Scythe? The head of the forensic investigation team and the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim. Boosh. Come on, stop. We know there were 2 bird cages. So, who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators, and the area was immediately sealed off. Then everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensic investigation team. Yeah, that makes sense. When else could the switch have occurred? It could only have been in that team's presence. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. The defense demands that Dr. Scythe be summoned to the witness stand at once to testify. Oh man. You've got a nerve, lad. Standing up there, dragging the odd's name through the mud. I didn't mean to. I know the woman very well. There's no better dead room worker out there. How dare you call her a criminal? My learned friend's imagination appears to be wilder than the East End. At night. At night. Oh man. But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there's another grave problem with your argument. One which the prosecution demands you address at once. A grave problem? Oh my word. Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger? What? Certainly if the birdcage containing the body of the victim was exchanged for another, that cage must have also contained a body. And yet, no missing persons or accidental deaths of anyone even remotely resembling the victim have been reported. Which means there was no one, dead or alive, who could have fulfilled the role of a body double for Mr. Asman. Ugh, that's true. If my argument is that there were 2 bird cages, then there also have been 1 person inside each. But I don't know if I've got an answer to this yet, have I? What can I do to reveal how this body double stunt was achieved? Hold on. Nothing at the moment. I can't explain that at the moment. Oh really? And when can the court expect an explanation? Maybe tomorrow? That's funny. Then you can take your leave of us till then. People who procrastinate lose everything in the end, Mr. Naruhodo. Isn't that slightly over the top? We can discuss that later, but for now, you ought to consider what you can do, not what you can't. Alright, yes, I'll think again. Alright, hang on. Yeah. I can think of like a piece of evidence and someone. We'll name someone first. Very well. The defense will address my learned friend's concerns by revealing the identity of the person who acted as Mr. Asmon's body double. Be my guest. Give us a name. The body double and the birdcage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage, which means that any witnesses would only have seen them from 60 feet away. So who was it that appeared out of that explosion some 80 meters above the spectators? Aha! In place of Mr. Asmon in the second birdcage was... No. Okay, I was right. I was actually right. No. It's not a person. Duh. Impossible. No. It's a piece of evidence. Duh. Very well. The defense will address my learned friend's concerns by presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Asmon's body double. Good gracious, evidence, yeah. I do hope this isn't filibustering, counsel. The court is expecting a name. If you think you have relevant evidence, present it now. I do. Hang on. Filibuster. Philadelphia. Oh, wow. The body double and the birdcage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage, which means that any witnesses would only have seen them from 60 feet away. So who was it that appeared out of that explosion, some 80 meters above the spectators? Aha! The body double inside the second birdcage was... the waxwork head.
Take that!
We know that the victim, Mr. Asmon, was in the birdcage that was situated inside the kinesis machine on stage, and therefore he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that contained something else. What's been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky, crashed into the Crystal Tower. Yes, counsel, according to your somewhat elaborate version of events. And that body double inside the second birdcage was in fact... It's alright, Mr. Naruhodo. You're ready for this. Just steel yourself and come out with it. Thank you, Mrs. Susato. I needed that. As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was... as unbelievable as it may seem, that thing there. What? I like how it was just suddenly there. It's the professor.
Objection!
Open your eyes and look into mine, my Nipponese friend. Now tell me, what are you playing at? Stand firm now, Rinosuke. This is the time to show your Japanese spirit. As the court will observe, this is a waxwork model. A model, in fact, of an infamous London murderer from 10 years ago, the Professor.
Objection!
You started by You started by indicting the leader of the forensic investigation team as an accomplice in this crime. And now, you've moved on to indicting Waxworks? Yes. Hello there. Alex Wright. I know who you're referring to. You know, the dude that used to wrestle for WCW. He has his own wrestling school now, last I checked. But sorry, but wrong. Anyway, and it's not even right. It's Renosuke, Naruhodo. And now you've moved on to the indicting Waxworks. Yes, that's about the size of it. But why? And why this waxwork? It looks nothing like the victim. In fact, it could hardly resemble him less. What possible justification can you give? If you want to know why, ask Mr. Dreba. What? Just days before Professor Hairbrain performed his public demonstration, Mr. Dreba abducted this model from Madame Tuspel's. Did you say abducted? Yes. And 2 days after the incident, at the Great Exhibition, he returned it to the museum. And the timing. Is this true, Mr. Dreba? At first, I couldn't see why Mr. Dreba would have stolen the waxwork and then given it back again. But now the reason is clear. He took it so that he could put it inside the second bird cage as a body double for Mr. Asman. Yeah.
Objection!
Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? That the witness fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientists. That he did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner on a public stage in front of a vast audience. And that, to effect the deception, he used a waxwork model that in no way resembles the victim. Are we really to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide?
Objection!
Wait. Yes, if you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible. My lord, I need to speak, if you please. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement. Uh-oh. Very good. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings for the court to hear now.
Guilty! 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 Guilty!
Guilty!
Kill me!
It's that time again. So, as indicted by the foreman, the jury has reached a consensus. I knew that was going to happen. Me too. We shall go to dismiss Mr. Naruhodo, as we always do, and uncover some new truths along the way. I'm quite sure. Yes, I agree. I'm going to have to appeal to the judges as usual, and see if I can persuade them to change their minds. The defense will now embark on a summation examination. Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord. Very well. In that case, I ask you now to state clearly for all present to hear the grounds on which each of you has decided that the defendant is guilty of the crime of which he is charged. Judicial findings. Oh boy. Hang on, everybody. All right. Okay, here goes. The juror's contentions. I've known that woman for years. She'd never be an accomplice to anything. Oh, number 6. It's utter nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving with one another. Oh dear, this is most troubling. But surely the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner, is it? I have had my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them much. What? I've seen no rigorous proof that this waxwork has ever inside was I've seen no rigorous proof that this waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture. Accusing someone without right evidences? He's not a proper job, is he? I won't have it. I like how I went number 6 first, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Somewhat unsurprisingly, it seems the introduction of this waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized opinion. Given that its face is obscured, and its build is no way resembles that of the victim, I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity at suggesting it as Mr. Asmund's body double. Temerity. Temerity is a noun that means unreasonable, excessive, or foolish boldness. Okay. Yes, the applause is deafening. And yes, I know it seems extraordinary. But that's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? I can't explain why at the moment, but I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used, why it had to be this model. Really? A reason why nothing else would do, you mean? Yes, and I'm convinced. It's something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like the victim. Well, if that's the case, we must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs. Yes, agreed. I have to find a way out of this. If you are ready, Counselor, you may proceed with the summation examination. Yes, my lord. Jury examination. The defense's rebuttal. Interesting that Juror 6 is the first choice, and it's like, that's so weird. I know it seems a little far-fetched to think that the waxwork model of the professor was in that birdcage, but on the other hand, it explains a lot. If there really is a reason why that particular waxwork had to be used as Mr. Asmund's double, we must do everything we can to make the jurors understand it. The truth is, I'm sure that's the key to this, but it's the most puzzling part of it too. In that case, you should see what additional information you can glean while trying to change the judges' minds. If you can read a book whilst eating a rice cracker, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm sure you can do this. Right. Yes. Okay. Now for funsies, I'm just gonna pursue what all they say, what they all say, before I get down to the nitty-gritty.
Hold it! Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, judge number one? Did something about that last remark strike a chord with you? Do you think I'd be reading the paper like this if it did? Pardon? You see what you do not observe, Wilson. Words of a famous detective those. Perhaps if you did a little more observing, we could save us all some time. Believe me, I've seen that detective observing things, and it doesn't save anyone any time. That's funny.
Hold it! Excuse me.
Has that given you pause for thought, judge number two? Madam. Oh, I do apologize. I was quite lost in thought for a moment there. Yes, I noticed. Clearly something about what was just said made an impression on you. Oh golly, I'm afraid you misunderstand. I was thinking about this evening's menu. Menu? That's right, my dear Daly. My dear Daly will be ravenous by the time I'm home. Daly? Well, for starters, perhaps you can listen to what's being said here, in the courtroom. And perhaps if what you said before the jurors was more appetizing, you'd keep their attention better.
Hold it! Excuse me.
Something you'd like to say, juror number 3? Please, draw a card, any card. But do not show me. Huh? I will astound you by telling you the card you have taken. Sorry, but my arms don't magically extend, actually. Then how about this? What would really surprise me is if you would focus on the proceedings.
Hold it! Excuse me.
Do you have something to say, juror number 4? Have I observed any interesting reactions? Is that what you were asking? What made you say that? Science is all about making observations and drawing conclusions, young man. And I've drawn plenty about you. You have? At any moment, some catalyst is likely to make you explode with a cry of ejection. I'm not that much of an unstable substance. That's funny.
Hold it! Excuse me.
Do you have something to say to that, juror number 5? I love a good bit of corn, me. You don't say. But what I really love more than anything is biting into a fresh radish. But then, why the corn? I forgot him at home. A lesson in life. There may well be more to people than meets the eye. I'm really not sure that applies here. Oh, she likes radishes.
Hold it! Excuse me.
There's something about that strike a chord, sir. Juror number 6. Don't suppose I could help, could I? Always enjoy a natter, me. Well, this is new. Perhaps you could wake up the policeman next to you? Not a problem. I'll do it directly. Just get through some more of this first. Alright. Now we will press them all. I've known that woman for years. She'd never be an accomplice to anything. The order of things seems to have changed around here for some reason. I'm a copper, lad. It's a copper's discretion to bend the rules sometimes, when needs must. What's wrong with that? Put down the gun. Where do I start? I've been working at the yard for 40-odd years. That's even more than I thought. We've only had a metropolitan police service in town for 70 years, you know. Course, times have changed. The public didn't trust coppers back when I started. It was rough. We had to fight crime, and we had to fight to win the public's trust as well. And when we did, forensic science was in its infancy too, even more than it is now, and she spearheaded the revolution. Dr. Scythe, you mean? That's right, about 10 years ago now. It was when I was still a youngish Bobby on the beat. That's when she started making a name for herself as a top-class coroner. And now look at her, head of the forensic investigation team, and a woman no less. Oh. Well, you won't hear me complain. It's what we all dreamed of back then, I tell you. Could you tell me without holding that gun in the air? We were all out to uphold justice, lad. Full of vim. We were full of vim. That's coming across loud and clear. It's utter nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving with one another.
Hold it!
But we're only just starting to understand this case. What are you reading there, sir? The man behind those murders on Solar Pond Street was caught in 2 days flat. That's real policing for you. That's really not relevant to this case, is it? You're wrong there. Because it was Dr. Scythe in charge of examining the bodies. And it was evidence arising from her work that led to the arrest of the scoundrel responsible. Oh. That's right. Oh. That woman is at the forefront of this country's fight against the crime. The idea that she's somehow involved in this murky business is a load of old tosh. I thought it was up to me to press the judges, not the other way around. Yeah. Oh dear, this is most troubling, but surely the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner, is it?
Hold it!
Maybe. Why would you assume that? Well, quite simply because that unsettling swindler has no relationship with the woman, does he? True, as it stands, we don't know of any connection. Oh gosh, but it would be delightfully romantic if they were somehow to have a mutual interest in the waxwork. Romantic? A woman of society such as myself views everything in terms of relationships, you know. Well, you learn something new every day, even if you don't want to. One might wonder about a possible relationship between the defendant and this coroner woman. Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor just there. This woman may be more astute than I've been giving her credit for. If that's the woman's stance, then perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Scythe would be enough. Yes, I agree. As soon as we have even a whiff of a connection, she'll be the first to know. Alright, so she's going to be important. I have had my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them much. Huh?
Hold it!
What sort of problems? Let's just say we have run into each other on numerous occasions while I've been performing on the streets. Right, I see. Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as we work in close proximity to our audiences. So we perform our great magic in parks, on street corners, and the like. But the police use any excuse to make our lives difficult. Oh boy. Okay, we're gonna save it here, and then we're gonna pursue number 6 later. Sometimes they even cook up a story to extort monies from the pawn. Well, that's definitely not right. Yes, and it is why I say that if you trust the police, you will have trouble. But here you are claiming this waxwork model was stolen to star in an illusionary spectacular. The idea is so wild, I think I will take my chances and believe the authorities on this occasion. This is how the public at large views Scotland Yards, is it? Our own police force in Tokyo is not even 20 years old yet, is it? Perhaps we should view what's happened here in London as a measure of what may happen at home. Yes, like a Scotland Yardstick. I wonder how policemen would feel listening to the way this judge speaks about the force. I'm sure he'd have a word or two to say in response. Yeah, we're gonna get to him soon. I've seen no rigorous proof that this waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture.
Hold it!
But you claim the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick. That I did, but there's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there? Sorry. I grant you, given that this cage appeared amidst an explosion, there had been no need to use a real person. But if a waxwork had been used, the culprit could at least have had the decency to make it look like the victim. I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency. The point is, if you're going to make a claim about that waxwork being inside a birdcage, you need to give us some evidence. Without that, it's not just science. I suppose we should expect nothing less than a logical argument from a fellow of the Royal Society. But that perhaps means his mind could be changed if we manage to present suitable evidence. Evidence that the Professor Waxwork was inside that birdcage. Can I produce that or not? I have nothing yet. Well, I can state quite categorically, sir, that we have no such evidence at the present time. That much was abundantly clear before that brassy proclamation, I assure you. And why you can count on the fact that I shan't be changing my leading. Oh dear, that proclamation was even brassier than yours, Mr. Naruhodo. If only we had some evidence, things might be different, though. Accusing someone without right evidence? It's not a proper job, is she? I won't have it.
Hold it!
I've got to ask, why have you brought that code into court with you? That's so relevant. Colonel Cobb, he's been growing back on the farm. Picked him off on me way into town. He's a proper nibbler, he is. Yes, the nibbling seems to be taking quite a while. Maybe it could wait until after the trial. Oh, I don't like the sound of that. You need colonels at times like these. Whenever I've some matter big to decide, the colonels always point me in the right direction, see? You're talking about your cob of corn? Nibble nubble, guilty, dub bubble, nibble not guilty out. Nibble nobble, guilty bubble, nibble not guilty out. Nibble nobble, guilty bubble, nibble not guilty out. Nibble nobble, guilty bubble, nibble not guilty out. Perhaps it's akin to fortune telling with flower petals like people do back home. So Professor Hairbrain's fate is to be decided by a cob of corn. Could you not at least wait until we've had more time to find the truth before deciding on the defendant's guilt? Oh, I don't know about that. Me Tom's awfully full already. Amazing. Bad pun alert. I know it seems a little far-fetched that the waxwork model of the professor was in that birdcage. But among the explains a lot. Okay. Alright, we're going to pursue juror number 6 now. Dude, you shouldn't be twirling your gun around. What if... Never mind.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Do you have something to say in response to that, Mr. Otomo? Who are you calling a mass murderer? Ah, sorry, my mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him. I don't look anything like the man. You want to be locked up, Sonny? Thanks, Mr. Sholmes. Perhaps we could move on. I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what Jedi number 3 just said. And clearly, you do. Back in my day, back in the good old days, it wasn't like this. What was it like, sir? We worked our fingers to the bone to earn the public's trust, we did. And by Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then. Respected you? No one would have called a coroner to question in them days. A coroner's report was a hallmark of an investigation done right. Especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens put her name to it. Dr. Courtney Stevens. She was the best of the best.
Hold it!
Hang on. She was the best of the best, and the apple of the Force's eye. Hold it. Hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens? And a piece of evidence didn't mention that name. It was right here, I think. Yeah, in the killer autopsy report. Ah, sorry, got a bit carried away there. Stevens is Dr. Sife's maiden name. Okay. Her maiden name? So that was before she was married. Of course, yes, silly me. It's Sife now, isn't it? Yep. Stevens. I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere recently. Yes. Anyway, the point is, those were the great days of policing, not like now. Sorry to interrupt, sir. But do you think you could change your statement to include that name? Well, yes, I don't see why not. Yes, please. He was Courtney Stevens back when I knew her, of course. A legendary coroner even then.
Hold it!
She was legendary, was she? What did you say? Ah, that woman is still the best coroner in the land. Head of the forensic investigation team. Legendary was your description, sir, not mine. Rubbish, that would never pass my lips. I never describe anybody that way, ever. Not if they were still in the game. I think the point you're trying to make is that Dr. Sife is an extremely talented coroner. Would that be fair? It would, if it weren't for the fact that you're trying to drag that legendary woman's reputation to the mud. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that legendary. Alright. So, hold up. Now, I wonder, I'm probably not thinking right at the moment, but I'm going to try pitting this statement. I know it's always going to be one. I'll do it eventually. Okay. Okay. So I was probably right on number 6. She was Courtney Stevens back when I knew her, of course. A legendary coroner, even then. Oh dear, this is most troubling, but surely the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner, is it?
Objection!
Okay. Those two statements clearly contradict each other. In G15, Windebake's autopsy report was written by Dr. Stevens, suggesting Scythe may be a newlywed. I forgot that little detail. Thank you for bringing that up. Good gracious, to whose statements do you refer, Counsel? So, juror number 2. Oh gosh, me? What can I do for you? I presume that you... Hang on. I presume that you heard what juror number 6 said in his statement. It's brought to light the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Scythe, which in turn has revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before. Well, naturally, as a woman of society, I find such connection to relationships irresistible. But oh golly, I'm afraid I fail to see what you mean. Dr. Scythe's maiden name is Stevens, and through that name, the coroner is very definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer. The defense has evidence to prove it. My goodness, evidence you say? How utterly enthralling. Counsel, the court cannot overlook that last remark. I very much hope there is substance to your claim. Of course, my lord. I will ask the court to look at this. The evidence that clearly links Dr. Scythe to the mass murderer, known as the Professor. And yeah, it's what I said earlier, what he was hinting earlier, what everybody was saying earlier. Well, number 6, I mean. The killer's autopsy report.
Take that!
I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago. A 10-year-old autopsy report? What relevance does that have? It is, of course, from the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork, the killer known as the Professor. The Professor's? But the man was a capital offender. So. Yes, Chuck. Anyway. The Professor's. But the man was a capital offender, so. That's right. This is the certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gives few details. But what's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens. Oh my, Courtney Stevens? Strike a light! It appears that the professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Scythe 10 years ago. And a few days ago, Mr. Drebber very deliberately stole the waxwork of the professor from Madame Tussbell's. A waxwork that doesn't in fact resemble the victim, Mr. Asman, at all. And do you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events? Absolutely, I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that the Professor case is at the heart of a link that we have yet to uncover between Dr. Courtney Scythe and Mr. Enoch Drebber. Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. This is almost extraordinary. I agree. We're surely obliged now to explore this further. Okay. Nice. So we got 1 out of 5. Quite right. We can't let this trial come to an end now. Not while there's this cloud of suspicion hanging over the yards. Best coroner, put down the gun. It wasn't like this in my day, but we're still here to uphold justice in the end. Alright, we got 2 out of 4. 1 out of 5, 2 out of 4. Okay. Hmm. Okay, so number 2 is done. And number 6. 2 and 6 have been pitted. So now, oh yeah, let me go back to what's his face. I've seen no rigorous proof that the waxwork has ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture.
Hold it!
We do have evidence. But you claim that the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick. That I did, but there's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there? Sorry. I grant you, given that this cage appeared from a miss and an explosion, there'd have been no need to use a real person. But if a waxwork has been used, the culprit could at least have had the decency to make it look like the victim. I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency. The point is, if you're going to make a claim about that waxwork being inside the birdcage, you need to give us some evidence. Without that, it's just not science. I suppose we should expect nothing less than a logical argument from a fellow of the Royal Society. But that perhaps means his mind could be changed if he managed to present suitable evidence. Evidence that the Professor Waxwork was inside that birdcage. Can I produce that or not? We can. We definitely can. I have evidence. Actually, I have something I'd like to see. Actually, I have something I'd like you to see, sir. Oh? I must warn you that I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats. So given your jet black outfit, I don't mind admitting to a sense of trepidation. So you don't trust anyone in black? Looking in the mirror must be very trying. A feeling of fear, anxiety, nervous anticipation about something that's going to happen. I do have some evidence that proves the waxwork was inside that bird cage. Namely... a small fragment of very unusual and thick glass that was found in the folds, the clothing of the Professor Waxwork. Boom! And it would later appear to be from the Crystal Tower.
Take that!
What's that? A piece of glass? Though it's unusually thick for glass. Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that we found inside the jacket of the waxwork. As you say, it's not ordinary glass, though. It's very thick and clearly made for extra strength. Much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower. The Crystal Tower. Holy smoke! Exactly. The centerpiece of the great exhibition, where the very incident we're talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through a window of that special glass. From whence that small piece originated, is that it? Precisely. So, what do you say? Now that clear evidence in support of the assertion has been placed before you. Well, as I said, I only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, when the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say color shouldn't come into it. You got that right. In light of what you've shown me here, yes, I feel obliged to change my position on the matter. In that case, juror number 4, you will amend your statement now, please. There we go. Alright. The presence of that piece of glass leaves me in little doubt that the waxwork was indeed inside that bird cage.
Hold it!
You had no idea Sir Topham Hatt was so decorated. Look at those medals. Hello, Kronos. He also likes to switch colors around too. And the little beakas. Thank you for reconsidering your position, sir. Your words are misplaced, boy. My opinion is governed by logic and science and nothing else. Yes, science is where you should direct your words of gratitude. Ah. What's the matter with you? Too good to say some words of thanks? To the mother of all academic subjects? What is it about scientists, honestly? Alright, so we got this dude to amend his testimony. Just like how Topham Hatt runs the colored signs in the switch yard. 0 out of 10. Anyway, I'm going to pit this man's statement with someone else. Maybe. The presence of that piece of glass leaves me in little doubt that the waxwork was indeed inside that bird cage. Let's try pitting number 4 with number 5.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious! To whose statements do you prefer, counsel? If you could put down your corn for a moment, juror number 5. Yeah, it was their statements. Yeah. Yeah, I was right. If you could put down your corn for a moment, juror number 5. Oh, you mean me? You've pointed out that it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence. But the accusation that the waxwork model was inside the second bird cage on the day in question is not without supporting evidence, as the defense demonstrated to the juror sitting beside you. Oh, is that right? Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument? I don't understand much besides Colonel Cobb, to be honest. Your whole gimmick is eating corn. Of course you don't. If I could interject here. Please do, sir. Now that this assertion of yours above the waxwork has been backed up by some solid evidence, it would be wrong of me, as a man of science, not to pursue the matter further. Okay. Nice. Well, me too then. Sorry? If this brainy gentleman says he's right, then he must be then he must be. See, I wouldn't dream of going against Colonel Cobb or anyone else Or anyone who's got stuff in between the ears. Yay. So that's 4 out of 2. Success, if you can call it that. Yeah, we call it that. Thank you, Council. That will do. As a result of the Sumnation examination, the jury's overall meaning has changed. 2 judges now call guilty, against 4 who call not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time. And the trial must continue. Yay. We did it. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Another wonderful victory. Yay. Hey, Booch. A waxwork of the despicable professor, used as a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. I must say, it's extremely hard to believe the assertion could possibly be true. Boosh, chill. However, it would appear that it does at least warrant further investigation. It's the waxwork of the professor that links Mr. Treba and Dr. Saif. And I'm convinced that there's a special significance to that link. I don't know what you're hoping to prove, lad. I really don't. The truth, sir, by using evidence and testimony. If the court is to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case, then the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness. His name is Naruhodo, is that right? -0 out of 10 to you. Fiona. Madame Tuspels. I really thought that Lord Von Zieks would object to this whole line of inquiry. Very well, I concur. Make arrangements for Madame Tuspels to appear as a witness with immediate effect. Ah, the witch, the waifu witch. Listen carefully, my learned friend. Oh, yes. You should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box. Oh, snap. The court shall now adjourn for 45 minutes. Vampire Edgeworth looks real pale. Teehee. You mean Count Dracula? I like to call him Count Dracula. But yeah, he might as well be Edgeworth's ancestor. The court shall now adjourn for 45 minutes. During that time, the prosecution will summon the new witness and prepare her for taking the stand. Madame Tuspel. Yes, I shall see to it at once, my lord. Edgeworth Phantom Blood. Bleh. Anyway, hang on. All right. Awesome. We made it to the final trial, I believe, for this case. I assure you all that I did not really. I wasn't underestimating the length of the case. I've been doing pretty good with at least separating at least the cases by parts, sans the first one, despite the fact that, first one is also kind of longish, but it's all good. But I'm good. And I also did take a dinner break a while ago, restroom, and I'm definitely hydrated. I'm still going. I'm like, you know, I'm kind of like a machine. but I'm like, what's up? Imagine not laughing at your joke. You're not depressed. I'm sorry. Get undepressed. Damn. Anyway, 24th October, 11:53 a.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. I'm fine, and I'll be taking a walk later. I usually go for a walk every day. It's called taking out the garbage. Ah, the knight errant my, himself. Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes? I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs, as a spectator at least. Nah, I do. And yes, I did a restroom break as well in between. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs, as a spectator at least. Alright, you have a good one, Kronos. Nice of you to stop by. Anyway, I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs, as a spectator at least. I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself. I have to ask, what on earth is going on? It makes no sense. What's this professor business all about? He doesn't look like any professor I've ever met before. Who even is he? Ah, of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago. Yes, the professor. When I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. But who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? My heartfelt sympathies. Ha 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 ha. As it turns out, Lord Van Zieks is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realized, isn't he? Yes, how true. Yes, how true. His great friend from university in the dock. And now, a waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too. I imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man. You make it sound deliberate. It's messed up. I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling. Oh yes, in what particular manner? Well, there's Mr. Drebber, Dr. Seif, and Lord Van Zieks. It seems that everybody in the trial has a link to the case somehow. Yes. In fact, I alone am not a member of the set. I mean, no, that leaves me as an empty set, all alone with no intersection to any other. I mean, excuse me. Uh-oh. Hi. Dr. Seif. Hello. Ah, Dr. Courtney Seif. Nay, Stevens. Good day to you. Nee Stevens. The A. Apostrophe above the E. Oh. Hey, nay. It's nay. Okay. Ah, it's the French word for born. Okay. Ah, Dr. Courtney Seif. Nay, Stevens. Good day to you. Interesting. Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you. What in particular, pray? You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you? Why would you assume such a thing? Because Gregson told me. To think it's been 10 years. To think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory, wielding my scalpel. I smell of nothing but corpses and disinfecting. A policeman on the journey had a way. A policeman on the journey had a lot to say about you, as it happens, Dr. Saif. And I've accused you of being complicit in what's happened. I'm hoping that you take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened. That certainly won't be possible. Lord Van Deeks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. What? Lord Strongheart? The Pandora's box you have warned about is the Professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. But attempting to hide from the truth, that's cowardice. I've always fought crime in the way that I see fit. I have no regrets, none at all. And that's all I came here to say. So, good day to you. Oh man. She mentioned it too, this Pandora's box. Whatever does it all mean? There's really no cause for concern, I assure you, when the trial resumes. The meaning will become all too apparent, whether you'd like it to or not. Huh? Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits. I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much. Ah yes, one word of a warning before I go. If in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end. You understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. Alright. Alright, I understand. Thank you. Good. I shall make myself scarce then. I purchased a bar of caramel earlier, so I shall be gnawing on that as you gnaw away at the truth. Caramel. What did that warning from Mr. Sholmes really mean, I wonder? Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass. Guess we'll find out. It's time for the final chapter then. I'm determined to find the truth. No matter what. Yeah, the final chapter of this case, of case 3, because I have 2 more chapters. Episodes, cases. 24th October, 12:40 p.m. The Old Bailey, courtroom. Alright. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready and able to continue? The prosecution is ready, my lord. Yes, my lord. The defense is also ready. As the court is aware, the case under our scrutiny began with a damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. Yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectations. As seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nibonese is involved, my lord. So then, let us begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the wax was cardinally involved in this matter. Lord Van Zieks, my lord, are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Tuspels? Not at all. She is in the antechamber as we speak, ready to be summoned. Very well. Bring in the witness. At once, my lord. Bailiff, show Madame Tuspels to the stand. Things are about to become a lot more intense. If Dreba is responsible, as I'm sure he is, it means he must have had an accomplice in Dr. Saif. And what connects the pair of them is the waxwork. Yes, the model of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present, it's all we have to go on. Oh, wow. State your name and occupation for the court, please. My name is Madame Esmeralda Tuspels. I am a waxwork artisan and the proprietress of the Madame Tuspels Museum of Waxwork. You will have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon. Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Now there are two of them in the world. Oh my, what expression is she carving onto that face? A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this? Oui, that is true. At first, we believed it had been kidnapped. A waxwork model kidnapped? Yes, my lord. There was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I have just been told outside the courtroom, that was not the true reason. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim. At present, that is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Odi Osman. But of course, I know him well. He is a part of my odious personages exhibit. I detest to say what is evident, but Mr. Asman does not resemble the professor at all. Yes, but perhaps their faces are very similar. Are you suggesting that we should see now the demasked visage of the professor? Yes. I knew it. I was hoping the key would come in place. I have here the key, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock. Why? This is absurd. Pardon? I don't know what face you've carved onto your fancy figure beneath that mask. But clearly, it won't be that of the actual killer. Indeed. The man's identity was never made public after all. The trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret. Dang. There is no possible way that a repository of tawdry exhibits could get its hands on that information. Maybe? Tawdry. Something showy, flashy, cheap, sleazy, and of poor quality. Well, dommage. What a shame. What a pity. Too bad. It would seem you are unaware of the Tuspel's principles. What principles? The family Tuspels has always prided itself on sculpting its models à la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. It's voilà, our principles. There is a well-known legend about the Tuspel's waxwork from the time of the French Revolution. It's voilà, and there it is, the Rigoux in France. A member of the Tuspel's family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed. That is true. It was a century ago now. I believe the queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine site. You are correct. The model is on display still today in the House of Horrors. We Tuspels will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects. Dear me, a somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose. It is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it has been my family secret for generations. Do you mean to say that beneath that mask, the true visage of the killer, is there? Oh snap. This is ludicrous. It's out of the question. The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Tuspel special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer, emerging from his own grave, is a sight to behold. You should come. I think, madam, it would be beneficial to hear your former testimony on this matter. You will explain every detail of this macabre model and your personal involvement in its creation. With pleasure. With this testimony, the Professor Waxwork, oh boy. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse in accordance with Tuspel's family principles. Rico Vaz, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you've been well. Haven't heard from you in a good while. Let me give you a shout out. Let me see. Hold on. I got names. Oh, Navi. Hello there, Navi33623. Let's see. Let me see here. You're doing good? You was on vacay for... Oh, that's nice! Oh, Rico is passing the hat off to me. Thank you for the hat. You were... the entire... Oh my god. You left the fires behind. It was during the Ontario fires started the entire... the same day you left. Oh my goodness. Well, I hope you have been well. Not good. Okay then. But yes, thank you all. Thank you for the raid. Hi, I'm just playing some Great Ace Attorney to resolve for the first time ever. I'm on the third case. But thank you all. Thank you. The special exhibit, The House of Horrors, is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse in accordance with Tuspel's family principles. Yes, I have been enjoying, so I'm a fan of the series. So here's the thing. I have played every single game in this mainline games except for Great Ace Attorney Adventures, which I did last month. Now I'm on the second game. I haven't done the second Miles Edgeworth game, so I figured, hey, last year I did the thing. Almost Christmas means it wasn't Christmas. I'm going to revisit all the games, and then I was eventually going to get to the ones that I haven't gotten to yet, and so far I have. As I just mentioned, I did play Great Ace Attorney Adventures last month, and I loved it. And this is my first time going through Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve. So next month, I did play the first Miles Edgeworth game, Ace Attorney Investigations. So I'll be revisiting that next month. And then in September, for the first time ever, I'll be getting around to playing Investigations 2, Prosecutor's Gambit. I never got to play that one. So yeah, and people have been living on through my playthroughs. So this has been cool, and it's been great. I've been having fun narrating and the voice acting and whatnot. And and then sometime in October, I'm gonna get around to playing Ghost Trick. I bring up Ghost Trick because Shu Takumi, he made that game. You know, Ace Attorney dude, Ace Attorney creator. I never got to play that either, so I'm looking forward to playing that soon. But thank you. So now, my journey has, so yeah, last year I did almost Christmas beads. It wasn't Christmas, so yeah, I did the Phoenix Wright trilogy. I did the Apollo Justice trilogy. I did Great Ace Attorney Adventures, and now I'm on the second game. And let me tell you, I'm glad I finally got around to playing the first game. Great cast. Love it. Okay. The Professor Waxwork, the special exhibit in the House of Horrors, is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with Tuspel's family principles. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger and created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. Oh. Ah, that's what it means. The formal act or ceremony of placing a deceased person's remains in the final resting place, interment. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I would be discovered. Ooh, spooky. The gravedigger? The man sanctioned this? I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family is celebrated for. Nobody else knew, only the gravedigger. What harm did it do, huh? So you truly saw it? The face of that monster! Oh my god. Naturally, I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret. But Tuspels would not be Tuspels if we did not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures. I don't believe this. I myself have seen the special exhibit at your museum, madame. A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave. The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time. Oh. Oh, that looks sick, that art. Was the Baal Mas to blame for the great blaze? Rises from the grave. The special exhibit was based upon the picture in this article. It was the most detailed account of what happened, as reported by the eyewitness who saw it. The 10-year-old article has been entered in the court record. 10-year-old article. A newspaper article recounting the tale of an eyewitness to the alleged resurrection of the professor from his grave on the night of his execution. Sick. Man rises from the grave. It's too absurd for the words. Let's take a look at it. Okay. Mr. Drebber's dreadful encounter. Charles Darwin to receive Copley Medal, the Great Stink, parlay amount to finally address the foul issue. That's funny. The fire that engulfed popular. Oh wow, this is cool. The fire that engulfed popular theater continues to draw attention as reports that Her Majesty Queen Victoria herself visited the Royal Italian Opera to inspect the site and offer words of condolences to the theater's owner, Mr. Frederick Guy. Oh wow. I wonder if any of that is relevant. Mad Sheep Rampage? Oh man. Unexplained phenomenon. Grips for Shire region. The theater had been under lease to famed magician John Henry Anderson, and there is some speculation that the blame for the fire lies squarely with him for his insistence on holding his bow mask there. Could his magical tricks have played a trick on him, costing this city a great center for the arts? The investigation into the true cause is expected to continue into next month, if not beyond, according to our sources. Wow, that's cool. Man rises from the grave. It's too absurd for words. The public enjoyed absurdity, monsieur. That is why I have reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum. And it's a waxwork from that exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it? That is correct. The professor you see before you here. Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination. This waxwork links Dreba to Dr. Saif, and there has to be some reason for that, which hasn't yet come to light. But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Saif and Dreba were in on this crime together. Sick. Cross-examination. Professor Waxwork. Alright. So, that's all I have to go on. What's your feeling, Mr. Naruhodo? For some reason, Dr. Saif went along with Dreba's plan. Now, if that's really true, then the professor is the only other thing we know of that links the pair of them. So I feel sure that Waxwork must be a clue to this mystery somehow. In that case, we must use this cross-examination to uncover exactly what it means. Otherwise, the jurors are sure to revert their leanings and the trial will be over. I agree. But interestingly, uncovering what the professor has to do with all of this means more to Lord Van Zieks than anyone. That's the impression I'm getting anyway. Yes, as do I. After all, he has a profound connection to the professor as well. Yeah. Alright. Here we go. Time to press. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London.
Hold it!
And that rumor would be a 10-year-old tale now. but one that no Londoner will ever forget. All right, I know just what you're talking about, I think. Of course, it couldn't be anything else. Yes, that story will never disappear. The tale of the condemned killer rising from the dead. That is the central attraction of my House of Horrors. The rumor was whispered all over the city, and it was like this. Uh-oh. It was in Lowgate Cemetery behind the prison, in the dead of night after the execution of the killer. The interred professor slid back the stone slab, covering his tomb, and emerged from his grave. A young man who witnessed this felt a scream welling up inside him. But an instant later, he heard an ear-splitting gunshot from over his shoulder. What? The bullet struck the emerging corpse, and he fell motionless once more. The scream finally found its way from the mouth of the young witness, who turned and ran for his life. Oh, wow. The corpse climbed out of his own grave? And then somebody shot him? Who was it? Nobody knows, even today. But remember, it was just a rumor. Perhaps nothing more than a ghost story. The good people of London, they love stories like this. That is why it was in every newspaper across the capital. But what was it, just a story? I mean, this is exactly the scene that could be seen today at your museum, isn't it? The special exhibit was modeled on that very illustration. For a while afterwards, the contents of that article were reproduced in every newspaper imaginable. Madam, might I say something? Please go ahead, mademoiselle. When something is described as a rumor, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's entirely made up. I believe that often, rumors contain elements of the truth. Ah, I see that people from the East can be just as astute as the people of Europe. Can we be sure, for instance, that the professor's execution was successful? It is not possible for the dead to come back to life. Sorry. 10 years ago, I was there in Lowgate Cemetery, after the criminal known as the Professor was killed by hanging. I took a wax impression of his visage from the corpse just before it was interred. So I can assure you, the man was dead. I see. It would certainly appear that the condemned man suffered the intended fate. Wow. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with the Tuspel's family principles.
Hold it!
Is that true of any waxwork in your museum, then? It is, assuming the subject is dead, of course. Live subjects have to cooperate in a similar way. I have letters from imprisoned criminals all the time, you know. What sort of letters? When my time comes, please make a waxwork of me. Komeka. Like this, like that. Okay. It's a French expression that means like this or like that. Alright, cool. Oh. Come. Come. Okay. Come. No. My museum is famous, monsieur. To be made into a waxwork is an honor, and for some criminals, a symbol of status even. Because nothing says hardened criminal better than wax. And it is thanks to one killer in particular that my museum has gained such popularity in London. I refer to the star of the special exhibit, of course, the Professor, whose form you claim to have captured by taking an impression from the actual corpse. There are no exceptions to the principles of tusk spells. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger and created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment.
Hold it!
Surely that's illegal, isn't it? It would seem the proprietress of this repository of novelties was blinded by monetary greed. Oh. Okay. It had nothing to do with money. The man is part of London's criminal history. That is why I had to sculpt him, to record this history. It is the raison d'etre of the Tuspels Museum. Raison d'etre. Reason for being. Right. But if the man was convicted in the closed court and sent for immediate execution, then surely nobody put the members of the judiciary present know the killer's true identity. I assure you, behind that mask is hidden the true face of the professor. Do you realize what you're saying? The professor's identity is a national secret. I understand. And now that the truth about the special exhibit has been revealed, it must perhaps close. Of course it will, as will your entire museum, if you don't tread very carefully, madame. That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think, don't you? So 10 years ago, on the night of the professor's execution, you took a wax impression of his face with the corpse? Oui, exactement. Exactement. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night.
Hold it!
You were there longer than you expected to be. I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open, and I had some problems with the chin. Ugh. Dare I ask? The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing, and consequently, his chin would not align itself correctly. Ugh. Oh dear, what a horrible thought. Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night, I was alone, and as a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time. What do you mean? When I take the impression of the visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death. Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant? It is because of rigor mortis. Rigor mortis? It's the name given to a phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And then from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered. Well, that was an education, if a slightly scary one. It is. As the Mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death and it starts in the jaw. I see. So that's why you wait. Before that time, the mouth falls open, and it is very difficult to do my work. Ugh, it's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. I wonder about that information the courts just heard from Madame Tussbells. I think it's actually, hold up. Yeah, I think it's significant. As in, we should add it to her testimony. The information about rigor mortis that you just shared with us. Would you mind including it in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you see. Of course, I do not mind at all. I can't help feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave. This is no time for jokes, Mr. Sato. Madam, kindly amend your testimony as discussed. Bien sûr. Bien sûr. Of course. Okay, hold on. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered.
Hold it!
You say that dawn was approaching? What was the time of day then, approximately? Well, I could not say. But when I left the cemetery, my utensils and wax, morning lights was becoming visible. The execution took place on 17th June, which had the earliest sunrise of that year. Indeed it did. First, light would have been at around 4:40 in the morning. That really is early. The fact is, I had very little time, so I finished my work in a half hour. It was necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before daybreak, of course. If somebody had discovered me there, it would have been a catastrophe, so I had to hurry. Is it me, or does Mr. Sholmes seem to be taking shape more quickly now, too? You certainly appear to go to extraordinary lengths for your work, madame. I wonder, is what she just said particularly significant? Maybe, yeah. Madame, those details about how long it took you to complete the sculpture at the early sunrise, could you include them in your testimony? I believe they may be significant. Of course, if you would like me to. You're quite right, Mr. Naruhodo. It is intriguing. A sunrise at 4 in the morning would be absolutely unimaginable at home, wouldn't it? That's not quite what I meant by significant. Kindly amend your formal testimony then, madame. With pleasure, my lord. Alright. Let's see, hang on. It took me a very long time because it was before the onset of rigor mortis.
Hold it!
Rigor mortis being the phenomenon you described, whereby the corpse becomes stiff after death. I think you said that it starts at the jaw about 3 hours post-death, is that right? Oui, c'est ça. Of course, the exact duration depends a little on the season. I didn't realize a waxwork artisan would be so well versed in the subject. It's like... No, that is only elementary knowledge in the field of legal medicine. Well, I had no idea about it, but maybe I won't admit to my ignorance about forensic science. I would ask my father to give you a very simple primer if you like. I think corpses should be your domain. I'm not good with them. Oh dear, I'll do my very best. Okay. I hurried to finish my work in the half hour before sunrise, then I left as soon as the corpse was interred.
Hold it!
Did you have reason to believe you might be discovered once the sun came up with something? I had paid the gravedigger money to keep my little secret, of course. But with the morning light, I knew that the warden from the prison would commence his patrol of the area. Couldn't you have just paid off the warden too then? I had already paid the gravedigger, as I said. You cannot buy the silence of everyone, or the secret is no longer a secret, The sunrise was at 4:40 a.m. that day, which means that it would have been around 4 when you began your sculpting work. That must be correct. That would be when the gravedigger gave me the signal to come out of hiding. So that's all I have to go on. What's your feeling, Mr. Naruhodo? For some reason, Dr. Scythe went along with Zeba's plan. Now, if that's really true, then the professor's the only other thing we know of that links the pair of them. So I feel sure that waxwork must be a clue to this mystery somehow. In that case, we must use this cross-examination to uncover exactly what it means. Otherwise, yeah, I agree. But interestingly, uncovering what the professor has to do with all this means more to... Yeah, okay. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Hang on. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th of June. And the 10-year-old article. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Yeah, it took me a very long time because it was before the onset of rigor mortis. A newspaper article recounting the tale of an eyewitness to the alleged resurrection of the professor from his grave on the night of his execution.
Objection!
Oh wait, wrong evidence. Wrong statement, I think. Hang on. Hold on, let me look at this again. Oh, hold on. We'll say that this is... Right. Right. Oh, my bad. Yeah. I was right on the other piece of evidence. Yeah, I got it mixed up. Yeah, because it says here, death by hanging confirmed at midnight.
Objection!
Yeah. Madame Tuspels, I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows. And is that a problem? I believe it is, because your testimony and the particular detail in the report completely contradict one another. Quoi? What? Quoi? Are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend? According to her testimony, Madame Tuspels was creating her wax impression just before dawn. And at that time, Rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, madam? You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis, 2 to 3 hours after death. But the man's chin was limp, so he cannot have been dead for a long time. But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Seiss' report, it quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th June. No. If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would already have set in. Yes, you are right. The chin, it would have been completely stiff. In other words, this report is wrong.
Objection!
No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd. In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time. Impossible. Order, order. Counsel, this is beyond folly. Not only do you indict the author of the report, Dr. Seiss, but you also implicate members of staff at Barclay Prison where the execution took place. By heck, extraordinary, not my day. My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact. What fact? The professor died that night, without question. He did. Of course he did. I moved the man's limp jaw. I moved the man's limp jaw with my own hands. There was no... Yes, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows? Didn't die at... Are you insane? What? What exactly are you suggesting did happen in that case? It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link between Dr. Seiss, the professor, and that one other person of interest. Yeah, I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night. Counsel, present the evidence at once. The evidence that allegedly explains what really happened on the night of the professor's execution. And that would be none other than the 10-year article.
Take that!
What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery. You're suggesting it was some corpse coming back from the dead now? Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again.
Objection!
Don't be a fool. That's simply a rumor published by the Gotha Press. Can you be certain of that? Are you serious? The point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what's happened. My word. Yes, indeed. Mais oui. The young man who stole into the cemetery by chance that night. Of course, obviously. Yes, indeed. Right. Ms. Oui.
Objection!
Of course there was a witness. The story didn't write itself, but obviously the man made it all wrong. And in any case, this was 10 years ago now. There would surely be no hope of finding him.
Objection!
On the contrary, my lord, we all know this witness well. What? Are you suggesting, counsel, that you've identified the person in question? That you know who claims to have seen this utterly incredible events take place? Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say that he's right here before my very eyes. You will substantiate your latest claim now then, counsel. Who is the alleged witness of this staggering scene from the cemetery 10 years ago? Why, it's Enoch Dreba.
Take that!
The man in question is Mr. Enoch Dreba. Dreba? The previous witness? The special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tussauds Museum of Waxwork recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and beside the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Dreba. Yup. He's got the monocle. Order! 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 Surely not, counsel. Dreba was there, in Lowgate Cemetery. What is all this talk about, Mr. Dreba? Is the name significant? Of course, Madame Tussauds doesn't know, does she? Yes, it's extremely significant, Madame, to your situation as well, in fact. What situation? The death of the Professor Waxwork from your museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man. No. But that would mean Madame Tussauds. It would appear you know the name, Enoch Dreba. Yes, I know it. But from long ago, in the past. What? Oh my. Good gracious. Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know. Yes, of course. The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, in all these articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed. That is, apart from in one newspaper. The Daily Circus. It is the paper from which comes the article I have already shown the court. You're saying that his full name was only publicized in that article? Goodness me, yes, here it is. The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Dreba, a disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms. Unbelievable. When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit for my House of Horrors, whether it was the truth or not. I see. So you went to meet Mr. Dreba in order to sculpt the waxwork of the man, did you? Exactament. He was studying science at the University of London those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork. And since that time, it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of terror from the cemetery. Wow, what a revelation. So, 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he'd witnessed. A criminal who had been put to death re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today. Even though the waxwork's build is a poor match for the victim, and its face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. If the birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Asman, but that same waxwork, the coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated Dr. Saif would have noticed immediately. And yet, she submitted the autopsy report for the victim, which the court had seen earlier. Why? Because the waxwork was that of the professor. Is that what you're saying? Dr. Saif put her name to a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who was still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Dreba. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Dreba used that particular waxwork as the body double. Ah! Oh my god. My lord, this court must summon Dr. Saif to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner, Mr. Dreba, are connected. But according to the massive I received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Saif is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case? She told us so herself, didn't she? Lord Van Zieks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Lord Strongheart? The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. Lord Chief Justice. Something happened on the night of that killer's execution 10 years ago. And surely nobody will want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Van Zieks. The prosecution calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped. But Lord Van Zieks, the missive was issued from the Lord Chief Justice's office. Oh, snap. A written message, letter, or dispatch.
Objection!
Oh, wow. The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular trial. In other words, me. Oh, snap. Yes. Let Enoch Dreba and Dr. Saif both take the stand together. Oh, snap. The hell with Lord Chief Justice's word. Lord Chief Justice. Order, order, order. Very well, I will uphold your request. Bailiff, send a subpoena with immediate effect, addressed to Dr. Saif of the Forensic Investigation Team. The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders. All right then, Enoch Dreba and Dr. Saif. If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime could never have been committed. On a stone's throw away, I can feel it. The truth behind all of this is about to come out. Oh man, this is This is getting good. Oh, wow. Thank you for your attendance at such short notice, Dr. Saif. I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Zeeks. You completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Betrayal is not in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, if there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt. Dang. Mr. Dreba, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. And Dr. Saif, as the investigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime. And where's your evidence? At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue. What are you talking about? I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. This model of the killer known as the Professor, who was sentenced to death 10 years ago. You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes and officially pronounced him dead. That remains to be seen. Is that so? According to newspaper reports of the time, on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life. Don't waste my time. And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Dreba, wasn't it? If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction, but reality, it would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Saif's. A secret so profound, it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. Mr. Dreba, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery. So he was a student who saw it. You can see the resemblance actually, can't you? The man and Madame Tuspel's, I mean. Surely he's not going to claim that's really what he saw, especially not after all these years. He was a research student at the University of London, was he? And a bit too clever for his own good, if you ask me. What an interesting twist. When at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet now, here we are, 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters. And in a court of law, too. Very well then, if everyone so wishes. Let's be frank. I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth. Huh? So, Mr. Dreba, your testimony, please, about the events of that night, 10 years ago. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery. Yes, of course, as you wish. Alright. Hang on, everybody. Just checking something real quick. Alright. Alright. sorry for the delay. Just, I know I'm so close to. I'm just checking like my other tabs. I'm just seeing like other things going on and stuff. What's not. All right. In the cemetery 10 years earlier. The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say. Yes, the illustration in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realized that I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. Then I gave up my dream of becoming a scientist. And it was all because of that newspaper article. What? Wait a minute. You're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now? Of course, you'd have to have a screw loose if you believed a corpse would come back from the dead. But, so you're saying this article is not worth the paper to print it on? I think that would describe it perfectly. Yes. If the details in the article aren't true, it nullifies your arguments for why Mr. Dreba and Dr. Seif would have been working together. So he's discrediting himself to cripple by argument. Tell me, witness. You claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate? Auxiliary business. That's right. Grave robbing, to be precise. What? As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So among students at the university, they had a reputation for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. Grave robbing, you say? Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead. So you were one of the so-called resurrectionists, a particularly unpleasant scourge on society. Actually, my fellows and I went by another name, the Repurpers. The Repurposers. That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir. Repurposes. Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, am I to add? I see. Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article? Ah, yes. That was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched that right in front of me as I prescribed the scene. Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I'd done, claiming to have been something I never truly saw. Foolish, very foolish. Well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed to the cross-examination now. At once, my lord. Cross-examination. In the cemetery 10 years earlier. Alright. What's Dreba up to? Why would he suddenly change his tune and recant his claim? I wonder if perhaps it's because his circumstances have changed now. What circumstances? Well, if he admits to having seeing the professor emerging alive from his grave 10 years ago, it would expose a secret in Dr. Sife's past that she would desperately want to hide. Yes, of course. If Dreba and Dr. Sife are working together now, then if Dreba were to betray her, there would be no reason for her to continue to cooperate. In that case, there's only one way around it. I'll have to prove he really did see it. Prove he really did see the professor's corpse coming back from the dead as he originally claimed. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, exactly. Alright. We're closing in. Alright. Well, I want to pursue for funsies real quick.
Hold it!
Hang on.
Excuse me.
Dr. Scythe. What? You were clearly just lost in thought about something. Your jet black Japanese hair. Pardon? It made me wonder if perhaps your head was filled with equally jet black Indian ink. And that the only way to know for sure would be to cut your head open and see. That's what I was thinking. Alright, mental note in black Sumi ink. Never pursue Dr. Scythe again. Mr. Naruhodo, you must be intimidated. Yeah. Don't get scared.
Hold it!
She looks scary though.
Excuse me.
Madame Muttaspels. Oui. Is there something about that last statement that you'd like to remark on? I am afraid to say that I am rather whimsical at heart. Oh, really? So when something bothers me, I pour hot wax over it first and think about it afterwards. Perhaps a less, well, deadly approach might be worth considering. Hang on, everybody, real quick. I'll use Okay, I returned, everybody. Wow. Anyway, all right. Hold on, everybody. I'm just scoping out something else. Now we'll continue. I'm almost done with this case. Thank you all so much for still being here with me. Alright. Thinking back now, I realized that I never actually saw the professor at all, though.
Hold it!
What are you talking about? I think I explained already, didn't I? Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison, so it was renowned among the students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night. And as a result, only too willing to believe that nonsense about the dead coming back to life. But you said you actually saw it. I said what I'd seen in my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You'd have to be unhinged to think otherwise. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night. I don't know. Is there any material evidence that can show he really did see the professor? If we have anything at all, Mr. Naruhodo, I know I need to present it against that irritatingly backtracking statement of his. The point is, that night was a pivotal moment in my life. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax.
Hold it!
That young woman being Madame Tuspels, of course. Precisely. I must say, I didn't expect to run into her again, like this 10 years later. As I have explained... Hold on. Can I... Correct. Hang on. I want to pursue him here for fun.
Excuse me.
Mr. Jeba, is something wrong? Mr. Jeba. Yeah, it would appear his only answer is that rather bewitching mechanical wiggle. He could have just said no. Yes. That was disappointing. Alright. As I have explained, I went by the name published in the article, and Komeka, I found the man. Komeka. Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said. Komeka. Yes, in the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said, I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in front of me. So you readily consented to having a waxwork of yourself made and gave permission for it to be put on display. I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded. Ah, oui, I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day. N'est-ce pas? Isn't it? Right? Did you? I can't say I remember. What was it, madam? His camera. Ah. Oh yes, I made a point of taking it with me whenever I made an excursion into any cemetery. You took a camera with you, sir? To what end? To record the details of the bodies I disinterred. But I had no intention of ever visiting a graveyard again after that night, so I sold it. I see. But I still have it, monsieur. It is part of the special exhibit in my House of Horrors. I am very meticulous about such details. It is the Tusspel's way. It would seem, then, that this is the very camera Mr. Dreba took with him to locate cemetery on the night in question. Yes, interesting. Oh, the details of the camera have been updated in the court record. The actual camera that Mr. Dreba had with him in the cemetery 10 years ago. When the lens is extended, dark staining can be seen on the bellows. Alright, from a few years ago. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist. And it was all because of that newspaper article.
Hold it!
This article, you mean? Published in the Daily Circus. Yes, somebody informed the dean that it was my name that appeared in the article. And carelessly let slip that night after night, I was digging up graves. Hardly a model student, you might say. I mean, still bad. The university's reputation was execrably defiled, and I was expelled as a result. Awful. You deserved it, probably. Mon Dieu, I had no idea. And having been run out of university, you found employment in a somewhat specialist trade. Yep. My God. Oh, that's what that means. Mon Dieu. Mon Dieu. Mon Dieu. You combine your knowledge of science with knowledge of stage magic to create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never-foreseen technology. And you use those deceptive machines to trick the government and private investors into giving you money. Professor Albert Harebrain was just your latest victim, wasn't he? Whatever are you talking about? I have no recollection of doing anything of the sort. What's Trevor up to? Why would he suddenly change his tune and recant his claim? I wonder if perhaps because the circumstances have changed now. What circumstances? Well, if he admits to having seen the professor emerging alive from his grave, this was secret last sex perhaps she would just be able to hide as of us. Okay. Alright. So the camera got updated. Let's see. Alright. It's fine. Thinking back now, I realize I never actually saw the professor. At all, though. Really? Yeah, probably didn't, but the contradiction's right here. The 10-year-old article.
Objection!
Yep. Sorry, Mr. Dreba, but I don't believe that. Don't believe what? Your latest claim. You did see the professor on that night 10 years ago. Oh dear, we seem to be at odds. But I was there, and you were not. I know what I didn't see. The illustration with this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalist that you witnessed. A figure emerging from a tomb, wearing an iron mask. Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago, it was decided in the closed court's ruling that the man would wear the mask to hide his identity. It wasn't to be removed even during his execution and subsequent burial. Not even the prison wardens were to see the man's face. But obviously the provision of this mask was not public knowledge. So Mr. Dreba, as you've just heard, a lowly student of the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about the condemned man's mask. So unless you've actually seen the professor that night, it's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in that illustration. Ah! Looked like crushing it. Yes, I am, Mora. Hi, Mora. I'm still going. Oda, Oda. Well, Mr. Dreba, I'm just impressed with the length of this case. It's a vile scene, isn't it? If you look closely. And as I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified. Which is why I had in my head that I'd seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards, I came to my senses and realized that I'd been mistaken. You're still saying you didn't see it? If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you. Of course, of course. Only too happy to oblige. I can't believe he's still not going to concede the point. Yeah, right? Oh, amended testimony. Well, hang on. Something fell down. Don't worry. There's something is retrieved. Okay. What I, in fact, witnessed was a fellow grave robber at work. What?
Hold it!
A fellow grave robber? What are you talking about? Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night, you know. Other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he dug, my heart was very nearly stopped. So that's the terrifying sight I actually saw. You see, you're claiming it was just another student on equally insalubrious business as yourself. Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections. Clearly the fellow was using such a mask to protect his anonymity. What did you see? What did you say? Anonymity.
Objection!
But there's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, In the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. We might assume that the sexton discovered the miscreant at work, perhaps, and fired upon one of them. If a gravedigger had shot someone in the cemetery, I think it might have been rather big news, my lord. Ah, yes, well, I can only assume it was an embellishment
Strange.
bolted on later by the reporter. Oh, hello. I will pursue you after. An embellishment. As I explained earlier, most of what the papers published about those events were fabricated nonsense. The journalists had a great time fashioning it into a horrifying ghost story. So, now you're saying there was no gunshot? That's right, yes, I'm afraid so. Oh, I mistakenly thought I'd seen a corpse coming back to life and then fled the scene. That's really all that's happened. Okay. Hold on.
Hold it!
What did she say when she said the thing?
Objection!
She said something in French.
Strange.
Strange. Okay. Well, she didn't speak French. She said strange. We will pursue her now.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Madame Tuspels, don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes. Ooh la la, pardon. I was lost in my thoughts. Would it be fair to say that Mr. Dreba's last remark was significant to you in some way? I thought it was a little strange, that is all, how Monsieur Trevor could claim this now. If you don't mind me saying, Madame, what are you talking about? Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, known? Including the gunshot. Stop. You might want to watch your tongue, you know.
Objection!
Ooh. No threatening. Have a care, Dreba. That's the way to speak to a lady. Yeah. Please, Madame Tuspels, carry on. Of course. According to what Monsieur Dreba told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him, and the bullet hit the condemned man. I said nothing of the sort. No, you were very explicit about the details, about the mask that the figure was wearing, and the blood that splattered all over you when he was shot. Enough! Shut up, woman! You're making all this up. That will do. Mr. Dreba? Yes. You refute the account just given by Madame Tuspels? I have no recollection of ever saying those things. Come on, do you really expect us to believe you? Control yourself, counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom. Right. Under the circumstances, I think it's best that you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position of this witness. Very well. Alright. There is no gunshot from behind me at all, nor any splattering blood. Oh, really? Yes, madam. Yet, Madame Tuspels has testified that you told her about both of those details. Not true. I said nothing of the sort. 10 years have passed, without material evidence to the contrary. You have no grounds on which to question the witness's word. Ah, tell me, Madame Tuspels. Oui? What exactly did Mr. Drebber say about the blood that apparently splattered on him? Spattered on him. Others, this is what he told me. All of a sudden, he heard a very loud gunshot behind his back. Oh, Lord. Oh, so, well. The bullet hit the figure who was emerging from the tomb in the middle of the chest in his heart. One dreadful sight after another. And since Monsieur Drebber was at that time facing towards the condemned man, the blood sprayed from the wound and spattered on his body. That is what he told me. So, not an experience you would ever forget, is it? Precisely, and I didn't forget it, because as I've already said, it never happened in the first place. He's clearly lying. If only I had some evidence to prove it. We can't let him win, Mr. Naruhodo. So we mustn't overlook a single detail, no matter how small. Alright. Oh, really? No, we're good. Oh, really? Huh. No blood, you say?
Hold it!
Oh, wait. I hit the wrong button. I pulled a Deadpool. I hit the wrong button. Anyway, I meant to present because I found the contradiction. Right here. There was no gunshot from behind onto me, not any spattering blood. Except we found blood on the camera.
Objection!
Boom. Mr. Drebber, do you remember this camera? But that is the camera from that fateful night. Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber. And is that supposed to be significant? This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. Okay, hang on, everybody. All right. We notice that the lens extends forwards on the end of some bellows. Like this.
Hold it!
Uh-oh. What's that? There, just on the bellows. It looks like a dark red stain. Ah, that's right. It's a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact. Good lord, are you suggesting? Yes, my lord. It would appear to be a spatter of blood. Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Saif? it would be difficult to determine if it was human blood and not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough. I propose that Madame Tuspel's testimony was correct, and that on the night in question 10 years ago, you were spattered with blood from the gunshot wound. Well, I, and that furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. Yeah. Oh wow. There's simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night.
Objection!
But why? Why would he want to do that? Well, not for his own gain, it would seem. For whose then? Who could benefit? Mr. Dreba is obviously lying in order to protect somebody. My goodness, he's shielding someone. Yes, my lord, and clearly, it's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor coming back to life to be exposed. Well, counsel, who is it then? Who is this witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night? Why, it would be none other than Courtney Scythe. The one standing next to her. The one standing next to him.
Take that!
The obvious answer is Dr. Scythe. Scythe? Whatever do you mean? I imagine the convict who'd been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was to come to light. What are you insinuating? And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor. That would be an unprecedented scandal.
Objection!
This is beyond a joke. Did I point out that the dead cannot come back to life? What you're suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened. Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
Objection!
Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape, not in Great Britain.
Objection!
But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging. If that were really true, Counsel, the implications of misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. It would taint the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up. Oh man. And it's exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Scythe would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret, even if that meant being complicit in a crime. You mean? I mean that Dr. Scythe wasn't collaborating in Mr. Dreba's wicked scheme. She was coerced to collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body of Mr. Osmond with the waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy reports. Oh man. Ah. What a... Uh-oh. The Wellington's up. Lord Van Zeeks. The Lord Van Zeeks. Pray forgive my freshly filled hollow chalice, and a whole raft of other discourtesies now. Goodness me. It's just the sort of tall tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead, a Scotland Yard cover-up, a conspiracy at the highest levels. So let me ask you one thing. What's that? If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger and disposed of him forever? Oh, well, I have no idea at the moment. We have too little information to work that out at present, I think. I couldn't agree more. The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies. Ah, and have you considered this, my Lord Nipponese friend? Considered what? Do you realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary. Quite hard to imagine any sum of money being offered for research could warrant it. To rely on some state deception when so much is at stake would be madness. Well, but I suppose, and this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested money in the venture and would be instrumental in future profits too. Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Asman at all. Or are you forgetting that his death results in me receiving not a single penny? The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim, no? There is the contract, that's very true. The motive for this case runs deep, though. I can feel it. Using threats to force the head of the forensic investigation team to corroborate is extreme, especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place. If the research grant was the aim, taking Mr. Asman's life would have made no sense anyway. Which means Mr. Dreba's motive wasn't money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Asman. But why? What was his motive then? Your time is up, my learned friend. I'd say you have one last chance before the jury lose their patience with the charade. Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we? How do you explain why this engineer would throw all caution to the wind and threaten his own country? At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence. Alright, who exactly was Mr. Asman to Dreva? There's a connection there that no one's seen yet. And I'm going to have to present 2 pieces of evidence to show what that is. Alright. Yes, my lord. The evidence that establishes a motive and explains why the witness wanted the victim dead is right here. That will be, yeah, they're connected right here. It will be the 10-year-old article.
Take that!
It's this newspaper article, my lord. That was written 10 years ago, and every detail has been examined already. What could it possibly tell us? That river should never have been written. It's typical gutter press nonsense that means nothing. Yes, on its own, it isn't particularly significant. However, when considered alongside another piece of evidence, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Asman dead. What other evidence? Counsel, you will present your supplementary evidence without delay. And that would be... yeah. The evidence which then cross-reference with the newspaper article establishes a motive for the deed. Dreber's contract.
Take that!
It's this contract, my lord. Mr. Dreber, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Asman. Yes, that's right. The very document, in fact. That proves I had no reason to kill the man. No, I'm afraid not. But there's something very significant that this newspaper article and the contract have in common. Really? And it's that common link that shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. Odie Asmund. It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed. So, my learned friend, point out what these two pieces of evidence have in common. Where exactly is the link between this newspaper article and the contract? Let's see. It will be where exactly is the link between this article and the contract? It's right here. There it is. There's the signature of one Odie Asmund. That's insane.
Take that!
What these two pieces of evidence have in common is a signature. A signature? The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belongs to the same person. Right. What? Ow. As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Dreba and interviewed him about his ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Asmund's a signature at the bottom. Yep. Let me see now. Good lord, yes, they're identical. In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Dreba 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Odie Asmund. Oh, he crumbled.
Objection!
But explain to the court why. Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Asmund? Well, if you think back, you'll remember that Mr. Dreba talked about that article in his testimony. Grave robbing, you say? Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir? Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, am I to add? Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. At the time, you were a student of the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life. So Mr. Asmund used to be a newspaper journalist, did he? He did, my lord. In fact, it's a widely held belief that Asmund managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network, thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as reporter. So you had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually, you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. And all because of that article, written by Mr. Asmund. Enough! Enough! Oh my gosh. Stop this endless dribble about my life! What? Explain yourself, Mr. Dreba. Yes, it's true. I had to leave the university as a result of that article. But if I was just a straw that broke the camel's back. What do you mean? Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. But they struggled on with their hypothesis anyway. We all did, only to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and patented by some wretch or other. After all, good gracious, making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wrench. Being forced out of the university because of Lowgate was the best thing that could have happened to me.
Objection!
Mr. Dreba, do you genuinely believe that? Of course I do. Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me? I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all. How dare you? How dare you? And I have evidence to prove it. How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Fine, if you think you have evidence, go ahead, show it. What would you possibly have to disapprove the idea that I was happy to leave university because I lacked talent? Well... This right here, dude. A Royal Society trophy for excellence in science that was found in Mr. Dreba's workshop. Very prestigious award for a young scientist.
Take that!
Do you remember this, Mr. Dreba? We found it at your workshop. Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science? What exactly is this trophy, Council? It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord. There is no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future. Good gracious. Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Dreba? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. All as a result of this one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Asman was, but when it dawned on you that he was that same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life, it's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man. The truth is, finally, he's going to fold. Are you serious? Hold it! Ah. Um, hello there, M. Lincoln. Demons? Aman? Amain? Hi, welcome to my stream. I normally don't go on this long, but I'm in it for the long haul. But anyway, fine. Clearly, this has run its course now. What? I admit it. All of it. What? What? What are you doing? It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim, on the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago. I... No. Good Lord! Dr. Saif, do you realize what you're saying, woman? It's all true. That day, when I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself. It was the professor again, staring me at the face. And then, before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket. What? Dr. Saif, you will go along with my plan. From someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night 10 years ago. Demons backward? Or Amon? Demons? All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. What? There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now. Really? Are you serious now? This is all getting so messed up. Like, this whole situation. Why on earth would you buckle now? Well, there's no point trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborate in a murder. But the great lie about the execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished. So then, Mr. Dreba, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything. Surely it goes without saying. You admit your part in it too, then? Are you serious? I admit nothing at all. What? Have you forgotten that the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong. No! Oh my god. Order! 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 Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secret, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Van Zieks? Yes? I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course. I have heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court. What? This trial is not the proper forum in which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Dreba. The defendant is Professor Albert Harebrain. Very true. It had slipped my mind. Isn't he one of your closest friends? As the court has heard, Dr. Saif has admitted to the allegations brought by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt. You mean? At the present time, it is the conclusion of this court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution have any objection? None, my lord. Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. You've proven Professor Harebrain's innocence. Without further ado, then, the abjuration. Unless the prosecution and defense have any other matters to discuss. I don't know. This doesn't feel quite right. Why did Dr. Sipe suddenly admit to it like that? Is everything alright, Mr. Naruhodo? No. Like you said before, the way the trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. But is that really what we want? What the defense should be pushing for now is further testimony.
Objection!
We have more. We need more. The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord. I beg your pardon. We demand one final testimony, please. There's what? Oh my god. Help me. Nah, I'm fine. You do realize I'm about to abdicate in favor of your client, I presume? What are you playing at now, my Nibblese friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that. Mr. Naruhodo, what exactly are you thinking? The truth, the whole truth, and a way to bring it all out into the open. Right. Yes, in hindsight. Yes, one word of warning before I go. If in the course of the trial this afternoon you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand? Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes knew. He must have deduced that this would happen. Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client, and to secure an acquittal. Obviously. But that's not all. I believe that I have a duty to the court, to pursue the whole truth of the case, until every last detail is laid bare. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Sipe. Testimony from me? About what? About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Dreba. Ha! In case it escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. So stop wasting everyone's time. As his lordship made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him. There's really no point protracting this business further with another tedious cross-examination.
Objection!
Not the wine. Pray forgive my careless handling of that hollowed bottle. I slipped. That's what you call it? What is your objection, Lord Van Zieks? The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness. Don't be stupid. If there is more to this case that has yet come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end. You'll what? Lord Van Zieks. Oh my god. This is most irregular, to say the least. However, as the prosecution calls for it, I will uphold the request. Dr. Sipe, you will testify for the court, explaining the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Dreba. Very well. Oh my god. Witness testimony. The waxwork plot. What? Oh man. It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside its jacket. The actual body of the victim, as is indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it. So I was right. The stage and the machine were all specially designed for the deception. So it seems, and all that meticulously prepared, you did well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy. So kind of you to say. And what about this autopsy report then? All I did was record the location of the body as being in the Crystal Tower instead of under the stage. That's all. That's a terrible corruption. Only my team were aware of the deceit, and then only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you. We must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe that testimony has clarified everything. There's no particular need for a cross-examination, I would say. No, I disagree. I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. Just look at that expression on Dr. Sife's face. Yeah, it's the defense's right to cross-examine any witness following testimony. Sisk, what is it about you Japanese that makes you all so doggedly persistent? Very well. If you so desire, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Oh my god. The waxwork plot. So that's her story. She's admitted everything and revealed her full involvement in the crime. I do wonder if there could really be much more to it. Well, I don't know, but I just have a feeling. Do you, Mr. Naruhodo? The truth is, I find it strange too. How those two are reacting to this in completely opposite ways, I mean. Yes, exactly. For some reason, I feel sure they're still trying to hide something. Okay, let me save real quick. And we're gonna finish this, dang it. Alright. Here goes. Oh my gosh. It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside its jacket.
Hold it!
From what you described before, it sounds like the note was anonymous. Did you have any idea of who was behind it? There are very few people in the know about what really happened 10 years ago to start with. But anyway, I never heard of this engineer. So no, I had no idea. Yet, despite not knowing who was behind the plan, you went along with it. I had no choice. Protecting the professor's secret was my only concern. But the horse was bolted now, and the stable door will never shut again. Scotland Yard's reputation will be immeasurably damaged as a result of all this. Yes, thank you, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm well aware of that. So as I understand it, what you found in the birdcage was a waxwork model. Where then was the victim's body? The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the notes, the instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. Okay.
Hold it!
So you knew about the special construction of the stage used to carry out the tricks then? Oh, mastermind it? So you know about the special instruction for the stage used to carry out the trick then? It was quite obvious what had happened with the victim and the waxwork. And you switched the two over, didn't you? In other words, you recorded the victim's body. You recorded the victim's body as having been discovered in the Crystal Tower and the waxwork. I wrapped it and sent it by carriage to the specified address at the specified time. And why were you given such directions? Presumably so it could be recovered by Durema and returned to Madame Taspel's. I see. And then you put the birdcage back in the experimentation stage. Yes, although someone obviously made a mistake about which cage should go where. I thought I'd made it perfectly clear to the team, but still. I suppose we'll focus on the victim's body, that being a more important detail. Oh man. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. Okay.
Hold it!
When you say arranged, I presume you mean with this. Yes, the instructions in the engineer's note said something along the lines of fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Hairbrain alone could have killed Asmund. So, you mean that was your doing? I fetched Hairbrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage and took it with me alone to the abyss under the stage where the bird cage had fallen. Alone, Doctor? I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception. Oh. There was a void under the stage where I found the bird cage lying in the dirt. I approached it, leaned down, and slowly opened it up. Then, I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest. Oh my god. And then you noted that in your fake autopsy report as a fictitious cause of death. Exactly. So, the actual cause of death was the trauma resulting from the dirty foot drop. My word. That's awful. What is it, Mr. Sato? Something about Dr. Sipes' last statement is playing on my mind, that's all. Yes, mine too. Dr. Sipe? There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well. The defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony. Oh, which part? What I want her to supplement her testimony with is... what she did to the victim. How you stabbed Mr. Osmond in the chest. That part. Fine, if that's what you want. But there's really no need to point. Eh. The prosecution concurs. Very well. You will supplement your testimony now, witness. If you wish, my lord. All right. Hang on. Yeah, because we already know, like, the cause. But why? I stood over the victim's corpse when it lay in the toppled cage and plunged the screwdriver into the chest.
Hold it!
So it was you who stabbed Asmund with this? Yes, far easier than dissection, I assure you. No precision required. What a welcome change. The victim died instantly from a snapped neck. All I did was carry out the instructions I had been given. As unflinchingly as ever, no doubt. I imagine you didn't bat an eyelid when you drove the weapon into his body. There is no need to bat my eyelids. And what else did you do to twist the facts? Remind the court, why don't you? If you wish. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately.
Hold it!
The entire team in perverting the course of justice. My team consists of the very best investigators there are. I demand loyalty from all members. We operate on the code of chivalry of sorts. You aid and abet a murderer, commit perjury, and dare to talk of chivalry. It was a matter of priorities. What? Nothing was more important than protecting the secret of the professor. My team did what was necessary without losing sight of the primary goal. I considered their conduct exemplary. Oh. Don't concede the point, Mr. Naruhodo. You mustn't let her win. I need a lawyer. You are a lawyer. I'll take that silence as tacit acceptance. Now, can we move on? The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it.
Hold it!
But at what cost? Faith in Scotland Yard is going to suffer a terrible blow as a result of this. And your precious secret is out now anyway. Yes, as you say. And I take full responsibility. Blow me down, Dr. Saif. Surely there are some other way you could have protected the secret. No, there really wasn't. I've done my utmost, believe me. In many ways, I respect your determination. Woo! I nearly froze under that cold stare as she said that. I do believe she was being genuine though, Mr. Naruhodo. Genuine. Alright. Alright. Oh my gosh. Alright. I stood over the victim's corpse where it lay in the toppled cage and plunged the screwdriver into the chest. Let us press. No, let's present. Photographic print of the victim taken after he had been ostensibly. Yeah. Present photograph of the victim here.
Objection!
Yes. I've got a nasty feeling that this inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth. What on earth is the matter, Counsel? Have you lost your tongue? No. I apologize, my lord. Prelude to pursue. Dr. Saif, in that last statement of yours, there's just one point that seems to defy explanation. Out with it, my learned friend. There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph, which shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death.
Objection!
The court has already examined that photograph at depth. There's nothing new we can learn from it.
Objection!
Yes, we have already considered it. That's true. But we now know the facts to be different. What do you mean? I believe we should let the defense explain. Where in this photograph would we see the alleged inconsistency with the witness's statement? Well, it will be the stab wound right here, Your Honor, my lord.
Take that!
Look closely at the bloodstain on the victim's chest. It clearly extends in a downwards direction towards the man's feet. And why is that significant, counsel? If the victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion, that's entirely expected. Ah, of course, no, that's not what happened. Exactly, my lord. Dr. Seif made it very clear in her testimony just now that the point at which she stole Professor Hairblade's screwdriver and stabbed the victim was after the grand deception was set in motion, when the birdcage had fallen below the stage out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear that the birdcage would have fallen on its side after the 30-foot drop, and the victim had really been stabbed whilst inside the birdcage in that position. The blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. For it to have formed the longitudinal appearance we see in the picture is inconceivable. Longitudinal, yeah. Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downwards from the wound, it must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Asman, he was standing up.